late. Okay, yeah. So good morning and welcome to the Sales Samurai workshop. And today you will find out why we have named the word Sales Samurai, because day 2 is going to be something there. Every day carries a certain theme. Okay. And today we are looking at building a deep foundation in area of sales and developing a deep understanding. Tomorrow we go to war. Tomorrow we go to war. And so you will experience this workshop. I'm telling you, I've done a few programs with a lot of people, and by far I've gotten some elements from some of the best and incorporated that into here. Okay. So what you will be learning is not only my stuff, but amalgamation from a lot of other stuff as well. But at the same time, the whole intention here for this program is that you break through your barriers in sales. And whatever it takes for me, I'm standing at a place where I want you to enable you to gain clarity, confidence, and competence in the area of selling. And I'm going to share very, very powerful pathways which will help you move from like survival to abundance in sales. How many of you would like that? How many of you are just surviving sales? You are like surviving sales. कि जैसे तैसे करके बस चल रहा है काम, right? And how many of you would want to move from surviving to thriving or abundance in sales? You would like that? Yeah. So you will learn very, very powerful frameworks and methods which will move you from this to that zone. And having said that, this is something which will really, really give you key insights into the world of selling as well. All right. Welcome, Dave. Welcome, everyone. So let's get started without a further ado. All right. My presentation. Share. Let's get started. So the intention of this program is to help you gain clarity, confidence, and competence in the area of selling. And I will be sharing some very, very powerful pathways which will help you move from survival to abundance when it comes to sales. Now, having said that, how many of you really want to discover, expand, and grow into being a sales samurai? This is my intention for you as well. Because when you have to first discover, okay, what it means to be a sales samurai, then expand yourself into being that being. And over a period of time, once you do it enough, it will grow onto you. How many of you know what I'm talking? Yeah. Some things grow on you. Yes. Can you give me an example of something that has grown on you? Anyone? Unmute yourself and share like something that has grown on you. Yeah. Yarmish.
This is when we are starting about the communication, the language communication. When I started during my MNC career, when I started, I would speak very fast, and my colleague said it is not the right way to do it. If you take over a period of time attending Toastmasters and attending some other things, over a period of time, I can able to from senior engineer to head of customer service. It has been transformed.
Okay. How many of you have had an arranged marriage? Yeah. How many of you know that over a period of time, once you stay in an arranged marriage, it kind of starts to grow on you? Yeah. So when you adopt a certain way of being for a long period of time, it starts to get to you. Yeah. So this is what I'm also saying. I will be revealing a lot of powerful pathways, but if you don't adopt that, if you don't use them, then it will not grow on you, right? So you got to practice a bit. There is an element of practice that will be involved. I will be taking you through all the drills and all the elements. So one of the things which I really, really request you is whatever you learn here, please practice and play full out for these 3 days. Okay. Really, really play full out. Now, having said that, let me move into the world of selling. So before we move, I want you to understand there are 3 key aspects in sales. How do you discover new and powerful openings in your sales conversation? How many of you would like that? That you can open a sales conversation with just anyone and everyone. Even with a person on the street, in a bus, in a train, in a plane, anywhere you just meet, you can open a conversation on sales with them. I can't tell you how many people I have closed for my consulting services at an airport. Simply at an airport. Just closed. At conferences, at meetings. Just, yes. So I'll be sharing with you so you can open powerful sales conversation with people. How many of you would like to develop that skill? Yeah. Then how many of you want to grow and expand your awareness and your skills in selling? You know that you need some selling skills, some serious selling skills. You want to bring in your sales because sales is what is going to give you income. Sales is equal to income. How many of you can understand that? Yeah. No sales, no income. Period. And ultimately grow into being a sales samurai of the craft because selling is a profession that any and every entrepreneur has to do, whether you like it or not. If you got to make money, you got to build a skill in sales. Simple. And by far, I'm telling you, let me confess, or let me also confess. I should be the last person you want to learn sales from when it was in 2015-16. I just hated sales. I just hated sales. I said, I'll hire a team of sales experts who will do the selling for me, but I don't want to do selling. How many of you know what I'm talking? How many of you don't like to do selling? Yeah, like sales mat karwao, baki jo marzi kaam karwa lo. Yeah. Why is that? Why is that? Just notice that for yourself. I'm asking a question as well. So please keep on answering those questions for yourself. I was the last person to do sales and marketing, and I never wanted to do marketing. I never wanted to do sales. But in 2016, 15, and 16, I learned it the hard way. Yes, I learned it the hard way. If you want to be successful as an entrepreneur, one of your number one go to skill should be sales, whether you like it or you don't. Entrepreneurship doesn't give you a choice in the matter. So we only have one choice in the matter, either be good in sales or be good in sales. That's it. How many of you know what I'm talking now? How many of you have also maybe learned it a little hard way कि sales के बिना नहीं चलने वाला है? Yeah. And I had been into family run business into a B2B setting, and we used to manufacture TMT bars. And it was a highly production intensive business. And in a B2B setting, sales is not much of a struggle or a problem because you know that if you produce a certain amount of quality and a certain amount of production, you will sell in the local markets in a B2B segment. It's not a very heavily marketing driven business. But when it comes to services, how many of you know you got to promote and market every single day? This was an insight that I learned in 2016-17. And from there on, I just became a student of marketing. I became a student of sales. And I will be revealing some of the best kept secrets in sales. Not only secrets, but the mindsets that will really, really help you get over in sales. Yes? Before we move into anything else, let me ask you a couple of questions and let me also share with you what do we expect from each other in this program when it's this is how many of you this is the first program with me. This is the first workshop that you're attending with me. All right. So how many of you have attended some other program with me, or like maybe a marketing or goal setting or whatever? Yeah. So this program is differently designed. Okay. This program is literally differently designed. So don't look at this program through this lens. Yeah. I will tell you all of this, what exactly is there is. But sales workshop, may I request your participation in a little different way. So let me tell you what do I expect from you as well. A few simple requests. Take notes whenever we pause for that purpose. This will ensure that all the material that's being presented, you have it and you can get the conversations around it. You can keep your drinking water close to you. Uh, Ask all your questions during Q&A, or even if there is something relevant that you might want to ask. Since it's a small group, I will almost be able to give you custom answers. And keep your video on so that we are fully connected and present to each other. Okay, so that will really, really help me serve you better. All right. Yeah. Uh, Forward the action. Whatever is the topic that we are discussing, just forward the action of today. Okay, if you have a question, and still there will be a Q&A at the end of the day, each day as well. Okay, if there is anything unclear as well. No side conversations, and please no distractions on the phone. It will really, really not help you with the learning process. Okay, and we'll go through, like, the first break will be around 12, since we started at 9:45. Maybe around 2 we'll have lunch. Around 4:30 we'll have another break. So this is, we plan to go up till 6:30 or so. And so please manage anything that you have to manage accordingly. And requests for maximizing your value from this program, this particular program, I like to establish a few things. In this workshop, I want to burst a few myths around sales. So my job is that of a coach. And for me, you are a player, and my job is to make you win. Okay. So it's a relationship between like a coach and a player, like a doctor and a surgeon and a patient. So where I will ask you certain questions, and I want you to also invite you into that. This is like a sales lab, okay? Where whatever I say is not the truth, but we are willing to explore, we are willing to test it, we are willing to examine it and discover something for ourselves. This will be a phase where you will be learning by doing. More of doing is there in this program. Teaching is less, doing is more. Okay. And it will get uncomfortable for you a little at a couple of times. Or in fact, I should say many times in this program, this particular program, and you will soon find out that. But let me tell you, trust me, you're in safe hands. I've led this program many a times, and I know what I'm doing. Okay, so please go with the program. Uh, anyone who would like to fill in the blank, give me in the chat, or maybe unmute yourself. Selling
Selling.
requires energy, right? Very, very good. And by the time
Willpower.
we complete on day 3, you will really, really understand that selling is all about energy. And yes, it is also about intention as well. But when it comes to selling, it should come from a place, or it must, when it comes from a place of high energy, that's the person who wins in a sales conversation. Like, how many of you can understand a little about energy as such? Like, how many of you have seen that Dhoni is on the crease? He's not saying anything at all. 17 runs, 4 balls. Guess what? Who is under pressure? The opposing team. They can't handle Dhoni's energy. How many of you know what I'm talking now? And he's just calm, but still high energy, right? So in a sales conversation, the person with the highest energy will win. And by the day 3, this will be a living reality for you. Okay? Am I clear? So please understand this, and please make notes as well we move along. And at the same time, you and sales, it's a story that's a little untold. And let me tell you what's a story that's untold. My question to you, all of you, how did you get started in sales or with sales? What is the first experience of sales that you started with? What was your first experience in sales? Yeah. Anyone would like to please unmute yourself? This is a small group, so you can unmute yourself and share what is there for you. Yeah.
So when, yeah,
Please, Khushbu, please go ahead.
okay. So first time when I was selling, I was very reluctant and I was like, I was feeling I can't take money from her. What if my career will start and I will not be able to pay attention to my family? So, but then my coach told me, if you will not sell her, someone else will sell her, and maybe that person will not give her service properly as much as you will do.
Hmm.
And so this one line like hit me, and second line what was key, that she was actually, she if I she purchased my weight loss program, otherwise she was paying, no, she was going to pay 8,000 to someone, and they were giving her some supplements and herbal to lose weight.
Right.
So and so selling actually helped, it was a win-win situation.
Right.
So yeah. So still resistance come when I am selling, I am feeling guilty, I am taking money from her. But then I recall these two lines, and
Which
then
year? Which year was it?
uh 2022,
Okay. What is your date of birth?
18 July.
July. Which year? Which year? Yeah.
Year 86.
86. I'm telling you, this is not your first experience in sales. I can very comfortably tell you. It started way early on.
Okay, I have done chocolate business before, yeah.
उससे भी पहले का है.
Acha, okay.
Sales, sales के बिना तो हम I don't know how we survive without sales. How many of you have an issue of asking for money for sales? Like you have an issue like how do we ask for money from people now? Yeah. अभी पैसे कैसे मांगो यार सर्विस तो मेरी like पैसे कैसे मांगो? Yeah. Very good. Is it okay if that changes? Yeah. How many of you would love that? And Dipinder Harman is joining us.
No, Harmeet. He's hosting as a chair a keynote speaker today at City University. It was an
Oh,
opportunity came last night, and he's in
no
London.
worries, no worries. So we'll have him in the next one.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, Mini, you have a question? Or you want to share?
I wanted to share.
Yeah.
So now I remember that when I wanted to convince my mom to go out with my friends, maybe for a overnight or anywhere, that was
Yeah.
also a sales process because
Very good. Very good.
so
Okay.
that's what I wanted to share.
I'm telling you, like in one way, हम बोल सकते हैं कि everything is sales. At the same time, let me give you a little example. How many of you had gone to school? You had gone to school, and in your school days, you have to sell something around maybe your annual function. और इफ नॉट एनुअल फंक्शन एक इंसिडेंट तो हम सबके साथ होता है कि वो एक एनसीसी का या आर्मी का एक फ्लैग बेचना होता है हमें. यस और नो? यस और नो? So tell me, what is your experience around that? If any one of you can recall that, I'm telling you that's a very early and a direct experience of sales. Usually, many people get. Yes, Jupinder.
सो इट वाज लाइक कि वो सारे दो तीन फ्रेंड्स इकट्ठे होके एक पेपर लेके डोरबेल बजा के आंटी दिस इज माय स्कूल प्रोजेक्ट प्लीज टेक वन. वो
हाँ.
थोड़ा सा इमोशनल होके फिर उनका नाम लिखवा के उनसे प्लीज आप दो ना मेरा प्रोजेक्ट है स्कूल का मैम को जमा करवाना.
हाँ.
एंड दे यूज्ड टू गिव.
Yeah, and let me also share at this moment. We had been given a few flags, and we have to sell that flag for 5 rupees each, and raise money and give it to the teacher. The teacher and will give it to school authority, and school will do whatever it will do in terms of the donation and making and all that. I had to sell a few flags, and one of my uncles bought all the flags for me. Kichal, you don't have to sell and all that. I'll buy all your flags. Now, when you do that, he's doing it purely out of love and care and connection, right? Am I developing muscle in sales? Is that a good thing to do? I think this is one thing that I would request that all parents should teach their children how to sell. But most of the parents also don't know how to sell. Okay. Now, at the same time, then came the annual function. How many of you have had a tradition in your maybe in your school? Maybe there is a lucky draw in annual function, and you have to sell few tickets for the lucky draw, 10 rupees each, 20 rupees each, something like that. In my school, there was something an experience like that. Now, again, one of my uncles in the family only, he bought all the tickets. He said, "Ki, give this to," and that was my experience of sales. This is how easy sales is. I just gave 10, he just gave me 100 rupees and I went and gave it to the teacher, and that's it. That's how it happened. I didn't like that quite a bit, by the way. Why? I ek, I used to live in a place where there was no neighborhood nearby, right? So I couldn't sell the tickets. I didn't know where to travel and how to go about it, and neither did I had the vision of being a sales coach or a guru or something like that in that direction. But it's a very, very important day for a person or anyone to develop that skill and start understanding the nuances of the elements around it, right? How many of you had a similar experience maybe in your school? I'm telling you, this is where our experience of sales starts to originate. In fact, I would even want to go to the degree of that your first experience of your sales was with your parents, actually. The only thing is we don't know that it's the sales. Like, I like what Ramesh has put in the chat. But that's an indirect one. There is no direct, maybe no direct monetary exchange, right? And you start to develop a certain process or a certain mindset around sales over a period of time. And that's how you start to operate at sales. Okay. I want you to take you through a small exercise around it, where you really understand every time you were successful in selling, right? How many of you had been successful in selling somewhere, something or the other to someone? You have been successful in selling. You have sold at least something to someone, professionally also. Yes. And how many of you have also failed in selling something professionally to someone? Very good. I like Molly. You have doing both the hands. Yeah. Most of the time. I want you to understand where is this coming from. I'm going to give you a small assignment right now. Okay. And I want you to do the needful in this space where when you got started with sales, so some of times we are successful in sales. Some of the times we are not so successful in sales, right? And I want you to open your copy where there are 2 pages blank, staring at each other, like on a fresh page start. Okay. It's like this. Both the pages should be like this. Notebook, on your notebook, whatever the notebook is. Yeah. And on the first page, this is the assignment. This is the work that you have to do. You have to make notes on this top. This is the statement. Every time you were successful in sales, every time you succeeded in selling, what was present? Emotionally, mentally, physically, which means what feelings were present, what was going on in your mind, and what were your body sensations, if any. Become aware when you were successful in a sales interaction. Okay. Every time you were successful, what was present in that moment for you, physically, mentally, emotionally? Please observe it and make a note of it. Okay. I'll give you 5 minutes. where you maybe had a monetary exchange. Pick in that, or a professional dealing. Pick up a professional dealing with someone. But like I just wanted to tell you that your sales process started very early on. That was a concept. Anything that was done for professional reasons. So what was going on in your mind? Just notice, where was your focus? What were you saying in your head? What was the conversation? How did you feel? Make a detailed note of it. Which means, if we were to record that moment like a camera, what would you write? What would the camera record? See for yourself what was present in your interaction. Hello, Nulangini.
Good morning, Mr.
Morning.
Harmeet and team.
Morning.
Take 5 more minutes for me to come on the camera.
Okay, we're going through just a small interaction. Just wanted to brief you with that.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure you had been successful in selling sometimes,
yeah,
and you have also been unsuccessful at times, right, in selling?
yes.
Yes. So we want to notice, when we were successful in selling, what is present for you, like physically, mentally, emotionally. And these are the questions that you want to answer.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. I'll do that. Thank you.
Yeah. So what were you saying to yourself? How was your energy like? How was your energy like? Notice, go back to that moment, recall that moment, and notice what was going on. Yes, Ashwini.
Harmeet, can it even be something like a donation or something?
Anything, maybe where there was maybe a money exchange or a professional energy, yeah, involved.
Okay.
Really do the homework, and go to the specifics of it. Go to the specifics. Whenever you have a issue going on there, what is it that really happens with you? the detailed version that you can capture, the better it is. Anyone would like to share what was the experience of sales like when you were successful? Yes, Anita. Unmute yourself. Unmute yourself.
Right. Hello.
Hi.
So, beginning is very nice and interesting. So, we have gone back. And first of all, when I was successful in, selling, emotionally, I was, appreciating myself, right? That feelings are very optimistic, like
Right.
what, and it's going on well, and it's a spark of happiness, motivated me, it encouraged me further. Like, and on the first place, I was in a serving mode, right? I knew that now I'm successful.
Yeah.
I'm in. I'm all in. And when it's all in, then it provides you confidence
Yeah.
and just a winner kind of feeling, a champion, like we have won some, trophy and something.
Yeah.
And apparently, I felt very smart, right?
Mm.
I thought that I am enough, right?
Yeah.
I don't need anybody. I am enough and active. The activeness which came in, it was natural, it wasn't before, but it came in a just a fraction. Like I was so active, I never imagined that I am so active. Actually, basically, I'm very lazy and so action oriented. It
Mm.
became one process became action oriented. Whatever is coming from I'm trying to convince the person in front was yes, this will be action, this will be action, this will be action. So it was all, instantly. That
Right.
was again very nice. And physically, the way I was speaking to the client was so very natural in a sense, which I never spoke before, and the energy was very happy. Happy
Right.
made thing move faster. And then came the active involvement and the serving body language came in all
Very, very good. Very, very good.
naturally.
Naturally, right? Very, very good. Where was your focus? If you can recall, where was your focus? On
Focus,
you or on the client?
what next? How
Very, very good.
I serve him better?
Yes. And
Right.
was the focus on yourself or on the client?
No, no, not at all.
On the client, right?
On the client only.
Very, very good. Very, very good.
And the basic thing I was trying to identify what he is not sharing with me, and I have noticed in him.
Yes.
That is the best part, which I,
Very, very good.
found.
Very, very good.
Hmm.
Have you made a note of it?
Yeah, I've made it.
Brilliant. Brilliant. Okay. Uh, Dev, what was present for you? Unmute yourself. Unmute yourself.
Everyone. I was
Yeah.
working in a company when I was doing job.
Yeah.
After my college recently joined a company. At that time, we used to teach skills, software skills, and the software we used to teach. So competition was there.
Right.
So whenever someone comes for an inquiry, कि
Mm.
आपके यहाँ पे what are the fees and what are the support and what are you offering?
Mm.
So emotionally, we were welcoming. Please come and come and come. That was the emotions, and we were happy and to introduce them and make and mentally the mindset was set in a first month. By this person, when person comes, we have to offer the tea or something. Then we have to explain this. We have to show the demos. We have to explain the post support of the programs, and the everything was set mentally and
Mm.
physically. My was high energy rather than other trainers and other software trainers.
Very,
So
very good. You had a high energy, right?
yes, yes, yes.
Notice
Uh,
that.
yeah, sometimes it might go right way, it might go wrong way, but it was very high.
Very, very
And
good.
Yes, and I used to teach softwares 8 to 9 hours at that time a day.
Right.
So that was the thing,
What was
and
going on in your mind? What was going on in your mind? Mental
competition was there.
conversations.
So in my mind, it was going ki bhai, if he goes to other institute, our business will lose.
Hmm.
My salary
Our
might come
business will
down.
lose. Got it.
Yes,
Got it.
right. Yeah, so we used to slash the price. If someone was offering 15,000, we used to offer them 12,000.
Hmm.
Some more combo offers. So that was
Your focus was on offers.
yeah, offers and just getting the sales anyhow.
Right. Got it. And what was whenever you take one interaction with that client, one
Hmm.
moment with one client, when you had a conversation with them and
Hmm.
something changed for you, maybe at a physical, mental, or an emotional level, and you were really, really successful in the process of selling.
Hmm.
What was your focus? Where was your focus?
My
Because
focus
I'm
on
telling you, where your focus goes, energy flows, results follow. So where is your
that was
focus?
my yeah, initial my focus was how the represent and give the demo in best way
Got it. Got it.
so that they get
How do I
impressed.
give the
They,
demo?
yeah, in best way so
Right.
that there was they might understand the difference between other institute and our institute, and it might help for ourselves.
Got it.
So my first energy was on focus, and then the next energy was on getting close anyhow by knowing their requirement, by knowing
Got
their
it.
budget, by knowing their plans and all.
Okay. Just be with what you have answered. And is it okay if something emerges out of it? Okay.
Yes.
All right, Japinder.
So, basically, I will talk about experience which was related to this, right? When we are selling a service or when we are a coach. So, I'll go
Yeah.
to that particular
Yeah.
moment. That was a one-to-one
Yeah.
conversation with a person.
Yeah.
And it just happened after I delivered a joy of I mean, a self-love session in my organization when I was working.
Right.
So they gave me an opportunity to take that session. It was 90-minute session, physical session. All were present. Just after that session, one female reached out to me. Can you have a cup of coffee with me? I really want to talk personally to you.
Right.
So I said, okay. So we went to cafeteria area of our organization. She sat, and at that time, after we have done a delivery, we are already in a, that zone, completely activated all your senses, modes, and everything you are having that thing. So what happened, she just started talking about, my intention was, let me just sit with person and hear what is a trigger for her, right?
Right.
What made her come to me and ask for this personal time with me?
Yeah.
So that was when we sat, she started to open. The moment she, informed me about like 4 to 5 sentences, I got it. Okay, this is something, but I gave her that space. Okay, keep on telling. And then physically, like I was in a professional attire within that kind of, energy where you know what is coming, where you know from which space you have all the things which can help this person. So body, physical presence was supporting, like, okay, I'm the one who can help you. Body posture was that. And what was going on mentally? I can do this. This person is going through this exactly I have faced in my life, and this is what I'm going to give her. Because okay, whatever she was telling, I came to know that point is the problem is here. There was a relationship issue. Now everything is revolving around it. So in your mind,
So you knew the linchpin of the customer.
linchpin. And one thing which was not in my mind that point was कुछ बेचना है, क्योंकि मेरे पास कुछ था ही नहीं लिटरली.
Very, very good.
ठीक है, मेरे को ये था, आई कैन हेल्प दिस पर्सन, राइट? लेट मी टेल, हाउ कीन आर यू टू वर्क ऑन योर रिलेशनशिप? आई जस्ट आस्क्ड हर. She
Right.
said, I want to come out of it because my life is hell right now. Nika, what I can promise you, if you're ready, you always have a choice. I can help you. And next, I was not even, she said, how much do you charge? I was, no idea. Corporate job mein hu. I am just doing as a passion along with my job. I was not thinking someday I will be turning out into. So in that moment also, I was present. Ki, okay, now this question has come. I will not go like, मेरे को I don't know how much I'll charge. Okay. I said, okay, you are serious. So I took in that moment, the presence of mind was ki, okay, इसने अब ये question तो पूछ लिया है. I don't have answer right now. What number will stuck? I don't know. So okay, so that means you are really serious. You want to work on it. So I told, if you go for my one, I take 25,000. I'll take 8 to 10 sessions. But having said that, first you have to come on a proper call where I'll ask you certain questions and then I'll decide whether we are best fit for each other or not. And I'll take that Zoom call with you then. And that call happened and she paid. I mean, it was
Got it.
because it was not from selling की कोशिश ही नहीं की थी. But वो हो गई. But
Notice all those elements. And as somebody is sharing, how many of you are also getting present to your own situation? Oh, मेरी situation में ये भी था. Yeah, very good, very good.
so
Anyone
that was
else?
when it helped.
How was your energy and confidence?
Mine?
Yeah.
It was from the place because already आप कर आए हो और आपको पता है ये बंदा किस पेन पॉइंट से बात कर रहा है. So relative to her, my energy was multiple because that person was already in a moment of tipping point in the life and they were saying,
Yeah.
okay, यही है जो मुझे so I was okay, everything will be fine, don't you worry, we all go through such moments in our life. And so relatively energy was very high. That's
Very
why
good.
it just came. It was not me telling I have a program, I do. That person asked me how much you charge. So
So
that
on
was
a
it.
scale of 1 to 10, what was your confidence and your energy like?
I would say for the confidence that I can help this person was 9. Energy was 10 on 10. It
Very good.
automatically goes.
Just notice this. Just notice this. Okay.
Thank you so
Now,
much.
as you have been sharing and listening to this, all these elements, I also now want to ensure we see the other side as well, right? Same question, but when you were unsuccessful in selling. Make a note of all the detailed answers, like what was there emotionally, what was there mentally, what was there physically when you were unsuccessful in sales. I'm pretty sure all of you have at least have one experience where you were unsuccessful at sales. On the other page, make a note of it.
Can you show that slide or are they the same questions?
Same questions. We really want to examine what when we were unsuccessful in a sales conversation with someone, how was the physical sensations, if you felt a sensation in your certain body part, right? Maybe a sinking of the stomach, nervous, sweaty. What was there for you mentally? What was there for you emotionally? Where was your focus? How was your energy overall? How was your confidence? What was that person's reaction or response? Make a complete, detailed information on a fresh page. Right? Make a note of it and notice where was your attention? What did you want? How were you operating? What was going through your mind? How was the other person responding or reacting? Notice what was going on in your mind. How was the situation? Examine what was the situation like. No. All right. Anyone who wants to share? What was that situation like? Yes, Molly.
To write this, I kept in mind one situation, but this has repeated many times.
Yeah.
It's a pattern. But
Yeah.
yeah, I was selling a high ticket program that candidates seemed to be like on the verge, and then he didn't convert. That is super frustrating.
Yeah.
Somebody not interested is not interested, but interested and I am not being able to convert is on me.
Right.
Then that emotion of uh, being so exhausted or desperate, but then you don't want to show that desperation, so you show as if I'm not that also doesn't sell, because you're
Yeah.
not truly true to your feelings. So
Yeah.
that helplessness, kind of anger, and this feeling of it's also shame, it's also fear that अरे यार ये अगर नहीं गया so the training won't go through. So
Right.
there's scariness, there is desperation, helplessness, and self judgment, a lot of agitation mentally. That and with that, there is also a reiteration of, see, I told you I can't sell. So I am also validating my not being able to sell. There is a, oh, see, I told you like thing. And then there is a shame that I'm not being able to do that. It's a very unsettling, defeated kind of a feeling.
Right.
People who ghost you, it feels very insulting that, अरे एक message तो बोल दो कि नहीं करना है, तो I'm done. Getting
Yeah.
a closure to that, they just
Yeah.
don't respond. It's
Yeah.
very annoying. Physically, when such things happen to me, 2, 3 calls, and then I just feel कि यार सारा cancel कर दो, shut down करना ही नहीं है. I just want to go to sleep, or I just can't crack it. Yeah, it's a very, as if I can make everything disappear वाला feel आ जाता है. But
Right.
what you said, no, operating. So what I was when you asked, that is operating out of lack and desperation, and both don't work. Attention is actually more on the defeat call के 3 कॉल खराब हो गए तो चौथे कॉल पे पहले से ही वो डिफेंसिव मोड में ही, like from entry point is only negative, पता नहीं
Right.
क्या होगा. So that defeat पे attention है. And yeah, so I think other people, I don't, so what I say is in the background. What you see on the screen will be a very confident me speaking, but I guess the energy is still transferred. Or
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Energy gets transferred.
yeah, I don't know when I'll crack that code, but yeah.
In these 3 days, I can assure you, you will do that. Okay. All right. Anyone else who wants to share? How did you
I
unsuccessful?
want to share.
Yes, Khushbu, go for it.
So when I was जब unsuccessful हुआ था, she was like on the verge, like 1000 उसने पे कर दिया, पर 15,000 का था प्रोग्राम, तो उसने 1000 पे कर दिया. But she was telling, I like you, you are only my mentor and all. But I'm thinking weight loss से ज्यादा ना एक और किसी से बात की है, and she will teach me how to launch myself as a coach. So I was thinking maybe उसका weight loss priority नहीं है. और एंड आई डिड नॉट पुश हर बिकॉज आई वाज थिंकिंग कि पता नहीं रिजल्ट दे पाऊंगी कि नहीं, या फिर मेन मुझे क्या लग रहा था, यार हद हो गई है, मैं नहीं मांग सकती इतने पैसे, पैसे के लिए ना मैं इतना झुक नहीं सकती, इतना पुशी नहीं बन सकती मैं पैसे के
Wow.
लिए.
Wow. I like that.
और एक्चुअली उस वक्त ना पैसे अकाउंट में काफी थे भी, तो जब पैसे अकाउंट में कम हो जाते तब तो पुशी होके कुछ भी करके पैसे आने चाहिए.
Wow. Very, very good.
तो मैंने देखा जब मैं सक्सेसफुल थी, आई वाज एक्चुअली फोकसिंग ऑन मनी, कि
Yeah.
हाँ पैसे लाने सिंसियरली, ऐसे टाइम पास नहीं है.
Yeah.
और जब पैसे अच्छे रहते हैं अकाउंट में, तो जब नहीं होते हैं तब आई एम नॉट हंग्री. देना
Yeah.
है तो दो, नहीं तो मत दो, ज्यादा भाव मत खाओ, मैं ज्यादा पीछे नहीं पड़ूंगी, तुम्हारा ही लॉस हो रहा है, जाओ दे दो किसी और को पैसे, देख लेती हूँ कितनी वैल्यू मिलेगी काइंड ऑफ. तो एक तो थोड़ा सेल्फ डाउट भी था, और थोड़ा सा ईगो को वो किल नहीं कर पा रही थी उतना, डेस्परेशन
Very,
और
very,
हंग्री नहीं.
very, very good. I like this bit. How many of you can relate some elements from her sharing? Yeah. Very, very good, Khushbu. Thank you. Yes, Ashwini.
Harmeet, I generally feel very sad and unfulfilled. I feel
Yeah.
that okay, I'm trying to tell them something for their own good, but why is that people don't see the worth? So it's very frustrating to know that people don't see the worth, and we get mentally dejected. Our self-confidence also goes for a toss, and sometimes you get very confused. There are two options in that. Either people did not feel an impact in the way I pitched, or I did not create an impact, or
Right.
I am not good enough in sales. And but with sales, I've always had this a problem.
Mhm.
Whenever I'm doing it for somebody else, when I'm fundraising, or when I'm doing it for other purpose other than me, I
Mm.
somehow put all the energy in and make sure it is done.
Right.
So I've fundraised for nearly lakhs.
Right.
I've done fundraising for my friend's organization, which involved lakhs.
Yeah.
But but waha, Like, I feel I did not have a sense of guilt.
Right.
So when I'm doing for myself, there's a element of guilt, like guilt of asking money.
Very good. Very good. How many of you have had a similar experience with a client? Like now, how to have a money conversation with a client? Yeah. And from there on, the sale was squandered.
Correct.
Yeah. Very, very good. Very, very good.
So I've had 5, 6 people, and never one person said, no, I will not buy. It will just feel like it's closing, but
Give me some words around like which will describe that situation. Like what was the energy of desperation? How was there some desperation involved? Like I have to force. What was the overall experience? Is what a happy experience or the painful experience?
I'm very confused because I've not been earning from last February
Uh-huh.
is when I lost my job. So till this Feb I've not made any money. So in my mind, I'll be calculating, okay, if I get this money, then I can pay this. If I get this money, then I will plan something with this.
Yeah.
So if when that doesn't happen,
Mm.
you really feel so helpless at that moment, Harmeet. It's just so
Yeah.
much of helplessness in that moment.
Yeah.
You don't know what to do because you ultimately you see that the person on the opposite end really needs that kind of clarity,
Right.
but they
And
don't want to.
just as she's also talking, right? As she's also talking, also understand what's the kind of energy she's bringing into the sales environment. Observe and then relate with yourself also. Okay. Very, very powerful, Ashwini.
So the other person on my side is always promising, but they don't. So it's so kind of very painful and very frustrating.
Very, very good.
Honestly, I'm telling you, Harmeet, I have I have blocked 2, 3 friends because of that.
Can you see the cost that we are also paying? Costs are not always financial. Sometimes they are emotional, social.
And because I go through Sagar's class, because I go through Harmeet, because I go through a lot of self-healing, then I will come again and say, okay, I'm a coach. I'm not supposed to show my frustration. After 2 or 3 days, I'll unblock them again. But it's it's very self-defeating to know that the people who you really know need the service, people who know you for a long term, they don't even want to invest 99 rupees or 199 rupees or 1999 rupees. It's very frustrating, honestly, Harmeet. Very, very frustrating.
Got it. Got it. How many of you can sense a sense of dejection and fear and frustration where she is, right? Very, very good. And in that environment, you're looking to get a successful sales, right? Oh my God. All right. Nilangani, you want to share like what was your experience?
Yeah, actually, now I relate when I do something offline. It's my professional fees, or I'm discussing about the operation or IVF. It is in the space that you will get this,
Yeah.
outcome will be this. And
Yeah.
when I'm doing this online, it is something else.
Yes.
And when I'm doing online, I think now today I realized there is not much difference between when I actually did some sales and
Uh-huh.
when I did not do, because I keep a lot of confusion in my head, because when it's a webinar, and then when there are few conversions also, that time maybe for fraction of seconds I would be like, oh yeah, thank you,
Yeah.
convert हुई. लेकिन immediately मेरा critic बोलेगा इतना ही तो हुआ है.
Right.
And then I never ever made myself happy कि हाँ sales हुआ है, I have started this program, I am creating impact. तो जब sales हुआ भी नहीं है, उस समय भी मेरे वही emotions थे. मतलब
Very,
I
very good.
found I did not have different emotions. Sale हुआ और sale नहीं हुआ.
What is the energy that you're bringing in the sales? And you only said कि मैं खुद confused रहती हूँ, right? In my head
Yeah,
there is confusion. You said this.
no, like
Uh,
today, suppose webinar is over and मेरे 2 conversions हो गए हैं, then that 2 के लिए भी मैं happy नहीं हूँ.
very, very good. Brilliant. Thank you for sharing that. Now you said something, and how many of you noticed you said something very, very profound and brilliant. You know, I am confused in my head. Now, how many of you want to know a very powerful secret? Ultimately, you will only communicate what is in your head, consciously or subconsciously. So if you have confusion in your head, guess what you are communicating subconsciously? Confusion. And I'm telling you, confusion is the biggest conversion killer. Biggest conversion killer. Confusion and desperation has killed more sales than anything put together. I'm telling you, if you confuse, you lose. This is the law in the world of marketing and sales. If you confuse, you lose. Simple. How many of you are learning something there? Okay, I am inviting all of you to look at both the pages of your copy. Like successful and unsuccessful. Look at both the pages together and tell me what is opening up for you? What are you learning? I've not even taught anything, by the way. Yes, Dipinder.
Yeah, because my both of the pages are like that only. And what came up are like emotionally, पहले वाले में, I was
Yeah.
trying to connect with that person.
Yeah.
क्या है?
Yeah.
When I am in this, where जिस दिन सेल नहीं हुई या जिस दिन मैंने
हाँ.
कोशिश की, that day I am just कि okay ठीक है, सबका वही प्रॉब्लम है, सेम प्रॉब्लम है. I am not that connected with that people because somewhere in my mind it is बेचना है, ये
Very,
प्रोग्राम देना है. It is
very
not
good.
coming from कि देना नहीं देना, इसको हेल्प करना है. The focus is on not my selling target.
Very, very good. Very, very good.
Second,
Brilliant.
अब आप उसके साथ बैठे ही ऐसे हो, मतलब आई वाज लिविंग दैट मोमेंट. दूसरी चीज फिजिकली कंपेलिंग नहीं है उतने कि हम कर देंगे या कुछ कर देंगे. ठीक है, हो जाएगा, प्रोग्राम है, बने पड़े हैं, देखते हैं. एंड देन देयर कम कंफ्यूजन. यार ये इतना पे भी करेंगे जितना मैं इसके साथ टाइम लगा रही हूँ, आधे घंटे में सेल को क्लोज करना था, पूछ लिया क्या दिक्कत है, बता दिया सॉल्यूशन क्या है, इसके आगे क्या बताऊंगी. ऑल दिस चैटर, इवन आई एम नॉट इवन फोकसिंग कि यार उसका सुनो, उसको सिर्फ उसका पेन पॉइंट वापस बताना है तुम्हें. यू नीड नॉट टू फॉलो द प्रोटोकॉल कि पहले 15 मिनट में उसको ये पूछना है, फिर उसको ये बोलना है, फिर उसको ये बोलना है. बिकॉज एंड व्हेन यू लर्न मोर इनटू दिस एंड देन यू ट्राई टू implement that hampers, because that time I am not true me.
Wow. Wow. This is gold what you're sharing. This is gold.
When I'm true, I'm authentic, I need not even remember any template. I tell you, connect, bolo. And when I'm having 3 programs, L1, L2, L3, I am confused. इसको दूं कौन सा? इसको मास्टरी बेचूं, इसको 14,000 वाला बेचूं, इसको 500 वाले में अंदर करूं पहले.
Yes.
Getting it? Why so much of that? And I have experienced it, and this was my reflection to me.
Wow.
And in past 1 week I have reflected that. मैंने कहा अभी बंद करो, बाकी सारा सिर्फ एक प्रोग्राम रहेगा, उसी के साथ मैं कॉल में एंटर होंगी, बस वही बोला जाएगा. That is what I'm going to do. Till I hit the number of 100 in this, I am not going to talk about मेरा मास्टरी, मेरा ये, मेरा फलान, मेरा ढिमकान. सब साइड हो जाओ, जो अच्छा चल रहा है यही जाएगा और यही बोलेगा, और मैं इसी क्लैरिटी के साथ बैठने वाली हूँ.
Very, very good.
राइट. और जैसे ही लग रहा है कि ये नहीं लेगा, तो मैं खुद उसकी पेइंग पोटेंशियल को डाउट कर रही हूँ.
Very, very good.
एंड दैट इज फ्रॉम, उसके पास पेइंग पोटेंशियल होगा भी, बट वो ये सोचेगा ये मुझे 3 क्यों बता रही है, खुद ही क्लियर नहीं है मेरे को क्या देना है इसमें. मेरे पास ये भी है, मेरे पास ये भी है, आप ये भी कर सकते हो, आप अगर करना चाहो तो मास्टरी भी कर सकते हो. मैंने उसी को कंफ्यूज कर दिया. दैट अगेन, कंफ्यूज यू लूज. आई एम डेस्परेट, बेचना है.
And you said something very, very profound. Let me give you one of the biggest hack to conversions. It's almost like a hack, okay? One of the biggest hacks to conversions is your connection with that client, with that person authentic है कि is it target driven or number driven कि ये achieve करना है. Connections, when you're authentically connected, that is what gives you conversions. And if you're not connected, no connection, no conversion. Simple as that.
Exactly.
And you will learn the nuances of what I'm telling as we move forward in the day. And because how many of you can see, agar, let us say, aapne successful, how many of you, all of you, I believe, have written the successful wala on the left page, I assume? Yeah? And unsuccessful wala aapne right page pe likha hoga, right? That's what I assume. Now, just sell them from the left page, no? I'm telling you, if you can do that ongoingly, you will make more numbers, you will make more money, you will be more successful than anything else. You already have been successful, yes or no, in sales, and you have also been unsuccessful at it. The ratio might be a little different, but that doesn't mean you don't know how to sell. And I'm telling you, connection and confusion are the biggest conversion killers. And if there is something that I never recommend anyone to do, is to sell with the energy of desperation. It will shoo a customer away. Okay. And let me move forward, and you're going to examine something very, very different, very, very profound, which nobody actually talks about that stuff.
Harmeet, can I ask one question?
Sure.
Actually, what I have seen.
Can you just check with Shesha once? Yeah. Khushbu?
Yeah, so what I have seen, whenever there was success in sales, that time I was serious about making money. So I was focused on money basically कि पैसे बनाने हैं, इतने conversions होंगे तो ऐसे इतने पैसे आएंगे. And when I have not done sales, there was not desperation, there was no hunger, and I
Right.
was not serious. I was not focused on money.
Yeah.
So it is contradictory to what you are saying now.
I will talk about it. Abhi contradiction make there are a lot of gaps, which when filled, you will not say this statement. The statement won't
Okay.
really come. Okay. We will talk about it. This is very because you have to also see what will really, really work for you. When you, let us say, when you are wanting money, when you need money, you are operating how? What is your energy when you are operating like that? And what is your energy when you have sufficient or more than enough in your account? And how is your energy then? What's the shift? We always want to check our operating grounds. What's the ground that we are operating on? Now, not only that, there is something about sales which is there is actually a huge problem actually. I want you to just look at this element, okay? Yeah. Just look at, in summary, I would say, what was the energy of the successful conversations? And how were you, when you were unsuccessful, what kind of a resignation and cynicism did you face? We all noticed. You have all the notes in your copy on those 2 pages, right? Now, my request to all of you is, and observe this. There is actually a problem with the sales, which actually no one talks about. The source of resignation and cynicism, which is what is called as the dark, nasty cloud around sales, which this is not talked about anywhere. The dark, nasty cloud. This is that dark, nasty cloud that I'm talking about. No one talks about this. Now, let me tell you what exactly is this. How many of you had this experience in sales whenever you are in a process or in a version in an environment of sales, this is what it looks like. What has been your experience of being sold to? When you were the buyer, what has been your experience of being sold to in sales? We want to look at this perspective. How did people sell you? How did people sell you when you were the buyer? There's a dark, nasty cloud that I'm going to bring about, and you want to really, really get this environment, this cloud around sales. And that is why, not many people will say, oh, I want to be growing into a sales professional. People don't like doing sales. They have a lot of barriers, resistance towards sales itself, default. And it is all because of this dark, nasty cloud. It is kind of engulfed the sales environment in organizations, in individuals, in businesses. And that is why people struggle in sales. All right, let me know how many of you had this similar experiences. I'm going to share some, and let me tell you how many of you had this experience. Like being chased after, being interrupted, being pushed, being cornered, being manipulated into something. How many of you have been manipulated or forced into something that you did not want it to do in sales? Being ghosted, being pleading you, being robbed. Pitch, 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 being shouted, being yelled. And then you had a sense of theft, as if किसी ने कुछ चुरा लिया आपसे. Like you have not been given value for money. How many of you had this experience in your life? At one point or the other? कोई चीज आपको बेचना चाह रहे हैं, वो छोड़ेंगे नहीं आपको. They will not even give you any personal, and they are like after your life. Please buy, 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 buy. And they are pitching you, and pitching you. Let me tell you a secret. How many of you want to sell? Like really? Stop pitching. Really stop pitching. It might sound anti-sales, but it is not anti-sales. How many of you had this experience? You are being pushed for a sale, being cornered for a sale. How many of you had this experience in your life? आप बायर हो, आपको पुश किया गया है, आपको कॉर्नर किया गया है. And how many of you had this, like, a sense of theft? कि कुछ चुरा लिया किसी ने. Like they did not give you a value and you felt as if ki somebody robbed you. How many of you had this feeling ever in your life? Maybe somebody robbed you. Now, all of these are positive feelings or negative feelings. And this is how we start to operate in the world of sales. We already have a zone or an experience of negativity in sales. And nobody wants to even talk about it. Everyone just wants to silently ignore it. As if, मैंने तो देखा नहीं. Guess what? Your client is also in this dark, nasty cloud. And if you don't take care of this aspect, how do you think you will do in sales? Now, let me show you the other side. Let me show you the other side of this dark, nasty cloud. Let's see the other side. What has been your experience of you selling to your customers? When you are selling to your customers, how many of you feel that this is your experience as a seller? You are treated rudely. You are made to wait. People hang up on you. People avoid you at social gatherings. Rejections, being ghosted, looked down upon. ये sales में काम करता है, insurance बेचता है. And performance review. How many of you have ever worked in sales? Like ever worked in a sales? How many of you remember performance review sessions? Target, 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 target. How many of you have worked in that environment of a target? टारगेट 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 कितना हुआ, टारगेट कितना हुआ, टारगेट कितना हुआ। ये कोई नहीं पूछता कितनों की जिंदगी में फर्क डाला। टारगेट 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 टारगेट। And it is as if you're hunting something. It becomes a hunt. Then, how many of you have been like felt that, I am being judged in sales? Slammed doors. And how many of you ever thought, this time I will quit, I will not do sales? Like, you do sales, but mentally you have quit. Mentally you have quit. You know that's a necessary evil that you have to do, and you don't have the energy, the skills, the requirements to play and to be the samurai. Samurai तो छोड़ो, आप एक सिंपल प्यादा भी नहीं बन पाते हो उस मोमेंट्स में सेल्स का. How many of you know what I'm talking? How many of you had this experience or as a buyer and as a seller? If this is the sales environment in sales already, and this is the environment that not only engulfs you, but also your clients, then my question to you is, how would you like to sell them in this environment? How would you like to have a sales conversations with them in this kind of environment? Because environment is greater than willpower. What will you do about it? How will you develop a trust? For how many of you, trust is important in a sales conversation? Or for that matter, trust is an important value in life itself. Like that's important for you. Professional and personal as well. Yeah. Now guess what? If your client also wants the same and you're not able to provide, फिर? How many of you at least can authentically acknowledge, yes, there is a dark cloud? Now, whether you acknowledge it or not, the fact remains the same. There is a dark cloud. Now, the only question is, what do you do about it? What do you do about it? You want to come up with nice, good schemes, killer offers? Will that do the trick? No. Are you getting where I'm coming? What I'm saying? How many of you are getting what I'm saying? Yeah. You have a question, Alagini? You want to share something?
No, I just was thinking about the cloud.
Yeah.
And if both directly or indirectly, the seller and buyer, they are submerging in the cloud,
Yeah.
why not to focus? How can I take the person from the pain to pleasure?
Yeah, there's a pathway to it. There is a pathway to it. But first, you have to acknowledge there is this. And that is what allows you to build trust. And if you don't acknowledge it, it will not build trust. Simple as that. It will not build trust. And not only that, this is something which is very, very profound, I think, for me specifically. This was where a game changed for me. And one of the biggest learnings that I have had with Blair and many other mentors that I've trained with was this statement. Okay. Let me share this. Yeah. Context is everything. Context is everything. What's your context of selling? Let's examine that. अगर ये कॉन्टेक्स्ट है, ये डार्क नेस्टी क्लाउड है, अगर ये कटोरी ही गंदी है, इसमें बायर आए या सेलर आए, they can't do anything about it. It's the environment. If you put milk in it, if you put water in it, it will become unfit for consumption. It doesn't matter, the content doesn't matter. It's the context that really, really counts. It's the dark, nasty cloud that's already there in the environment of sales which really, really matters. And I would actually say, please stop thinking as if you can maybe con a customer. Customer is already alert कि मुझे कोई बेवकूफ तो नहीं बना रहा है. And as a result, most of these schemes that most of the people and marketers and salespeople come up, they fall short of it. Because customer is already checking them out कि मुझे कोई बेवकूफ तो नहीं बना रहा है. That is already in the background. How many of you go out shopping to a mall or to a retail store and you are already on the verge कि कहीं customer हमें ये client ये shopkeeper हमें उल्लू तो नहीं बना रहा है? How many of you like check the authenticity of the stuff? Yes or no? Now, today's shopping has also changed in retail sectors also. That's why brand is nothing but a trust that you have built over a period of time with a certain set of clients. If you have to buy a non-branded item, will you not check it for quality or authenticity? Are you getting what I'm saying? Would you check it? Yes. And that is where it is all coming from. This place of dark, nasty cloud is there in sales. And if somebody refuses to acknowledge that with you in any which way in the sales environment, getting a sale is almost an impossibility after that. Are you getting what I'm saying? And this cloud will start to penetrate into your sales environment in ways that you can't even imagine at times. This is where your resistance will show up. There's a lot of resistance in selling, and it comes from this dark cloud. Because as a client, nobody wants to have this experience. As a buyer, nobody wants to have this experience. As a seller also, you don't want that experience that your client should start ghosting you. How many of you would love clients who ghost you? And even if they come a little later, you are like, you don't have a great relationship with them. How many of you know what I'm talking? अगर वो आ भी जाते हैं, उसके बाद also you don't like really rate them as A quality clients. ठीक है यार, ये C category है, चालू customer है, आ गया, नहीं आया तो ठीक है. You're okay with that. Yes? How many of you know what I'm talking? And you're secretly smiling now. Yeah? You want to really examine this. I want you to really, really take this moment and spend at least next 20 minutes of your time and understanding this. Complete these statements and in your own experience. I want you to record and write down the most deep and negative and deep-rooted beliefs about sales. And you're not going to write this. Please don't write it. In fact, I would say I'll give you 10 minutes, okay? How many of you have this amazing instrument with you? Yeah? There's a very beautiful app in this phone, which I'm not very sure if you use it. It's called a recorder. Yeah? Please record all your negative beliefs, all your experiences, everything around sales. Record. And please don't post it on the internet. It will become a viral podcast. Okay? But please do this exercise and do this exercise till the time you feel a sense of exhaustion on the inside. You will feel this in your body कि और कुछ बोलने के लिए रहा नहीं है. The whole idea is I want you to get this out of your system. Get this out of your system. It is not serving you. Okay. So I'll give you 10, 12, 15 minutes, no problem. But I want you to, I'll put the slides also. So complete every statement. Maybe 5, 7, 10, 20 times do one statement. But come up with all the muck that you have when it comes to anything around sales. It is very, very important you to do this exercise the way it is meant to be done. So you must feel a sense of exhaustion on the inside. That's a tip I'm giving you. You will feel it. Okay. And get all your most negative and deep-rooted belief around sales. Please be on mute. So that you don't आपका उधर किसी वाले की और के साले में रिकॉर्ड ना हो जाए. Okay. So that your thoughts should not get recorded on the other person's phone. But please do this. Sales is, selling is, customers are, as a salesperson, I am, making money is. Why do I say record? I could have also said written it, write it down. How many of you would agree that sometimes the speed of the thought does not match with the speed of the handwriting? Okay. The whole idea is to get it out of your system. Okay. So sales and sales people के प्रति आपकी जितनी भी खुन्नस है सारी निकालो. Get it out. All the resistance. Okay. So please participate in this exercise in the main way it is meant to be. How many of you promise to play out 100%? Please do that. Okay. And from there on, we'll take it. It's 11 by my watch, and give you 10 minutes for it. Maybe 12 also, 15 minutes. 11:25, you do this. Okay. Yeah. Go on. The time starts now. I want to see all of you with your phones, all of you. You play full out. Look at your most deep-rooted thoughts. Don't stop. Continue, continue, continue. Get into momentum. right? How many of you need a little more time? Please continue with this exercise. Even if you have done, continue with it. Look at even more deeper rooted beliefs. The better you work at this, the better transformations you will experience. So playful out. Playful out. This is your time to reinvent your relationship with sales. All right. Take a minute or so, start winding up. Start winding up. Take a minute or so. Right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right. All done? Okay, take a moment and type your score. How did you play for this exercise on a scale of 1 to 10? How did you do this exercise? Like if you just like superficial, maybe 2 or 3, or if it was like 8 or 10 or 9, type your score in the chat box. How did you play? Very good. Very, very good. Nice. Nice. Kushbu, why? What made you write 6?
Means I was not able to go very deep in very negative. जितना
No,
भी
but
मतलब
you played now for that you were doing the exercise, yes?
हाँ हाँ I was doing
Yes.
exercise लेकिन बीच बीच में distract हो जा रही थी मैं
Hmm.
WhatsApp खोल के
Because
देख रही
this is
थी
not a
और
break.
ये सब
This is not a break, okay? Some people, there was one person last time he went on a break. This is not a break. This is the time to do the work. And what was your experience of doing this exercise? Like, how many of you discovered some new beliefs that were maybe hidden from your view? That maybe discovered something. Oh, ये भी है मेरे लिए. How many have had this awareness?
I was actually able to see from where it is coming. So I was able to hear voices of my husband and my mother-in-law and my grandmother, my aunt, my uncle, and all those, my mother.
Very, very good. How many of you had recalls of maybe your bosses or your colleagues, if you have worked, or maybe how many of you could see things unfolding for you? Very, very good.
My biggest bulb on was I never, my mother used to always say like if you'll earn more money then you will your married life will suffer. And from since childhood she used to always compare me with my one cousin elder sister, and she's very intelligent and she have earned a lot of money and her marriage life suffered. So now I realize I always idealized her, and that is why I have this belief, because she is, when she got rich her married life suffers. So either I can have a good married life, good upbringing of child, or I can earn a lot of money. Not
Wow. Wow. How many of you uncovered what selling is? What customers are for you? पैसे आसानी से नहीं बनते. Wow. What is it? How many of you did that clients wala thing? Like clients are getting customers are or getting clients is?
customers are like insane. एक बार तो एक कस्टमर ने मुझे डेड बॉडी, वो फ्यूनरल में थी मुझे नहीं पता था, मैंने फॉलो अप कर लिया एंड शी सेंड मी फोटो ऑफ ए डेड बॉडी, और इतना ज्यादा बुरा लगा उस दिन तो मुझे, एंड आई वाज लाइक कि घटिया लोग सीरियसली होते हैं.
Wow. और अगर आप उनको घटिया समझ रहे हो, then how will you ever have a great relationship with your clients? None of my client is घटिया, by the way.
Yeah.
None of my client.
Actually, for customers, it showed up like कि, it's not easy to convince them. It's not easy to show them their pain points. Especially जैसे मेरा निश है कि emotional health parents को समझाओ, तो मेरे लिए वो show up हुआ कि they think this is not important. Mothers put themselves at the last. उनको लगता है अपने ऊपर थोड़ी खर्चना, और इस चीज के लिए तो क्या ही खर्चना है, मम्मी ने भी तो ऐसे ही पाले थे, हम भी ऐसे ही पाल देंगे, आगे ऐसे ही चल जाएगा. So
Yeah.
lot of things from that, like it was like stepping in their shoes and talking to you.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
इसमें क्यों खर्चूं, क्या मिलेगा,
Yeah.
tangible outcome नहीं दिखाते. And what showed up to me, like when I was into that conversation, तो क्यों अपना गोल्ड मेंबरशिप करिए, क्यों नहीं उसका नाम बदल के कुछ आउटपुट ड्रिवन कुछ प्रोग्राम का नाम रखना चाहिए, तेरे कस्टमर को वो नाम से ही समझ आ जाना चाहिए. So it was like for this thing, it lot of things showed up कि उनके दिमाग में उस टाइम पे what kind of time का issue, money का issue, lot of other excuses उनके पास होती हैं, वो नहीं मानेंगे टाइप्स.
Very, very good, Jupiter. How many of you something got revealed for you as a salesperson? I am like, who are you as a salesperson?
So initially when I had to say who I'm a salesperson, I was like, I was feeling so from inside, I was feeling like this. I was not able to put it into words. So
Words.
I was actually struggling to get a proper decent word because the words that were coming were not good. I was like, ooh.
Yeah, yeah. And imagine if your experience is as a salesperson, and "Ugh." If that is your experience, like, how do you think you will sell?
इवन द एक्सेप्टेंस भी नहीं आ रही थी कि मैं क्या सेल्स पर्सन हूँ. लाइक आई एम नॉट अ सेल्स पर्सन, मैं तो बेच नहीं रही भाई कुछ.
Classic, classic. Very,
अच्छा.
very good. Lovely.
ओके नहीं, लेकिन हाँ फिर वो क्या था, अभी क्या है ना, जैसे जैसे सीख रहे हो, बिकॉज इतने सेशन कर लिए, लाइक हर कम्युनिटी में सेलिंग इज सर्विस, सेलिंग इन सर्विस. फॉर मी I'm saying, but there's a journey to make it happen and being that.
Yeah, yeah. How many of you have heard this statement that selling is service? You have heard this statement. But you don't experience this. In reality, experience nahi hai. In reality, it's a transaction.
एग्जैक्टली व्हेन इट कम्स कि बताना है या प्राइस, तो यार सर्विस तो ठीक है, लेकिन सर्विस
सर्विस
के लिए
ठीक है, मनी इन द बैंक की बात करो बॉस।
मनी इन द बैंक, तो वहां पे आपका एक खुद का एक देयर इज अ रेजिस्टेंस व्हिच शोज अप व्हेन दैट मतलब वो अमाउंट भी अगर आपके मुंह से निकल रहा है, इन दैट अमाउंट द कॉन्फिडेंस, उससे पहले वाली कॉन्वर्सेशन का जो कॉन्फिडेंस था उस सेल वाले
कॉन्फिडेंस पे
प्राइस
तो
पे
टाइम
जो,
बम लगा दिया ना जब से बात करनी शुरू कर दी।
तो उस पे आकर, सो दैट वाज लाइक व्हेन एज अ सेल पर्सन, तो अपना एक अच्छा मिरर था सामने कि पहली बात तो यही एक्सेप्टेंस नहीं आ रही है कि आप बेचने के लिए तैयार हो।
हाँ, और कॉन्फिडेंस पे तो वैसे भी टाइम बम लगा दिया जैसे ही बात शुरू हुई। और जैसे ही सेल्स की पैसे की बात आती है, टाइम बम प्लस ब्लास्ट्स। वेरी वेरी गुड। आई लाइक दिस ग्रुप। As a group, I'm telling you, as a group, you have done a lot better than many other people who have participated in this program. Very, very good. I'm happy for you. Yes, Ashwini, and then Nilangini, and then Molly. Quickly, yeah.
So Harmeet, I felt मैं अपनी कस्टमर्स को बहुत सारी गाली दे रही थी, like I was scolding them like hell. I said,
Yeah.
you're not good at all. You're nalayak. Okay, you want to do this? Why don't you go to them and at least buy that? Your life will transform. You're doing it. You don't want to do that. So I was feeling so bad, and I realized, oh my God, I have so much of gali to give them, and also I
And
was.
if
Yes,
if you're
sir.
giving so much of gali to your customer, why will they come to you?
That the again, then I'm asking myself, okay, I understand. I'm myself confused. But why don't you give me a chance? I can see the desperation in my voice when I'm talking. I get it. I'm not going to cheat you. If this is not going to work out, I'll refund your money. But bloody hell, just let's say how it's going to work out. Let's try this.
Yes.
Give me a bloody chance. Let me just try this. No. I'm not going to cheat you. I have been cheated so many times, outrightly. I'm not going to do that to you. I know the pain. I feel the pain. But bloody hell, just trust me once. That was a kind of
Yeah.
desperation that came out.
Yeah.
Tell me.
I mean, just look at the expression when you use the word bloody hell, and look at the energy in that word. And if that's the energy you are interacting your clients from, how do you think you are going to get conversions?
I'm not making any sales. I told I am not pitching. I am not doing anything.
Wonderful.
I'm done. I'm just done with all of you. Go to hell. That is the last word I said.
Wow. If you indirectly in your mind, you're saying to your customers, go to hell, where will your customers send you?
Back to hell. We are going back to hell.
Brilliant. I love this. Yes, Nilagiri.
Harmeet, if you had shown one slide sometime back
Yeah.
about this, like when you bought any product, what did you feel?
Yeah.
Like there were so many expressions, and I thought, no, I never feel like this. And
Yeah.
in fact, I typed also 90% of the time I'm happy buying. But while doing this, there were so many things came out. I was like wondering, कहाँ से है ये? कौन सी आवाजें हैं? So many, my God, like in fact, at one point of time, tears started coming. कि ये क्या हो रहा है? और मेरे लिए तो है कि हाँ, customers है ना, they
Hmm.
want a like 5-star product, but they want to pay you 0.
Brilliant.
So this is what came to me. And then one more thing, as Ashwini said, and what I thought, like they don't want to invest their time, money, energy. अरे कुछ तो करो, because sometimes I feel कि हाँ ये करेंगे ना तो उनका हो जाएगा.
Yeah.
But अरे क्यों नहीं कर रहे हो? यहाँ पर मैं बैठी हूँ. इस टाइप की आवाजें, मतलब मुझे ऐसा लग रहा था कि what is happening, मतलब कुछ ज्यादा ही आवाजें. और कभी कभी वो आवाजों में एक्सप्रेशन था, वर्ड्स ही नहीं आ रहे थे मेरे. फिर मैं से रुक
Wow.
रही थी. बट मुझे पता था कि वो कुछ जो एनर्जी है वो अच्छी नहीं है.
Yeah.
मतलब बहुत बार तो ऐसे थी कि सेलिंग इतना था कि दूसरों के पॉकेट से पैसा निकालना है. तुम कुछ नहीं
Yeah,
हो,
yeah,
यू आर
yeah.
चीटिंग। तुम्हारे प्रोडक्ट का नाम तुम ऐसे ही कुछ बड़ा बनाया है, अंदर कोर क्या देख रहे हो तुम? फिर मेरे अंदर से कहीं तो आवाज आई कि हाँ कोर तो है, फिर और आवाज आती, फिर दिखाना क्यों चाहती हो? इट इज जस्ट लाइक यू आर बोस्टिंग।
Wonderful.
तो बहुत सारी
Wonderful.
आवाजें आई। एंड एज अ सेल्स पर्सन तो मैं पूरी मतलब खतरनाक की, इतनी बुरी सेल्स पर्सन हो ही नहीं सकती, ये मेरा काम ही नहीं है। दिस इज नॉट माई जॉब, ये किसी
Wow.
और का काम है, ये मैं नहीं करूंगी। आई एम
Very
सो
good.
पुअर इन दैट। आई एम लाइक नो कॉन्फिडेंस, पता नहीं क्यों कर रही है तू, मतलब अंदर से जितनी सारी, और मतलब मेकिंग मनी, कुछ और एक्सपीरियंस लेना, फिर अंदर से आवाज आ जाती है इतना तो एक्सपीरियंस लिया, कहाँ से एक्सपीरियंस चाहिए तुम्हें? बट नहीं, यू यू आर नॉट वर्दी, यू आर नॉट एक्सपीरियंस्ड, ऐसी आवाजें आ रही थी। तो फिर मुझे मतलब लिटरली आई क्राइड व्हाइल डूइंग दिस। थैंक यू सो
Very,
मच।
very, very good. And all of this is kind of subconscious stuff, which is already there, and most of the people are not even aware of this in sales. Most of the people are not even aware of this, that is there, and that is there with them already in the world of sales. And that's what they carry in the conversation or the interactions with the client. How will you get a conversion if these are your subconscious beliefs? And this is how you are letting my client is "Ghatiya sale, I'm going to go to hell." And if this is what you're selling on directly in your, this is what you're saying to themselves in their mind. Happy conversions. I wish your clients a great life. Mm. Mm. Clients are idiots. Wow. My clients are divine. I'm telling you. None of my client is an idiot. Wow. And all of this, there was one of my mentor. He said something very, very profound. I want to share that with you. That one statement literally like shook the foundation of a lot of stuff in my life. He said, whatever is undistinguished, that runs your life. So अभी तक आपने ये distinguish नहीं किया था. Subconsciously or subconsciously, this was running your life in that area of sales. And now you'll have a chance to not only get it out, deal with it, and replace it with more productive stuff. Are you getting it? I'm telling you, all of us have variations and versions of this at one level or the other, which are normally hidden from our view in a normal interaction. हम पेपर पे तो बोलेंगे ये तो हमने सारा कुछ टेक किया, फिर कन्वर्जन क्यों नहीं हुआ? कन्वर्जन इसलिए नहीं हुआ क्योंकि आप नहीं थे वहां, और आप इनविजिबली सबकॉन्शियसली कुछ और कम्युनिकेट कर रहे थे। क्लाइंट तो बेवकूफ है नहीं। क्लाइंट को तो पता लग गया कि आपके सबकॉन्शियस बिलीफ क्या है, क्योंकि आपने कहीं ना कहीं वो ट्रांसमिट कर ही दिए। एंड इफ दैट इज व्हाट यू हैव डन, congratulations for still having money in the bank. How many of you can understand that if you're already operating like that, there is no way the customer is putting that money in your bank? Why will they put? You are already calling them ghatiya. And as a salesperson, or selling is would have revealed something else. Now, I'm telling you, all of you have a viral recipe in your phone for your podcasts. I'm telling you, you post this online, you're going to get so many likes, comments, real. This is authentic stuff. We resonate with it. How many of you are up for a challenge? You want to post it as a podcast? Oh, wow, wow, wow. Great. Now, this is one thing that I want to share this with you and show you this. Because this is the tough side that we don't want to admit. Learning a skill is not a problem. But if skill comes on the top of this stuff, it will not work. This is the core foundation. Is it okay if I ruin something for you? Can you take it? I'm going to ruin a taste for something for you. Okay, how many of you love Black Forest as a pastry? Is it okay if that taste, if that thing ruins for you, gets ruined? I'll take the responsibility for that. All right. This is something one of my mentor told me, that there is a lot of muck at times that we deal, and ऊपर से ना हम क्या करते हैं, we एक अच्छा सा कोन पेस्ट्री का लेके ऊपर वो व्हाइट क्रीम लगा के और चेरी लगा देते हैं, बट नीचे हम देखते नहीं है, it's a cow dung. So if it's a cow dung and you on the top of the tray you put white cream and cherry, is it consumable? This is what most people do. That's the Black Forest some of the people are eating. Sorry, I've ruined the taste for some of you. Some of you are not going to enjoy a Black Forest for a little while now. But you really want to get this. This is how people do and behave in reality at times. There is muck and we don't even want to see it. And all this, what all of you have just shared, it's all the variations of this is how the dark cloud lives for you. And unless you don't acknowledge that space and do something about it consciously, your experience in sales and the experience of your client in sales is not going to shift. How many of you are learning something? Is that a win? And what happens when you win? You celebrate, have high energy. Okay, congratulate yourself on being here. Not everyone is here. This set of people will transform you guys will transform your relationship with sales. I'm telling you, one of the outcomes that we have in this program is when people walk out of the program, selling is service is not just a statement, it's an experience they walk out with. It's not just a statement at a level of intellectual understanding, it's an experience. Now, having said that, there are a few elements that I would want to share that with you and would really want to ensure that how is sales as lived, experienced firsthand in real time. Okay, so what's the actual experience of selling and being sold to, right? So this is what we are going to talk about, and then point of time I'll tell you how this point actually moves is. Okay, so what's your actual experience of selling and being sold to? Sales as lived. Okay, so this is how it is for a lot of people and even for a lot of businesses as well. Sales. It is a realm of possibility in which selling is a game. So you have to understand that sales and selling are two different things. Sales and selling is not equal to one thing. Sales is a realm of possibility and selling is a game. How many of you can get the statement? In this game, there are no winners, no losers. It's a very, very simple game. And if it looks complicated or sounds complicated, then let me tell you, it is you and not the game. It's like, for example, basketball is a game. Putting baskets is selling. But basketball as such is a game. So sales is a realm of possibility, where something becomes possible for your client. And in that space of possibility, selling is a game. Are you getting it? So really understand the difference between selling and sales. They're two very different things. Selling is referred to as selling is referred to as a game here, whereas sales is a realm of possibility. Now, what do you mean by realm of possibility? How many of you know the meaning of the word realm? What does realm mean? Anyone knows what's the realm? Dictionary meaning of the word realm?
Space or field?
Yes, it's a space or a field. It's a space. It's a space of possibility. Okay. And as and when we move forward, you will really understand what this space of possibility is. Now, when will somebody buy something, we want to look at that also. And I'm telling you, in your client's world, let me give you an honest truth. I believe all of you can handle that. That's why I'm telling you an honest truth here. The truth of the matter is, nobody wakes up in the morning to give you money. People are dealing with their own problems. And somehow they are struggling with that problem and they don't know how to overcome that problem. Are you getting me? Which means they are stuck somewhere and they are not able to find a possible solution. There is no possibility in that world of client. So something is stopping them. Something is not possible for them. They're not able to do something. They're not able to get a certain result that really matters to them. Yes or no? And when they cannot get that result, something is not possible for them. And when you're having a sales conversation, your first job is to deliver an outcome in the zone of a promise or in a space of possibility where something becomes possible for your client. Only then you pitch. If that space of possibility is not even there, your pitch is going to fall flat. Don't pitch. It's not going to convert. As and when we move forward, you will really understand what I'm talking about. Okay, just a second. All right. Let's look at this. What is this game? What is a game here? Okay. In the world of sales. So sales is a realm of possibility. Selling is a game. Okay. It's a very simple game. The game of selling. All we want to do is move from point A to point B. ये game है. And what is point A? Point A, what is your point B? Which means point A is as lived, present day. Present day is point A, which is survival, hard work, targets, always trying to catch up. Right? Point B, as lived in the future or desired or envisioned future when it comes to sales. Build a space of trust where you deliver value over a period of time. This is how you produce trust. How trust is built? When you consistently deliver value over time. That's one short way of building trust. When you start getting traction for your offers, you put an offer and people want that offer. There are consistent results for your business and for your clients. There are promises. In sales, we make a promise. We fulfill that promise. And if we don't fulfill that promise, we re-promise and the fulfillment carries on and so on. And that is point B when it comes to selling. How many of you are learning something about point A and point B? Are you clear with this? Yeah. One of the most important elements is you have to understand when you are at point A and when you are at point B. Acknowledge that. And when you are at point B, there is dark cloud present. Acknowledge that. Build trust with your client. How many of you would want to sell to your client on the basis of where trust is present in that environment, in that sales environment? How many of you want to do trust-driven sales? Sales that's driven by trust. And not just only trust, but deep trust, authentic trust. If that matters to you, you got to learn what we have to teach, and you got to play full out as and when required. Now, as and when we move from this space, one of the other elements that you want to be noticing is what stops you from playing this simple game? What stops you from playing this game from point A to point B? What stops you from movement? And not only that, there is something else that kind of stops you. There is something else that stops you as well, which acts as a barrier. So all the statements that you have done recorded, what are those? That you have recorded on your phone, those statements are the kind of thoughts and beliefs that you have in the area of selling. And over a period of time, that belief has just become a myth. It is not serving you. It is not serving you. It's not serving your business. It's not serving your client. Now, when you say your clients are ghatia, or that's also a belief at one level. And if that's the filter we look them through, that becomes a myth. It's not a truth. It's not powerful. It gives you no power. It doesn't make a difference. In that case, in that context, I would actually request you to look at and examine what is really at play for you. What are the myths that are kind of stopping you? Specifically in sales, I'm going to be sharing with you almost around like 12, 13 myths, and we'll be moving with a little velocity, and then we'll take a break, the first break, okay? So in the process, so be with me and go with me and notice, okay, what is my myth? What is stopping me? How it becomes a barrier? Because once we understand how things are a barrier, we can do something about it. Okay? And remember, whatever is undistinguished, that runs your life. How many of you were not even aware that this is there for you in the area of selling to deal with? How many of you have become aware of some nastiness or some shade of a dark cloud that you have to deal with for yourself? Yeah. And this is how the dark cloud will start to manifest for you, and see which one is the big one for you as a myth. Okay. Yeah. Lack of clarity. Lack of clarity is prevented by myth. So what is a myth in sales? Myth. Myth ka definition sabko pata hoga, right? A myth is something which is traditional, which is just there, but without a determinable basis or a scientific fact or natural explanation. It's an idea that people believe but does not exist or is false. A person whose existence is fictional or unproven. Fiction, fantasy, fairy tale. Like there was a myth at one point of time, the earth is flat. Yeah. And once we discovered that the earth is not flat, earth is round, what became possible? Travel became possible. Shipping industry started to grow. Movement of humanity from one place to another became possible. Similarly, you are experiencing something in your life in an area of sales, which is a myth, and that is blocking your effectiveness. So once that myth gets uprooted and lifted, you will see a whole new expansive view opening up for you and emerging for you to take powerful actions when it comes to sales. Okay. So from there, look at the inner voices also. Very, very good. I will point out your inner voices. I kind of know your inner voice. Like, I know your inner voice. Okay. Like that. Yeah. Yeah. So these are sales myths which stop you from experiencing and tapping into your full potential. And this actually limits the growth of your business. Now, before I give you a word or two about your buying and selling, let's dive right into the myths. And your job is to get rid of the myths. As I show these myths, your job is to drop them. Can you just hold something? Maybe a pen, pencil, whatever is there for you in accessibility, like this. Just drop it. This is what you have to do with the myths. Okay. Anyone has an iPhone? I hope iPhone के साथ तो नहीं ऐसा किया? Your heart will come out. Okay. Yeah. All right. So let's see what are those myths when it comes to sales. Salespeople are born, not made. How many of you be? I'm not naturally a salesperson. Yeah, it's a myth. There are no natural salespeople. People may have natural communication skills already. And when it comes to being effective, sales techniques can be learned, practiced, and refined over time. Sales success often comes from a combination of training, experience, and a willingness to adapt and learn and put things and learnings into practice. Salespeople are not born, they are made. They're made with practice. That's how samurais get to be. Second, the customer is always right. This was an idea which was born somewhere in the 80s, late 80s and early 90s. And it kind of stayed for a long time, but it is outdated and it doesn't serve us anymore when it comes to the area of selling. Because the reality is, while it is important to prioritize customer satisfaction, it's also essential to strike a balance and stand by the policies of your business and values on which it gets operated when appropriate, because not all customers are equal. How many of you can also understand sometimes a customer can also be an idiot? They might be behaving in ways which are completely nonsense. Yeah. So don't be afraid to call out, but for that you should have a proper policy or a value for your business. This is how I want to run my business. At least even if your policies are not documented, at least you should have a reasonable clarity in your head. Okay, this is how I want to run my business. Are you getting my point? Third, sales is all about convincing and manipulation. How many of you have this? Like, sales is all about convincing and some form of a manipulation. This is a myth. The reality is, successful modern sellings mostly focus on building trust, understanding the customer's view and needs, and providing value. Manipulation, high practice tactics can often damage relationships and lead to short-term gains, but ultimately they will lose in the long term. And if you have been a student of the Sales Samurai workshop, let me give you a hack. Please stop convincing. You will never sell. And by the end of this program, you will understand why you should never convince. There is a statement that I read in a book long time back, one of my favorite books that I read a long time back. The name of the book is How to Win Friends and Influence People by Dale Carnegie. I'm pretty sure you would have heard the name of the book. उस book में एक बात बोली गई थी, एक sentence लिखा गया था. I love that sentence. He said, a man convinced against his will is of the same opinion still. So please stop convincing your clients. That's effort wasted. Mark my words, you will either learn it immediately or you will learn it eventually. Okay. Now your call, how do you want to learn? You want to learn it immediately or eventually? Take a call.
It also releases the pressure of convincing because we
करना ही
carry
नहीं
a
convince,
pressure.
करना ही नहीं convince. करना ही नहीं. Please relax, chill. Because you don't have to convince your customer for a sale. Ever. Happy?
I thought sales is about convincing myself and convincing other person as
Very,
well.
very good. This is a myth. Congratulations on identifying it. No convincing required. Closing the sale is the ultimate and end goal in sales. Really? The reality is building and maintaining a long-term relationship with a customer is equally important for a successful sale. In the beginning, this is where the customer's journey begins with your brand. And that includes ongoing support, upselling, cross-selling, referrals, and a long-term association with a client, which will give you repeated business. So if you're thinking just closing the sale is the ultimate game, actually वहां से तो game शुरू होता है. That's where it actually starts. Closing is not the final thing. It's not the end thing. And I'm telling you, a lot of people have, maybe in the world of sales, they have overemphasized the importance of closing. Close ho gaya, close karo. Not many people talk about the space of nurturing. Nurture them. The idea is how long can you nurture? How long can you nurture a certain group of people? Closing will happen ultimately. But closing is not the end goal or the final goal of it. Okay? Number 5. A good product sells itself. How many of you have a good product or a good service? Is it selling by its automatically, or you have to put in an effort? And how many of you have learned it the hard way that a good product will not sell itself? You have to market and sell it, even the best of the products. Yeah. Now, the reality is this. Even the best products or services require effective marketing and communication with efforts and sales efforts to reach the right audience and convey their value. Salespeople play a critical role in translating this product benefits and features, which will ultimately resonate with your customers. And in the era of today, if your business thinks that you can do without marketing, I wish you happy growth. A good product will not sell itself. How many of you attended the marketing program with me? Yeah. In the marketing workshop, how many of you learned that a good product will not sell itself? Like you really learned that. We are not living in a product-driven business in a product-driven world anymore. So if you have a good product or a good service, it will not sell by itself. You have to put effort in an area of selling. Okay. And how do you put it? How do you nurture it? There are strategies which I will reveal as we move along. Number 6, customers only care about features and benefits. Really? This is a big myth for a lot of people. Customers care about how a product or a service actually solves their specific problem. Focusing on tailored solutions is more effective than just listing features. People are looking for benefits. For sure, there is no two ways about it. But are they just looking for benefits only? No. You have to solve a certain specific problem for them. Next, Sales is all about talking and pitching. Sales is all about pitching, pitching, pitching. How many of you have it? This is a myth. Congratulations. Your myth is about to break. It's never about talking or pitching. In fact, don't pitch if you want to sell. Okay. The real thing, listening is the most underrated and crucial skill in sales. Not only that, effective salespeople spend most of their time understanding the needs of the customer and concerns rather than delivering a sales pitch. They ask the right questions, they actively listen, and give a tailored solution for their specific challenges and situations. Sales is not about talking and pitching. In fact, good salesperson is somebody who can really, really listen. Listen for specific challenges of the customer. And then you intentionally want to solve those challenges. Number 8. Oh, this one's the big one for a lot of people. Price is the primary factor influencing a purchase decision. How many of you have this for yourself? Would you like to sell your diamond at 5,000? Yeah. Price is never the factor. In fact, I'm giving you something. Price is never a problem. In fact, it is never even an objection. Huh? Harmeet, what are you saying? Price is never an objection. Repeat after me. Repeat after me. Price is never an objection. All of you, do it like this, okay? Do it like this. Price is never an objection. Ask me why.
100 पर अकाउंट में पेइंग कैपेसिटी भी तो होनी चाहिए ना.
ये सब बात की बातें आती है खुशबू, ये सब बात की बातें आती है. पहले मेरे साथ चलो. Understand what I'm actually saying. Price is never an objection. As a salesperson, this is how you want to operate. Is it the truth? No. But it's a very, very powerful vantage point to operate in sales. I'm telling you this. Price is never an objection. Ask me why.
Why? Why, Harmeet?
Price is never an objection. Value is. So if somebody is talking price to you, you want to start talking value to them. I'm telling you, a lot of people get stopped in charging high ticket. Like a price will just not come onto their lips. They want to sell a product or something. Let us say in a coaching business, they want to sell something for 1 lakh or 2 lakh. That word will just not come on your lips. How many of you know what I'm talking? Yeah? I'm telling you, objection is at your end. Client के end पे objection नहीं है. Client के end पे सिर्फ objection रहता है value का. क्या मुझे इतना पैसा मैं दूंगा? क्या मुझे इतनी value मिलेगी? Now my whole question is, let us say if you are, how many of you know that Mercedes is a premium car? Right? The average good price of a Mercedes, minimum, the lowest models also start selling at like 35, 40 lakhs. And they go up 10 crores. Yes? Now let us say if for a reason, there is a specific genuine reason, and you're getting a S-Class for 25 lakhs. S-Class Mercedes. How many of you will be really looking to buy it? You don't have the money, but you will make arrangements to get that money because you know if you get that 25, you can easily the next day you can sell it for an expensive price. Yes or no? Yes or no? Exactly my point. Because you don't have a doubt on the value of it. When your clients don't have a doubt on the value of your service or a product that you're delivering, price is never an objection. In fact, when ask me this question on pricing, when we do the objection handling, when I teach you objection handling, okay, I'll give you solid answers. But how many of you, this was also kind of a shifter? Okay, price is never an objection. Value is. People have a doubt. Will they really get that kind of a value? The reality. While price is important, value, trust, and how well a product can really meet their needs often plays a more significant role in the decision-making process of the client. One very important element that you have to understand is that pricing is an important factor, but that's not the primary factor. That's not the primary factor. Okay, next. Discounts and promotions always close deals. How many of you have this? Like, discount do, promotion karo kaise bhi karke, and you will close more deals.
Free gifts और bonus तो objection handling के लिए ही होता है ना.
Yeah. And I'm telling you, this workshop will transform your experience in sales forever. Some of the elements will stay with you forever. Having said that, whenever it comes to a discount or a promotion, that may work, but that's not the final answer, really. While discounts can be persuasive, but अगर आप सिर्फ प्राइस रिडक्शन और डिस्काउंट के ऊपर बात कर रहे हो, you will attract price sensitive customers who will not be loyal in the long run. Discounts will get you a certain kind of a customer, but जैसे ही आपसे सस्ता किसी ने दिया, वो आपको छोड़ के चले जाएंगे. My question to you, what kind of a clients do you want to attract? In fact, I want to attract कि वो 5 साल बाद भी मेरे से कुछ खरीदना चाहेंगे, 10 साल बाद भी मेरे से कुछ खरीदना चाहेंगे. Will I want to give a discount? I don't know. Maybe a premium. Are you getting what I'm saying? So discounts are not always going to close the deal. They can be persuasive. I'm not saying discount ka power mein discount nahi kar raha hu. Like, I'm not even discounting the power of discount. They're very, very powerful in marketing. But how do you want to use them? To what degree do you want to use them? And what kind of clients do you really want to attract? How many of you want to position your product or a service as a premium go-to thing? I'm telling you, then discounts are not something that you should look for. Please don't go that pathway. It will become a race to the bottom ultimately. And if you want to be in the business where you want to play the price war, then you at least have to be Walmart. That's the business model. If you are not Walmart and you cannot offer something at the cheapest price, in fact, it's a lot better in marketing and sales to be a lot more premium rather than the most discounted. Being most premium. I'm telling you, okay, what is one of the most difficult things in business to do? A lot of business experts, marketing experts, sales experts will tell you this. One of the most difficult things in the business to do is to acquire a client, is to acquire a new client. The effort that you have to put in to acquire a new client is just amazingly massive. So it's a lot better, the client that you've already acquired, charge a premium from them. That's a lot better and easier to, I'm telling you, than to just, if you're not Walmart, you should not even be looking to become the cheapest. In fact, I would dare challenge you to become the most sought after and the most premium thing to go to. It's a lot easier. Huh? ये क्या बोल रहे हो? I'm telling you, I'm speaking from experience and enough evidence. So how many of you want to sell something high ticket?
So Harmeet, is that also the reason why a lot of luxury brands do not have discounts, the clothing
Yes.
brands?
Yes. In fact, there are a lot of brands, you will never see a sale with them. They don't put items on sale. They will never say stock clearance sale. In fact, I would request you to please, जो आपका प्रीमियम लेवल सर्विस है L4 L5, वो इस कदर होना चाहिए कि it's one of the most premium for the best of your customers. For the best of your customers.
मतलब
Somebody who has paid premium, na, I'm telling you, they are the most well-behaved clients. They are the most well-behaved clients. How many of you have sold something premium to a client? You have sold, and how do they behave with you? Nice. And somebody who has given you 5,000, I'm telling you, they will give you more trouble than a client who has given you 50,000 or 1 lakh. 5,000 में ये भी चाहिए, ये भी चाहिए, ये भी चाहिए, ये भी चाहिए, ये भी चाहिए. Don't play that game. How many of you want to win the game of premium selling? Is it okay if I teach you a very powerful framework of high ticket closing? Will you be okay to learn it? And will you be okay to charge like double, 2x, 3x the price? Can you handle that? How many of you would like, if you can even maybe 5x your pricing? Will you be okay to receive that kind of money in your bank? Yes. Thank you. This is a great crowd. I'm loving it. Next. Salespeople need to be aggressive to be successful. How many of you have that? Like, you need to be aggressive. Oh my God. Sell, sell, buy, 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 buy. Yeah. How many of you have seen like Vivek Bindra selling? Buy, 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 buy my product. And you're like, oh, I can't be that aggressive, which means I cannot be successful in selling. We will see. Aggressive tactics can create resistance and can damage relationships. Being empathetic, customer focused is way more effective in building trust and delivering a long-term return. Number 11, salespeople need to be extroverts and outgoing and all that. How many of you have this idea also as well? Please drop this. This is a myth. Okay. Introverts are the people who really and truly excel in sales. They can leverage their listening skills, skills of empathy, and truly connecting on a deeper level with a customer. This is what really, really matters in sales. Not many people can do this. Once the sale is closed, the work is done. Like, paisa hajam, baat khatam. That's not how you want to really, really build your brand and anything on that note. In fact, that's where your relationship actually starts. It's an ongoing relationship building. Once you have taken the money, you have got to deliver value. And you have to do it for long enough time, even after the sale are critical for customer and retention. In fact, in building referral system is only possible if you have delivered a great service. Sales closing से कुछ नहीं होगा. I'm telling you, there are a lot of people who are just focusing on closing the sale. Their back end is not a match for their front end. Front end may they are fully aggressive in sales. They've built a very powerful muscle in sales. But when they don't end up on delivering to that promise that they have made with the customer, ultimately it's a fallback strategy. It's a fallout strategy. How many of you know what I'm talking? How many of you have at least seen a few trainers, coaches also doing this? They have a great front end, but their product or back end is like a huge question. My question to you, is that how you want to build your brand? What's your commitment? Next. Sales is a numbers game. All you need to do is contact as many people as possible. Like, how many of you have this idea like sales is a game of numbers? Tell me. Sales is a numbers game. Even many trainers will advocate, many teachers will, sales is a numbers game. Yes? I dare challenge it. I dare challenge that. And it's a myth. I can tell you for sure. Why? Quality over quantity is essential. Building meaningful connections with prospects and really understanding the needs and delivering on them will give you a way more successful business and conversions than you can ever imagine. So it's when you are looking at playing a numbers game, numbers, one fine day, maybe you will get your numbers. You will get your numbers. But beyond that level, you will struggle to get your numbers because you are not playing the game of quality.
नंबर गेम मतलब
मेरे को कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता कि कस्टमर की जिंदगी में फर्क पड़े या ना पड़े, मेरे को सेल्स चाहिए. कस्टमर को रिजल्ट मिलता है नहीं मिलता है मेरे को आई डोंट केयर. मेरा सेल चाहिए. आई वांट द मनी इन द बैंक. So what you are creating ultimately is an imbalance at a level of energy. And how many of you know one rule of accountings? All credit is equal to all debit.
Can you explain?
Yeah. When you are operating, that you are looking for a transaction from a customer, you are looking to maybe get all the numbers in for your business. Yes. And you are really not intending to deliver and build a meaningful connection with your client. Then your sales conversion ratio will come at a certain ratio आ जाएगा एक. Let us say 20%, average closing ratio. Everywhere you're getting 20%, 20%, 20%. And then you will struggle कि ये 20% ऊपर नहीं जा रहा है. 25 नहीं हो रहा है, 30 नहीं हो रहा है. पैसा उतना ही आ रहा है, वर्कशॉप्स में उतने ही बंदे आ रहे हैं, वेबिनार में उतने ही बंदे आ रहे हैं, बट मेरा जो कन्वर्जन रेशियो वो 20 पे स्टक है. 20 से मूव नहीं कर रहा है. नंबर्स तो आ रहे हैं, but it's not moving to 25, 30 or even 40. I'm telling you, there was one of my clients, in just one coaching call, his sales closing ratio improved by 40%. 40%. How did that happen? He at one level was focused on playing a number game. I just introduced a little dimension of presenting certain information in a certain way, and at the same time, introducing why he was doing that. Which means he also demonstrated testimonials and results that other people had got. And boom, shift happened. Now, if you're in all your webinars, let us say you're getting a 20% conversion, right? Would you not think कि यार 22 पे क्या लेके जाएगी चीज, 25 पे क्या लेके जाएगी चीज? How can I convert better? Yes or no? In that moment, there is a barrier at your end कि मुझे को 20% ही करना, numbers पे driven focus है. You're not focusing on delivering the right things in the right way. And this number game का एक mechanism, I think I'll give it now and then we'll go on a break, okay? How many of you have played the game of cricket or seen the game of cricket? How many of you have seen the scorecard? Scoreboard. Scoreboard पे numbers होते हैं? Yeah? My question to you, what is your access of changing the numbers on the scoreboard? Let us say आपने स्कोर कीपर को पैसे दे दी है और उसको बोला कि I'll hit some runs, you manipulate the score and get the data on the board. Then I will win the match. Will you really win the match? Why? Because it's data manipulation. Yes or no? Now, my question is, what is your access to getting the numbers there? Which means you have to focus on hitting the ball right. Which means, what is your focus? Your focus is not the number. Your focus is to focus on the ball and hit it for a 4 or a 6 and play good shots. Which means you have to do something right on the pitch to get that number. This is what Steve Jobs said. He says, when you do right things at the top line, when you do right things at the top line is a word and the front end of sales. When you do the right things at the top line, the bottom line will follow. Bottom line का मतलब होता है English में profits, और in the language of business में उसको profits बोला जाता है. Top line is sales and revenue. So Steve Jobs said, when you do the right things on the top line, the bottom line will follow. The whole idea that I want to share with you is, are you even doing the right things at the top line? Or you're just focusing on playing the number. मेरे को 20% कन्वर्जन करना है कि जिंदगी किसी में फर्क पड़े या ना पड़े, मेरे को ऑटोमेशन ऐसा चाहिए जो कि 20% और डिलीवर कर दे बस. Because you have certain automation costs and ad costs to rend off. How many of you are getting something here now? You're not focused on कि मेरे को इस जिंदगी में फर्क डालना है. There are two different scenarios. How many of you are getting something here? And don't worry, even if it's still in doubt, by the time we complete 3 days, it will be all clear or all clear. हो जाएगा. Okay? So right now I want you to be in a space where you just want to kind of examine like what really sales is for you. Be in that inquiry, and it's 12:32 by my watch. Is it okay if we have a 15-minute break right now? And 12:47 we come back. Please be ready in your seats to begin at 12:47. Okay, and that's when we start. In fact, I'll play some music. Please be in this inquiry. What really is sales for you? Okay, yeah. Like I already said, that sales is a game. And if it is a game, I want you to just explore this game with me as we move along. Okay. And I will give you a few elements and a couple of things which I believe which we want to cover, few game-changing concepts. We'll see how much time do we have and how we proceed. Otherwise, we can change if you would like to have a lunch break early, we can break immediately after covering, before I introduce the game-changing concepts, because or we can even push a little. Hello. All right. Okay. So one of the elements that I really want to bring, Dev, you are there? I can't see you on video. Dave? Maybe there is something for him. Lunch break now. It will take me minimum 1 hour to complete. And is it okay if we have the lunch break around 2 also? That's also good. Okay. So I can give you an early lunch break if that's the case. Okay. Yeah. I wanted to explore this game of sales with me. Okay. And if it is a game, how do you play this game? Game के कुछ rules होंगे ना ये play करने के लिए. In fact, I'm about to reveal something to you. What are the moves in the game of sales? In fact, I only want to share with you there are only 2 moves in this game. That's it. ये गेम्स में सिर्फ 2 moves हैं. Okay. Game of sales has only how many moves? 2. And what are those 2 moves we want to look at? Only 2 moves. That's it. It's that simple. The 2 moves of the game are listening and speaking. That's it. That's it. यही 2 moves हैं गेम में when it comes to the game of sales. It's not at all complicated. In fact, it's very, very simple. Very, very simple. Now let us examine what are these 2 moves. Listening is a verb. Verb क्या होता है? Which is used to describe an action state of doing of something. And speaking is a noun. Noun क्या होता है? A word that represents a name, place, person, or a thing. Yes? How many of you remember your 2nd class grammar? Now, if verb is a word that's used to describe an action, that is listening. Is listening really the action in sales? My answer is yes. How many of you, one of the biggest mistake in communication or in sales also that people make, people think listening is a very passive behavior. How many of you think listening is a passive behavior? In fact, it's the most active thing to do in communication. It's the most active thing. In fact, I'm going to tell you a secret. Nobody can speak if there is no listening. Okay, how many of you have said this thing to someone? Just listen to me. You have said this thing to someone, which means you're trying to express something, but then they're not listening. And your experience is in that moment is, "Baat to sun, listen to me what I have to say." And if there is no listening, I'm telling you, there cannot be a sale. Cannot be a sale. Now, having said that, we want to examine every of the move. What exactly is the move? Listening. Listening का मतलब होता है to give attention with ear. Attend closely for the purpose of hearing, which means give your ear to something or someone. It also means to pay attention to something, to wait, and to respond attentively for the sounds. Whereas speaking, it's an act of utterance or discourse of a person who speaks. It means by giving information as if by speech, communication of a thought by words, talk, or a conversation. That is a speaking, act of speaking. It's an act. Speaking is an act. Listening and speaking go hand in hand when it comes to the world of sales also. What gives speaking? Speaking is given by listening. If there is no listening, there cannot be any speaking. How many of you would like a demo of it? Or you can understand this? Okay. Let me give you a demo of it. I want 2 volunteers. Who is willing to volunteer for this act? Okay. Ramesh and Nilangini. Ramesh, I'm pinning you. Okay. And Nilangini, I'm pinning you as well. I'm removing myself from the pin. Yeah. So all of you can see both these 2 people on the screen? Yeah. So one of you has to be A and B. So pick up A, B, B. Ramesh, you are B? Yeah. Nilangini, you're A. Okay. So Ramesh, tell me a topic that you are deeply passionate about.
Memory.
Memory, right? Very good. So can you talk on this topic like as a passion? This is like your passion topic and you can talk for hours on this?
Yes.
Yeah, got it. Nilangini, he is an expert in memory and he wants to talk about memory. Okay. Now, you have to do anything and everything under the sun, but do not listen to him. He is going to talk about his favorite topic of memory with full energy and passion. Okay? All right. Ramesh, go for it.
Memory is all about how we are able to recall and retain the information. Most of the times we are reading it, but why it is forgetting is because we are not doing that active recalling and space repetition. How we can do is once you are able to read a page, that within the 24 hours, you have to recall it. And after recalling that, you should have a time frame like within a day, 3 days, 5 days, and 7 days. That is, we are taking the memory from short term to the long term. After a time, you can go with that 15 days or once in a month. That way, you can able to recall that information. Most of the times, why we are not able to recall the any information is we are not paying the attentives. We are not having that awareness of what is. We need to have the intention, setting the intention of what are the information we need to gather it, what is happening, how it's happening, how can I get this information, what's the taking a lot of questions of how it can able to do it. For example,
All right. How many of you can see this is life? This is life. You're trying to talk to a prospect, you're trying to talk to a loved one, you're trying to talk to a family member, the other person is just busy with the phone. They're just busy doing their stuff and you're like, listen to me. How many of you have this experience in life with a family member or a loved one? With your spouse? Spouse के साथ तो पक्का होता होगा. With your mother-in-law? Oh, she's a favorite character of every Indian daughter-in-law. Yeah.
Actually, I want to say something. When I was actually doing something, I wasn't focusing on him.
Very, very good. Very, very good. And Ramesh, what was your experience as a speaker?
I am pouring out completely.
Yeah. In fact, my question to all of you here, why would you even want to waste such an effort? how many of you just noticed that there's a lot of effort wasted? Okay. Now we give them situation 2. I'm telling you, without speaking, you cannot even, without listening, there is no speaking. Okay. So Nalangini, in this case, you have to listen to Ramesh as if you have paid 5 lakhs to a memory expert and really listen for every single word and the word that comes out from his mouth. Okay. All right, Ramesh, go for it.
Welcome to the memory world. Memory is all about how we can able to attain the information, recall it, and deliver it when the right moment happens. Most of the time, what we are doing is when we are tend to try it out to get the information, that information is not coming from our mind. The reason is we have not given that full attention or the awareness at that particular time. And also when you're reading it, you have to give the time space for active reading and active recalling. Once you are able to recall the information within 24 hours, you have to recall it again. And within 3 days, one more time, within 5 days, one more time, again, and within 7 days, again, you have to do it. This is what we call it as spaced repetition. When you're doing that spaced repetition, from a short memory, it goes into the long-term memory. Most of the people what they are doing is they are fully focusing on the short term. They're not focusing on the long term. That's the reason whenever the critical situation is happening, either in any time, that
All right.
information
Thank
is
you,
not
Ramesh.
coming out.
Thank you. All right. Nilangani, what was your experience this time?
This time I understood what he was talking about is the subject. Last time I was like busy ki haan, what I'm doing. Like I just knew that he's talking something on memory. That's it. But
Yeah.
now I understood, okay, repeat after 24 hours, then 3 days, then 5 days, then 7 days. And this will enter into the long-term memory and then I can recall.
Very, very good. And Ramesh, what was your experience this time? And how was it same or different?
It's different because we knew that people are listening to me. So I can put more than 100%.
Very, very good. Very, very good. Not only that, how many of you noticed there were certain expressions on Nilangani's face that were not there in the first time? There were certain expressions on Ramesh's face which was there this time, not in the first case. You really want to get this point loud and very, very clear for all of you, I'm telling you. Thank you, Ramesh. Can we give them a huge round of applause?
And actually, even I was able to understand properly the next time. The words of Ramesh was more clear and there was pause and communication was really good.
Ramesh ka communication alter ho gaya because space of listening was available.
Yeah. Earlier, it felt like he was trying to convince people to
Effort
feel
tha.
that
Effort.
strain. Yes.
Yes, effort tha. And we did not hear the word spaced repetition. Spaced repetition हमने second बार में सुना. Are you getting it? You would really, really want to get this element very, very clear that if you want to be developing into a good salesperson and you really want your clients to have an amazing experience with you, start to listen to them very carefully, very, very intentionally. We intentionally give them a high quality of listening. And when we do that, the experience of theirs and ours transforms. And that is where something becomes possible. That's where sales start to kind of happen or open up. How many of you understand that marketing and sales is a certain kind of a communication with the target market? Yes? और communication का ये असूल है, ये rule है. Somebody who listens better wins. Even in relationships, business or professional, or even personal. How many of you had a bulb moment? Maybe with a relationship, with a family member. And how many of you noticed कि Like you don't listen. And you don't even listen that you don't listen. How many of you wanted to do? I want to do a small exercise with you on listening. Is it okay if we do that? All of you unmute yourself. Unmute yourselves. And say this, okay? Repeat after me. Unmute. Anita, you can unmute. Yeah. I don't listen.
I don't
I
listen.
don't
don't
listen.
listen.
I never have.
I
Never have.
I never will.
I never will.
And I'm not even going to try.
Not
And I'm
even.
not
And I'm
even
not
going
even
to
going to
try.
Going to
try.
try.
Now you are listening. This exercise, this short exercise, was a part of my training in listening. And when you say, how many of you felt a certain emotion while saying this statement? I don't listen. I never have. You felt an emotion. I never will. How many of you are like, I never, like your eyebrows raised? I saw 3 of them, your eyebrows raised. Right? And then
Yeah.
I never have, I never will, and I'm not even going to try.
What? That's
Yeah. And that's when your attentiveness is at the highest. Okay. Now what's next?
I remembered complaining my husband that you don't understand me, and I felt like I was never listening only what he was saying.
Oh, wow. I think this सिर्फ इतना सा क्लिपिंग ये डाल दो ना मैं इसका YouTube पे this has the potential to become viral. Very, very good. And if this is what you're doing to your customers, my God help them. Okay. In fact, I'm telling you, one of the number one quality of any good coach is listening, their ability to listen. I know coaches who are making money also, like they're successful in terms of money, but they can't listen. Like they just can't listen. Like, what kind of a coach are you if you just can't even listen to your client? I don't know. So really, really, I'm telling you, give people the gift of listening. It was only when Nilangani was listening to Ramesh was able to speak. And no matter how hard he tried in the first attempt, he could never get across to Nilangani. He could never get across his ideas. So you want to get this. Listening is this container. Listening, जिसमें वो content आएगा. And if this container is not there, there is no content also. The best way to insult someone is not to listen to them. And how many of you are responsible for doing this in your loved relationship, like with your husband or with your brother, sister, family? And how many of you have children, like teenagers and all that? Yeah. And when they don't listen to you, how do you feel? How many of you feel insulted by your own children at times? Ah,
My
now you
sister
know. Now
would
you.
say, "मम्मा मैं आपको कुछ बोल रहा हूँ." Then I open. Okay.
Ah, wow. We are already. You know how we listen? मुझे already पता है तूने क्या बोलना है. I already know what you're going to say. Let me give you a small. How many of you have children at home who are like above 10 or 8 or 10 years से ऊपर है? Let us say you go to a market and come back after a couple of hours and the child is home. Now, by the time you come to home, the home is absolutely clean. The living room is absolutely sorted clean. Bedroom is absolutely sorted clean. And bed sheet is nicely laid over, blankets and curls. Everything is properly folded. Everything is in its place. And you just enter into that space. Tell me, there was only your child who was at home, right? And what are you listening? Already, he has not even said a word, or she has not even said a word. What are you already listening?
Something happened.
What happened?
He done something. It has been poured
कुछ
something.
गलत किया ना तूने? कुछ गलत किया ना तूने? You have done something wrong. क्या गलती की तूने, बता मुझे. And you're already in a different. As parents, how many at times have you noticed that your children at times आपको मस्का लगाते हैं? You like, and then you are like, क्या चाहिए? They have not even asked for what they wanted. Like, you already know they are going to ask you for something. How many of you know this very well about your spouses? There is no listening. There is zero listening. How are you doing, by the way, in life? Thriving or surviving? Just surviving. Now you know the hack. Listen to people. It's a gift. Give it with generosity.
How to listen, but there's always our own thoughts on the occupied whole space.
You have to be fully available to them in that moment. Physically, mentally, emotionally. And if any part is like kind of less or absent, can you have the courage to say, this time I don't think I can listen to you properly. Can we reschedule it? If this conversation is important. I don't have the integrity of listening right now. Let us say my wife comes right now and she wants to talk something important to me. Now, having a conversation with my wife is important, but this is on priority right now. I will have a word with her. Can we talk about it in the evening or tomorrow morning? Right now, I won't be able to listen to you fully. I won't be able to do justice. Can we create this kind of environment with our loved ones, with our children, with our spouses, with our own family members? This is something that I would highly encourage you to take on. It will transform your relationship with them to the whole new level. But the only thing is, very few of us can really first acknowledge, okay, this is there. We can't even acknowledge. We hate to acknowledge that we don't listen. How many of you would never admit this with your loved one? Like, you don't listen. Aha! Be proud of yourself. Yeah. So it's always the listening that will give you the speaking there. And if you want your customer to really, really share the real thing, the real objection, this is what will give you the access. How many of you have sometimes the customer has said no and you don't even know why they have said no? The customer has said no and you don't even know why they have said no. I'm telling you, I was doing a master class once, long time back, a webinar somewhere. And there was one person who said something. I said, what stopped you from buying? He said, Harmeet, I can't trust you. I can't trust you enough. That was the statement that he all said. I listened. You know how I responded? Thank you for at least trusting me and sharing that. thank you for giving me that gift and that element that you can trust me with this. And immediately it's like ice kind of, and the whole group kind of ice popped out. I didn't like, why can't you trust me? I didn't argue. No. Now, having said that, this is something that I want to move on and move into the next element and the game fit. Sales is a communication. And in communication, listening is the key. We have seen that with Ramesh and Nilagini in the demonstration. Now, if sales is a communication, we want to understand what kind of a communication is it. We want to understand the structure, the bends, the curves of this game, which can really are the design of this conversation in a way, which is really important for us to get the business. At the same time, it's a communication that influences, persuades, and inspires people to take action. It's a game of where we want to influence them to take a certain action. And in this communication, how do we want to do it is we want to understand the elements of communication for a successful conversation in selling. And I'm going to present to you a couple of elements. You really want to look at it and with a real close focus into them. It is basically a conversation. These are basically paradigms which I'll be sharing with you. Now, these are the paradigms which I'll be sharing. Now, these paradigms are not the truth. They are not the gospel truths. But they are very powerful vantage points which will give you the access to something. It will reveal and open up very powerful access for something. Okay? Now, having said that, you want to really understand a couple of elements here that when I say sales or selling is a conversation for connection. We want to have a conversation. It's a conversation. Nothing else. What is it? It's a conversation where we want to establish something. What do we want to establish? Connection. The goal of this conversation is to build a connection. A conversation for desired or needed value. Who wants to have the value? The client. Client wants to have the value. We want to give the price, right? And price and the value get exchanged. Yes or no? So if they are looking for the value, we at least want to know, okay, what is the value that they are looking at? What's the result that they are looking? What's the benefit that they want? Yes or no? And how will we know? We need to ask questions to dig for the known and the hidden needs. Sometimes the client will not tell that. The client will not tell that. Like, Nilangani, you are a doctor, right? Sometimes you have to dig into and find out certain information from your patient. Yes or no? They will not tell you openly or candidly. There is a barrier. And you have to uncover that barrier and listen for what's the real chahte kya hai at the end of the day. Yes or no? And that means at that point of time, what you are actually doing is you are building a conversation where you want to understand ki inka desired ya needed goal kya hai. And then what can be the pathway for that goal? Sometimes the client is not even expressing the real thing. They are holding back. And when they are holding back, you want to provide a safe space for them to open up and really tell you the honest stuff that they are dealing with. You want to really find out what are their needs. Next. Then, where they are and where you are, and to where they want to be and where you want to take them, you want to have a bridging conversation. from point A to point B. You want to have a bridging conversation, a conversation that actually builds a bridge between the future that they want and the current reality that they have, and inside of which you will make an offer and handle objections. You want to build a bridging conversation for them. Your conversation with them will be like a bridge between point A and point B. And that bridge will enable them to go to point B, a place of their desire that they want to go to. And you have to build a bridge between their needs. You want to understand what are their future needs, what's the kind of future that they want to live into, and what's their current reality. And from there on, start to handle their objections, and that's where you will make an offer. Also, it is also a phase where you will present your offer. When you are having an offer conversation, what is it that you are offering? And what is it that the other people are getting? It's a conversation for making and getting offers. And at the same time, it's also a conversation for commitment, where you want to start talking for money and promises. And this is where negotiations may come. And when we reveal the full structure around it, these are the broad elements in a sales communication. Okay. And the most important thing is, if this thing is not there, if this conversation is not done in a manner at the end of the day where you feel and the client feels connected to you and to your brand, and you feel connected to your client, it will be a completely different ballgame after that. Establishing a connection is the most important goal. And that's why, how many of you have heard this in sales? Sales is all about building relationships. Like, you have heard this quotation a lot. What is this relationship? This relationship is the moment of connection that the client will feel with you. We ultimately, whether somebody buys or not, they ultimately want to build a conversation for connection with them. Okay. Having said that, let me move a little forward. What really is sales in reality? अगर वाकई में असलियत में देखा जाए तो सेल्स क्या है? Sales is income. Sales is money in the bank. Sales is what gives you income. No sales, no income. Simple. How many of you want to increase your income? You want to increase your income and you want to take your income to the next level? Be excellent at sales. There is no other way. There is no other way where money exchanges hands. This is the only game where the money is exchanged. But you just don't have a conversation for you to make money. There are two kinds of people who will just want to have a conversation where they just want to make a money. The other one, he will have a conversation to make a difference in the life of someone. And as a result of it, the money will exchange hands. Which is better? One or two? Why? Which has a bigger scope? One or two?
Because it's a win-win.
It's a win-win. And not only that, one of the most important elements, I'm telling you, if you really want to make money in life, become really good in sales. There is no other way to make money. I will also say there is no other way to make money but to sell something. If you're in a job, you are selling your time or your skill. You're selling something at the end of the day. You're only making money directly or indirectly through sales. Only. Counter me on it. There is no other way to make money. Let us say there was one company. He says, if I invest in a certain stock or a certain company, I'll still make money. Sure, very powerful. Now, when will that company make money? Only then will you make money. When will that company make money? When will that company make money? When they sells a product or a service. That's when money is only exchanged in business when something is being sold. Sales ke bina, no money exchange. No sales, no exchange of money. How many of you want money in the bank? Make sure that you are excellent in selling. Simple. And if you can develop this skill over a period of time, I can tell you, you can write your ticket in life. This is the only skill which gives you money. For that, you need a certain mindset, a certain skill set, a certain information, and all of which will be given to you in this program. So make sure you really want to participate in this program with high energy. I'm telling you, you have never looked at sales in this sense. You have never even looked at sales in this way, in the way you will be learning in this program. Next, when it comes to having money in the bank, what does sale really look like, or what does selling look like? What does selling look like? It is an act of acceptance or rejection of something. Example, an idea, a product, a service, etc. Either you are accepting something or you are rejecting something. That's it. How many of you are learning something? Are you getting what I'm saying? Now, what are you doing? You are accepting something. I just made a sale. Because you bought my idea. I just made a sale. Or you are rejecting something. Yes or no? Or you are rejecting something. I again made a sale. Sale, at the end of the day, it's an act of rejection or acceptance. Simple.
But when I have rejected, how you made a sale?
Very good. Khushbu, do you want to be struggling with money for the rest of your life?
No.
I just made a sale.
Okay.
Did you get it? Did you get it? खुशबू, समझ में आया मैंने क्या किया?
Not exactly.
I gave you a certain idea. The idea was continue to struggle with money forever. And you rejected that idea. Yes or no? I made a sale. Can you ask your customers? Let us say you're selling, all of you are selling, let us say, sleeping mattresses, right? And this is what you say to your customer. Would you want an uncomfortable mattress which will give you a nightmare when it comes to sleeping, which is hard and you're not even having a restful sleep? What do you think the customer will say? What do you think the customer will say?
No.
The moment he said no, he indirectly bought your idea of a good sleep. A sale is made. So when you help somebody, either they accept something or they reject, you have made a sale. How many of you are getting this? खुशबू, समझ लगा मैंने क्या किया? Yes?
Yes.
So what is the option that you say to your customers that you want them to reject? That you want them to reject. That's also a way of making a sale. Do you continue to have a broken relationship with your kids? They will, what will they say to this question? No, sale is made. What is sale? Either they reject something or they accept something. Okay. How many of you have given MCQ based questions in your school time or in your exams? MCQ करने का क्या तरीका होता है? या तो you straight up know the right answer. Yes? Or you eliminate the options. You reject कि ये भी नहीं है, ये भी नहीं है. Okay, यही बचा, फिर यही आंसर है. How many of you have done that in your exams? सेल का भी यही तरीका है. Let your customer reject this, this, and this. And I'll tell you, when I show you the complete system, that's when you, oh wow, that's when this is going to happen with you. I'm already telling you this. So make sure you know what is it that you want your customer to reject. Do you want to be piled up under debt loans and live a miserable financial life? Is that what you are committed to? What is your answer to this question? Do you want to do webinars and webinars after webinars with no conversions? Is that what you want? Do you want to give Facebook so much of money where you're just burning money on ads? What is your answer? Kushbu, what is your answer?
Is hitting.
Do you want to burn money on ads and with zero conversions? Very good. Buy my coaching program. Are you getting what I'm saying? Okay, I'll showcase you as we move forward. You really want to ask something in such a way where the customer feels empowered to reject something. It's a hack. Do you want to be buried up in loans? Now, this is a pain point. Nobody wants to be there. The customer wants to reject that option. So make him reject that option. Now you understand sales is either a game of acceptance or rejection. This is very, very powerful, okay? This is very, very powerful. I'll tell you how it is powerful. Next. It's an act of energy transfer. It's an act where you transfer your energies, your belief onto that. This product will really change your life. This will really, really change your life. And do you even have the belief in that product or service? Are you even transferring energy in that moment? And if you don't believe in your own product or service, then who will? If you know कि मेरा product खराब है, तो आप किसको बेवकूफ बना रहे हो? Ultimately, you will end up on the losing side. It's just a matter of time. Now, it's an act of guiding the prospect also. Sales is also the act of guiding the prospect to make a decision as a facilitator. And when you are playing the role of a guide or a facilitator in a sales interaction, that's when you want them to reject the options. Everything in life is a sale. I want you to really, really look at it from this angle. Everything in life is a sale. Everyone is selling all the time. Everyone is selling all the time. Right now, I'm selling you this idea. All the time. And how many of you have met someone or some people? They are always busy selling that they can't sell. That's what they're selling. They are busy selling that they can't sell. And they will do it with all the energy, all the belief in it. And they will even supplement it with the required skills. देखो नहीं आता ना मुझे. I don't know how to sell, and that's what they're selling. How many of you got it? Wow. This is the intelligent lot. For how many of you this is a bulb? And you are sure that you don't know selling. And how much belief you have in that statement? I don't know how to sell. Wow. My question to you, what are you subconsciously selling to yourself when it comes to sales? As a salesperson, I am fill in the blank. That's what you have been successfully selling to yourself. And you have been very, very successful at it, by the way. You've been really, really successful at it. How many of you know what okay, what's the level of success that you have had with it? Once upon a time, there was a mentor, a very, very powerful mentor. One person came and said, I'm just depressed. You know what he said? Wow, how are you doing depression? I'm telling you, all of you are amazing salespeople already. The only problem is you're not working in the right direction. You're not putting the effort in the right direction. How many of you know what I'm talking?
ये नहीं समझ में आया कि wow, you are amazing at depression. How are you doing?
Very good. You explain me. जितना समझ आया उतना explain करो. बाद में add मैं कर दूंगा.
So
You're already amazing at selling. The only problem is what is it that you are selling?
उसने ये क्यों बोला कि wow, how is your depression?
उसकी बात छोड़ो, उस एग्जाम्पल को छोड़ो. अभी इसको पकड़ो जो मैं बोल रहा हूँ. खुशबू, you are already amazing at selling. When I say this statement, what is your understanding of it? Thank you, Molly.
Now I realize I'm not bad at selling, but I'm selling wrong.
Wow. And you're not even moving in the right direction. When it comes to right direction, which means you are busy selling that you are not good at selling. How many of you have successfully sold this idea to yourself? Wow. Wow. Is it okay if I share with you something? Let us look at what else is there. So I'm going to reveal to you something. I'm going to reveal to you something. What is the toughest sale of all? The toughest of all sales, like the hallmark of all sales. The toughest of all sales is it's you selling you to you. and you have been successful at it. Let me tell you in words of Henry Ford, what does it really mean? The truth is you can sell. Sales truly is all about the system, process, and implementing that and following that system with discipline and daily. I will give you the system. I'll give you the process. I'll give you everything that's required for you to really do. But you really want to get, it's you selling you to you, which is in the words of Henry Ford. This is what he said. Whether you think you can or you can't, either ways, you are right. If you think you are successful in, you can be successful in sales, you are right. If you think you can't be successful in sales, you're right. What are you learning? What's opening up? And the key question, what is it that you have been busy selling to yourself to? How many of you have you sold yourself a mediocre life? You have successfully sold yourself a mediocre life. How many of you have successfully sold yourself struggles? The relationship of your dreams, the business of your dreams. But the only thing is maybe your dreams need to, elevate a bit. How many of you know what I'm talking now? Trisha, you miss certain elements. I'll brief you during the lunch break for a little while so that you get to be on the same page, because this was the critical elements of the foundation which need to be covered for you. So I'll brief that about to you. Okay. So if there's something doesn't make, if something doesn't make sense, just be with it.
Done.
How many of you are getting some bulbons? Okay, give me an example of what is it that you are selling to yourself.
Doubt.
And you're successful at it?
Very successful.
Very good. How much? 10%, 100%?
100%.
ये उसमें भी doubt है.
नहीं उसमें doubt नहीं है बिल्कुल.
You're clear that you have no doubts on it. Wow. What else? Worthlessness. Wow. You or patience?
No one love me or care for me.
Wow. Very good.
And no one will buy my weight loss. I can't create results because I'm not good at nutrition.
Wow. Minnie, what have you sold yourself?
Not good enough.
Aha. Aha. Anita, what have you sold yourself? That I cannot create good videos. Very, very good, Shisha. Yes.
I'm the best.
Have you sold that?
Yeah.
And what else have you sold yourself?
I've sold myself that I am worthy.
Okay. And
I can do my 100% of effort.
can do. Are you doing 100% of effort?
I am into it.
But can you also get that there is a difference? Okay, so then what have you rejected? If this is what you have sold, what have you rejected?
In a sense,
Like, what are you rejecting? How have you sold yourself this idea?
I'm rejecting my me time.
Wow.
Any kind of
And you have successfully sold yourself that, I'm busy. Wow.
busy, too busy to become the best. So that is what I've sold.
Ramesh, what have you sold yourself, boss?
I am not there
For?
for sales.
Ah. Wow. Wow. No worries. No coincidence you are struggling in sales. In spite of knowing all the strategies, do you know the strategies, Ramesh? Yes? You have the knowledge, yes or no? Wow. What a powerful, how powerful is this belief? Wow. This belief that you have, right? Is it serving you? Are you moving in the right direction then? Got it. I'm telling you, this is the toughest sale of all. When it comes to you selling you to you, sometimes you sell yourself stuff that's completely shit. How many of you have sold some nonsense stuff to yourself? Either ways, like I said, you are right. So you want to be responsible for it. You want to be at least knowing the direction that you want to move into. Is it okay if I share something with you? That's I think this is something which I want to add now. It's an apt moment for me to do that. I want to show you something on screen, okay? Just a second. We all understand there are two masters of human behavior: pain and pain and pleasure. Okay. So we want to move away from, yes, and we want to move towards. Yes or no? Yes or no? Yeah. Now, tell me what's the problem with this? Okay. Tell me what's the problem with this? Let us say you're moving in life, and you just want to move away. So let us say this is life. Yeah. And you just want to move away. Where can you go?
Certain pain or difficulties are essential to grow in life.
Yeah. I understand that. I totally get that. And in that context, I'll give it to you. What you're saying is absolutely making sense. But at the same time, let us say you want to move away from faith. When it comes to this word direction, what can be the direction of moving away from pain?
Procrastination.
Yeah, all that is away from pain. It's maybe a relief. Let us say,
Towards pleasure, moving towards pleasure,
really?
or maybe more
No.
different type of pain.
Yeah, I'll tell you there's a problem here, okay? There's a little problem here, and I'll tell you how it is, okay? Let us say this is life. Yeah. And we just want to move away from this. My question is, which direction can we take to move away from it?
We have to know where we want to go.
If we go here, are we away from it?
Maybe a step back.
Maybe a step back.
We are life. Where can we run away from?
Can we, let me ask this question then. Let us say this is life. This is how life is going on, right? And you want to move away from something. If we move here or here or here, is it away? Yes or no?
Yes.
If we move here, is it away?
Yes.
We want to move away from here, this point. Is it away? Yes or no?
Yes.
Very, very good. Now, when we just want to move away from something, like all this is away examples, right? We just want to move away. But let me tell you, the problem with this is it lacks direction. It lacks direction. When we don't know what do we want to achieve, what's the towards goal, where do we want to move? Let us say you want to move away. When the towards is not set, you don't know where you are going. You can come here through this. This is the route that you can take. You can end, but end goal is this. End goal is this. You can take any route. In the first case, you just wanted to move away from something. That necessarily does not give you direction. So when you want to move towards something, that is what gives you direction. What are you learning here with this? How many of you have heard Stranger Secret? In Stranger Secret, they say a ship is moving and the ship doesn't know where it is going. It'll end up on a wounded island or a lonely island somewhere. Yeah. This is what is happening with a lot of people. People are just wanting to move away from pain, but they don't have a direction of moving towards. Which direction do they want to move into? They want to sell something just to make some money, but they don't know which the direction. When you have sold yourself this idea that I don't know where I'm moving towards, what are you doing towards? You just want something to survive, but then you don't know what to build. What do you want to build? And this is where the mess happens. Both are important. We need to be clear, what do we want to move away from? And also, what do we want to move towards? Let us say you want to take a journey from point A to point B. You are at point A. What's the first thing that you want to know? What's the first thing that you want to know?
Where I am?
Where you want to go?
Yeah, point B.
You want to know about point B. Now, let us say you're booking a travel ticket for a vacation. What do you think the travel agent is going to ask you first thing for?
Destination.
Where do you want to go? I just want a vacation. I just want a vacation. What's the problem with that statement?
Not clear on the destination.
Boss, I'm telling you, I just want a vacation. What will you ask me? Let us say you are a travel agent and I'm the guy who wants the vacation, okay? So Ashwini, I just want a vacation.
Where do you want to go?
आपके पास
I
कितने
don't know, I
पैसे
just
हैं?
want vacation. I just want to go on a good vacation.
आपके पास
What is
कितने
your-
पैसा है? How much? Sorry.
I don't know, I just want to go on a vacation.
You mad?
Exactly. Exactly. Are you getting what I'm saying? This is what most of the people are doing in life.
But here we can facilitate this discussion,
Yeah,
whether it is
that's why you
national
want to,
travel,
that's why
international
as a salesperson, you want to facilitate. So Ashwini could have asked me, so Harmeet, there are three options that I might have for you. I understand you want to go on. What's the theme like? What could be the destinations? Would you like to go on a hilly, a beachside, or a cruise, or what kind of a vacation do you like? Sometimes the client might not know where he wants to go. You just want to give them some options. That's where the role of a facilitator kicks in. And when I teach you about the process and the framework and the structures, that's where you will really, really get the complete flow of a sales conversation also. Okay. So I'm building the right foundation today. And today, last session, we'll start taking active steps towards that. I'll start revealing the models. Now, How many of you have been to a foreign country or a place? And what's the big challenge that we all face when we move to a foreign country or a foreign place? The number one challenge is
Language.
very, very good. Very, very good. And let us say you want to go into the world of sales. I'm about to take you to the world of sales. What's the number one challenge that you're going to face there? You need to understand the language of sales. Yes or no? If you don't understand the language of sales, you can never successfully navigate the world of sales. Okay? And after I give you this language, we can break for lunch. Otherwise, क्योंकि उसके बाद में अगर थोड़ा ज्यादा चला तो फिर शायद 1 घंटा और लग जाएगा. So I don't want you to give a break at 3 p.m. Okay, so we'll take a lunch break at 2 and for 40 minutes, 2:05 to 2:45. Okay. You want to understand the native language of sales, the language of sales. Okay. So this is how the language is spoken in the world of sales. For you to, every profession has a language of its own. How many of you understand this? Lawyers will have their own language. Doctors will have their own language, right? As a sales professional, you want to understand the language of sales as well. There are certain elements that I bet not all of us know. Okay, so we want to develop a deep understanding of all those elements of a sales and then move towards it into those directions. So one of the first thing, like contact, lead, prospect, qualified, non-qualified, funnel, pipeline, net run rate, batting average, sales closing ratio, network, walking the talk, offer, promise, commitment. These are the language, these are the terminology, this is the glossary. But I'll give you certain terms as well, which you can take notes of, or I can even send you a PDF version of it if you would like. Contact क्या होता है in the world of sales, in the language of sales? Okay. A contact in sales is an individual whose contact information is in your database and it has been qualified, which means it is where the next step in your sales process starts. And if you don't have people that you can contact for having a sales conversation, you first need to build this information, build this database. Are you getting what I'm saying? So that is the definition of the word contact when it comes to sales. Lead. This is a word that I'm pretty sure many people don't know the difference of, but they just don't know the word. Okay, they have heard this word from a lot of trainers and online spaces and all that. Leads. What is a lead? A lead is a new individual or a business entity that has entered your database after a successful engagement with your company's content, and you haven't sold them anything yet. They are prospective buyers. That's a lead. And they have already successfully engaged with your company's content. It could be a lead magnet. It could be a webinar that they have attended. Now, not many people really understand it, but even a webinar is a lead magnet. An individual who has just successfully engaged with your company's content and has become a lead. They've given you their name, email ID, address, and phone number. Prospect. When a deal is associated with a contact, कि ये deal है, it becomes a prospect. When we are looking for ये deal है, ये इस बंदे के साथ associated है, this is the person that we want to speak to, then it becomes a prospect. Now, prospect can be of two types, qualified or unqualified. Qualified prospect is someone who has shown interest in buying your product or service. An unqualified prospect is somebody who has not been nurtured enough or who may have the need but they are not aware of your solution. I'm telling you, this is where the gold mine is. This is where the gold mine is. How many of you want to be really, really successful and really want to make tons and tons of money? Find a way to nurture this. You will make tons and tons of money. This is where your effort should be. And in here, getting leads and nurturing them. You'll make a lot more money than anything else put together. Is it easy? You bet. Sales funnel. I'm very sure all of you have heard the word funnel, sales funnel, marketing funnel, and all whatnot about funnels, okay? But let me tell you what exactly is a sales funnel, and please don't allow anybody to tell you anything different around it, okay? Sales funnel is also called a purchase funnel, which means it is a visual representation of the customer's journey, depicting the sales processes from awareness to action. It's actually a breakdown of each step someone has to take in order to be your customer. So customer's journey with your brand, like what will their purchasing journey look like? That is called a sales funnel. Are you getting what I'm saying? Yes or no? Hello? Khushbu, are you getting it?
Yeah.
It's a visual representation of the customer's journey. That's a sales funnel. Net run rate. Somebody will say कि आपका batting average क्या है या net run rate क्या है in sales. How many of you would go for a toss? How many of you ये क्या पूछ रहा है? ये out of the syllabus question आ गया. How many of you have a tendency to do something like this? Like net run rate. है? Net run rate क्या होता है? मेरे को तो sales नहीं आती. ये मेरे को sales का PhD का सवाल पूछ रहा है. Yeah? You want to, that's why I said you want to understand the verbology or the language of sales. Net run rate is something which is a metric that you use to forecast your future cash flows. आपका future cash कहां से आएगा? आपका net run rate का formula is a total revenue in period divided by the number of days in a period into 365. Let us say the revenue in a period of 3 months is 30 lakhs. Divided by number of days in a period, 90. Okay? And into 365. That is your net run rate, which means that's the amount of money or something that is predictably there for your future cash flows. This is called a net run rate. Are you getting it? Okay. This is important for us to know in sales. It helps us understand the journey of a sales professional a little better. It gives you an insight. Okay, how long have you been really, really playing the game of sales? What has been your net run rate in the last month, last 2 quarters, last 3 quarters? The most of the problem in specifically in training and coaching is they are taking ad hoc actions and survival-based strategies. And inside of it, some months they will make certain X, other months they will make X plus delta X or Y or Z, and they don't have a predictable income in their business. How many of you are facing this issue in your life? Some months it's X, some months it's Y, some months it's Z, and sometimes it is just, it drops to the lowest bottom. And you don't have a proper average and you don't know. And one question that plays on your mind always is, where is my next client coming from? How much cash will I get? How many of you are worried about your future cash flows? Like every month, the month starts and यहाँ पे टेंशन का मीटर चालू हो जाता है कि इस महीने कितना बनेगा. You already know कि इतना जाएगा. You already know कि क्योंकि certain costs are fixed in your business. You know कि this has to go. And then you're financially juggling and balancing all the acts and you don't know what to do and what to manage and what not to manage. Because you have a poor net run rate. And net run rate, I'm telling you, net run rate is for people who want to be professionals, like who want to be pros in the game, not just gully level cricketers. They want to play cricket in the stadium and they want to maintain all their stats. This is where you start to becoming a samurai. You want to do it professionally, not like a gully cricket. How many of you can understand the difference now? How many of you are beginning to realize? How many of you have at least been beginning to realize that you have been playing gully cricket? Seriously, gully cricket. You know, there is stuff that you can get away with when you play gully cricket, yes or no? There is stuff that you can get away with. But when it comes to playing the game in the stadium with the lights and the cameras, you can't get away with even a small snick. Like you can't get. Now, the choice is yours, whether you want to play gully cricket or you want to play match in a stadium. If you choose to play match in a stadium, right? I'm telling you, you have surpassed all the competition of the gully cricket. They're playing a different game, you're playing a different game. My question to you, how would you like to play the game of sales also? Do you want to be a pro or an amateur? You decide. And if you want to be a pro, there's a journey to it. There is a phases to it. This is called the net run rate. And that's why you need to know this terminology. Okay. Next. Sales closing ratio. What is your batting average? What is your batting average? Bhi bola jata hai isko. Sales closing ratio. It's a metric which is used to compare the number of sales proposals or the deals you close. Let us say you made 10 offers and you close 4 out of, which means what is your sales closing ratio? You made 10 offers and you closed 4. What's your sales closing ratio?
25.
40%. 10 में से 4, 40% ना?
40%.
Yeah. You'll be back by when, Nilangini?
minutes.
Okay, yeah, we are anyways about to go on a break after I give you these definitions. We are going on a break, on a lunch break. Network is it means building new and existing connections, new connections also. Encourages a salesperson to build leads by tapping into his personal or professional networks to find qualified leads through referrals. How many of you have heard the word network selling or network marketing? It is all about how many people can know you and how many people do your people know, and leveraging that network for a sales. Which means you are actively focusing on building connections. Then walking the talk, it means the whole brand or the whole company or the entire person or whatever that brand is all about. They're getting their act together to deliver on what is promised to its customers. Not just said, but delivered. Offer means to present something as an act that can either be accepted or rejected. To bring forth a proposal, to put forward something for consideration. Promise. It's a commitment by someone to do or not to do something. As a noun, it means a declaration assuring that one will or will not be doing something. As a verb, it means to commit oneself to do or give something. There are promises in sales. You have to manage a promise. And conversions. Conversions is nothing but effectiveness of a particular sales strategy. How effective is a particular sales strategy? Do you want to do webinars? Do you want to do one-on-one closing? Or do you want to do boot camp? Whatever the style, the effectiveness of a particular sales strategy is when we start measuring it, which means how do we convert a lead into a paying client is called conversion. How do you increase your conversion, which means how do you increase your sales? Commitment. It's that a deal can be safely expected to close in the future. It means you have advanced your sale. It means you have put forward the sale to the next level. You have forwarded the sale, right? And what is sales all about? Sales is all about them. It's never about you. Okay. We will take it from there. We will take it from here. And I think it's time for you that you guys have a lunch break, a well-deserved lunch break. We'll start. It's 2:12. We start at 3. Yeah, we start at 3. And please be back on time. We want to move with a little velocity. We want to cover a little portion of session 2 as well. Okay. So don't be late. All right. Thank you. I'll have some music playing. Yes, I'll have a word with you, Shasha.
Now or after having some break?
Whatever. I think I'll give you a brief now.
Okay.
Okay. Just spare 5 minutes.
No problem. Yeah.
Welcome to session 3, day 1, and let's get going. So what is really sales all about? It's an exchange between the buyer and the seller in which seller sells something that's intangible or tangible, goods, assets, services against money, right? It's an exchange between the buyer and the seller. Sales is not about me, it's about them, which means, what do I mean by when I say that? Which is, what do they want? What do they need? What's the benefit they are looking to achieve? Designing pathways to satisfy and fulfill on those needs with your product or service. And it is for a mutual gain or a benefit. I also want to share a secret. Is it okay if I share a secret? I want to ask you this question. Where do you think is sale happening? Sale is happening in whose world? In your world or in the world of the client?
In the client's mind.
So very, very good. So the sale is happening in the world of the client, which means you got to be glued to the world of the client. And you really want to understand what is happening in his world. So as to understand, how do I create a pathway for him? और हम क्या करते हैं? Where is our focus? We don't. Client gaya bhaad mein. I am here. I want this. I want the money. And you're not even bothered about where the sale is happening. Where is the sale happening? Tell me. Like, really ask yourself, where is the sale happening? In your world or in his world? How many of you are absent to the world of the client? You're like kind of absent to the world of the client. You don't even know what is happening in their world. How many of you have experienced this in the relationships? Sometimes. Specifically with children, parents face this a lot. They don't know what is happening with their child in school. In a school bus. Is my kid being bullied? No idea. How many of you have been bullied at school by your friends? हम बोलते बच्चे हैं, but the troll was brutal. The troll was brutal. Yes or no? How many of you know what I'm talking? in many ways, we don't even know what is happening in the world of the client. What's the level of intensity of pain that he or she is going through in her daily life, in his daily life. We are too bothered about our number, about, okay, itna payment aayega, itna revenue कर दिया, मेरा 1 CR का ट्रॉफी हो गया. Are you getting it? And I think it's pretty insensitive. You're not doing justice to the client in that moment. I will talk about it, but I want to really showcase the sale is happening in the world of the client, not in your world. Okay? Now, so that's why you really need to understand, what do they want? Unko kya chahiye? What do they need? What's the benefit that they're looking to achieve? And from there, why do many people struggle in sales? One of the basic reasons is either they do not have the right attitude or they do not have the right mindset. This is one of the fundamental reasons why most of the reason people struggle in sales. Now, do not have the right skill set, which means they don't know the know-how or the science or the system of sales, right? That can always be learned at the same time. But most of the issue lies with the attitude level. They do not practice a lot. They do not build their, okay, what's the definition of skill and how do you acquire a skill? Give me an answer. Someone give me an answer.
Repetition is a mother of a skill.
Very good. What is the definition of a skill?
Skill is something which you start on practicing over a period of time that comes as a skill, developed over a period of time, any habit or anything.
Okay. Yeah, I'll share the PDF of the glossary.
Ability to do something.
Your ability to do something well.
Ability to do something.
It has to do with ability. Okay. So your ability to do sales conversations effectively. And for that, you need to have the right information and practice that information so that it becomes an unconscious competence. Very good. There are 4 levels of competence that you need. You are unconsciously incompetent. You're not even aware that you're not competent. That's the lowest level. Second, the next level is where you are conscious that you are incompetent. Then you put in the effort, then is when you become consciously competent. And the highest level is when you become unconsciously competent. So whatever I teach you here, you got to find a way to practice. When the right mindset plus the right skill set plus practice combines, that's when you start to experience fulfillment and success. Okay, let's move forward. Sales in essence is actually about creating, generating, and building a highly persuasive conversation with prospects that has pathways fulfilling on their needs, on their dreams, on their desires, on their aspirations. So sales in essence is a very persuasive conversation, a highly persuasive conversation. Or in other words, I should say sales is a conversation. Yes or no? Now, how many of you are not good at sales? What are you saying to me in other words? You don't know how to have a conversation? Sales is a conversation. Sales is a conversation, but it's a certain type of a conversation where you have to build a certain muscle in having and treading through certain waters a certain way. There's a system and the method to the madness. Would you like to learn the system and the method to the madness? Participate in these 3 full days fully. You will get it. Okay. Not only that, one of the main elements or one of the main intentions of here for you is how do you design pathways and how do you build pathways in a conversation which fulfills on their needs, their dreams, their desires, and their aspirations. So sales in a sense is a conversation. So when somebody tells me that they are not good in sales, I know that they are not a good conversationalist. How many of you have met some interesting people with you can have conversations for hours with? And you've also met people where 5 minutes ke baad you don't know what to say. Or the other person is clueless. Ab kis bare mein baat kare? How many of you have also been into that situation also? Yes? Come on. I hope I'm not one of them. All right. So when we say sales is a conversation, how do we want to have this conversation? The elements of it. So how do you
उसका पहले वाला जो स्लाइड दिखाया था ना उसका उसका वाला उसका तो वाला था राइट माइंडसेट राइट स्किल सेट प्लस लॉट्स ऑफ प्रैक्टिस
Yeah. Sales is a system, sales is a method, and you have to practice that method a lot. Like I'll tell you, once you're in karate, right? Let's say you're practicing a certain karate moves. How many times you have to practice one kick to get it absolutely right with power? It's like that. So when I'll give you the system. I want you to develop effectiveness in using that system. That's where you will have to practice. One of my mentors gave me this. I learned this framework of high ticket closing, which I'll share with you tomorrow. I practiced this for more than a year. And in less than 100 clients, I crossed 1 CR. Like, clear. With just 87 clients to be specific. But I didn't do other stuff. I focused on building the skill in high ticket closing. That's all I did. And I'll tell you how it all happened and all that. I'll share my side of the story as well. But you really want to get that it requires practice. So suppose I ask you to follow certain questions and certain frameworks of conversation in a certain way. How effective you are in doing that's something that you have to do. I'll give you the system for sure. Building on the practice of it is the most important element. Okay. Now, let's move forward. So it's a persuasive conversation. And how do you persuade? How do you have a persuasive conversation with someone? You don't persuade by giving or telling more information. You don't persuade by convincing someone. You persuade only by asking questions and telling stories. That's it. There are only 2 ways to persuade someone. Asking and telling. That's it. How many of you want to sell more? I'm pretty sure you have heard the statement, facts tell and stories sell. In this program, I'll show you the power of sales stories as well. And I want you to ask you, how many of you understand that sales and marketing differ? They're not the same. Let me give you a little framework around sales. Sales is all about asking questions, maths and numbers. It's a math and a number game to some extent, and it focuses on the logical. It's the logical part of the business, and it is like flirting with something real time. You are doing it. Small time to deal with criticism. It's the results are immediate and mostly they are linear to a large extent. You capitalize and convert leads. This is what brings immediate ROI, and it is all about getting transaction or people through in certain level at one point in time. It is something which will give you an immediate ROI. It's almost like salary plus commission is the normal structure in the corporate that you will find or in the businesses. Mostly it is all about ones and twos. Okay, from a game of cricket. Like marketing, on the other hand, is about telling stories. It's about asking questions. It's about telling stories. It's a maths game. It's an art. It's logical. It's creative. It's flirting in real time. It is building in attraction. It takes small time to deal with criticism. They'll take a long time to deal with criticism. If you criticize a marketer, right, they will maybe, तुम्हारा ये marketing का idea ही बेकार था. This marketing campaign was a marketer होगा, जो pure marketer होगा, दिल पे ले लेगा, and he'll be like, oh, my stories, my hard work, and all went for a toss. You say something to a salesperson, next 30 seconds, he's gone. He's like dealing with the next client. They have developed a certain thick skin over a period of time. They don't take rejections very personally. They are okay to be criticized. How many of you have seen sales professionals going for a performance review, and after a performance review, they are just chatting with their friends like as if nothing happened? How many of you have also seen कि sales में मोटी खाल का होना जरूरी है? Like you need to have be a thick skinned in sales. Yeah. So that is exactly what it means when it comes to dealing with criticism in sales. It is long-term and exponential marketing. Work on your marketing. Work on your marketing for sure if you want to build something in the long term. It's a long-term thing. For short term, focus on sales. Focus on sales. Sales is what is giving you immediate ROI. It will give you a long-term ROI. It's about generating leads. It is about converting leads. It's about who has the greatest product, greatest transformation, or the greatest advertisement. It is all about, okay, itne transactions आए, itne sale हुए. It is all about basically, इसमें जो marketing professionals, they get a nice chunk of salary. And for them, it is about glory, the fours and the sixes, and how long did the six was, and all of that game from that angle. Marketing and sales differ in this angle. Now, they also differ in terms of the mindset and the skill set that's required. Now, people who fight the war at the front line, they have a certain mindset for a sales success, and that's a mindset of a sales samurai. I want to introduce you to a certain mindset of a salespeople who are really, really skilled in having those persuasive conversations. And it is nothing but a mindset that you have when you are dealing and having that conversation of sales with your prospect. You need to have that level of a finesse and mastery in having those kind of conversations with your prospect, like that of a samurai. It's a mindset. I'll tell you how it is, or about what are the elements of it that you need to be embodying as a sales professional. Right? Now, as a sales professional, how many of you understand that sometimes business is also given many metaphors from war? Business is like war. How many of you have examples like that, heard the strategies like that, right? In many ways, it is like, right, lot of terminal, lot of angles, lot of other elements can be borrowed. It is like a war. If you don't acquire your client, somebody else will. Right? Exactly what Khushbu shared in the morning, because if आप तो शायद फिर उसका ख्याल रखोगे, कोई और शायद नहीं रखेगा. So it becomes all the more responsibility for you to acquire the client. But उसके लिए जो कई बार हम terminology use करते हैं, that's not very healthy or constructive, or rather I should say useful in some ways and not so useful in many ways as well. Okay, so you want to look at the terminology that you have been using for yourself to acquiring your current set of clients also. Look at this. Who is a sales samurai? Sales samurai is someone who does what he is supposed to do. It's a mindset of I do what it takes. It's a mindset. It's an element that you are prepared to do anything under the sun, whatever it takes for you to get the result. In fact, the mindset of a samurai is when you are in the field, it is all about dealing with resistance and sales. The resistance is what's the most important element, and you got to kill and trap that negative self-talk or the dialogue. How many of you, when you are making a statement of unsuccessful selling, there was a certain dialogue in your mind going on about that client or that situation? ये नहीं लेगा, इससे I don't think he has the paying capacity, and there's a little dialogue going on. I don't think okay, I think इसने अभी किसी और का डायमंड लिया तो मेरा डायमंड तो नहीं लेगा, तो I think कि 2 महीने बाद बात करनी चाहिए हमें, फिर शायद हो जाए. How many of you are aware of this little voice going on in your head? Yes? And do you think it is serving you or blocking you? Now, this is the little voice that you have to trap. You're delivering a webinar and you're looking at, okay, 131 joined, 33 remained. How many conversions do I need to make to get my ads budget sorted? I need minimum 25 sales. Bye, 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 bye. What happens here is what you are transferring there. What is your literal voice going on here? Come on, come on. How many of you have done some Facebook ads? You have invested something with Mark Zuckerberg only to find out Mark Zuckerberg doesn't work for you. And what happens to the energy when you're about to make an offer? How many of you secretly look at how many people are in the room? Like, as if कुछ हुआ ही नहीं, आपने देखा ही नहीं. Wow. And then something shifts. अरे इतने थे, मैंने इतना फेसबुक एड्स पे लगाया था, इतने आए, बाकी कहाँ चले गए, क्या हो गया? मैंने तो कंटेंट भी इतना अच्छा दिया, सब भाग क्यों गए? How many of you have this little voice going on? Sounds familiar, by the way? Sounds familiar? Yeah? This is the little voice that you have to trap and kill. So that you are fully there, present in that moment with that client. And there is a resistance that you must also conquer at your end. Not only them, not only the client has to conquer it to get to you, but you have to conquer the resistance of the client. I'm telling you, if you are a samurai, how many of you have heard that samurais are like highly skilled warriors from Japan? They were highly skilled warriors, like top brass of warrior class, elite warrior class, right? And they were so service driven that when the biggest shame for a samurai was to lose a war or let his emperor down. And whenever that happened, the samurai would commit to what is called as harakiri. Harakiri is a term where they will put the samurai sword in his own stomach and cut the stomachs out and give it to the to the king and say, sorry, we couldn't fight the war. It's that level of a dedication and skill. So I'm telling you, you're already on the side of the client. So you're not fighting the war against the client. You're fighting the war for the client. And tell me, how is it different? fighting for and fighting against? Which is better and why?
Totally different. The whole approach shifts upside down.
Yeah.
So when we are fighting for the client, we are already telling what the client might have not even thought of. We are telling that to ourselves. And when we are fighting, sorry, what is the other one? When we
Against.
are against, yeah. When we are telling ourselves what the client wants to hear so that they realize that we are here to help them and not to like the initial thought that we have this is cheating or all of that, the dark cloud that you have.
This is what I experienced when like we were having sales conversation.
Right. So I'm already on your side.
When the client wins,
If I am the samurai, I'm already fighting for you, which means what will I kill?
My negative self,
Your
Huh?
enemy,
my
client's enemy.
resistances.
Very good.
So you were saying, I don't want you to come with self-doubt because it will hamper you.
Yes.
And so the words you was very prominent in the conversation.
I'll give you some of my hacks, best hacks also. Okay. I'll give you some of my best hacks that I've learned through experience by doing. Okay. And keep thinking what I've just said. Okay. So you have to kill that negative self-talk. You have to celebrate all wins. Like, what happens when you celebrate all wins? Even the smallest ones. Like there was somebody in the morning who was telling that I got 2 conversions and I don't celebrate. Nilangini, I think you were the one. I want you to start doing a little differently. Celebrate even 2 conversions. What will that do is it will shift your energy. Once you are telling the universe that you're operating from a world of gratitude, it will give you more of what you can be grateful for. Second, when you start celebrating, you raise your own energy. And when you raise your own energy, that is the same energy you transpire and start bringing in even more sales. Celebrate every little win. Not like कि दो ही हुई हैं, फिर क्या हो गया, कम ही है. Don't underplay yourself. Find a way to celebrate yourself. Okay? And how many of you want a little hack? Let me tell you this. The day you truly start celebrating your clients, every single one of them, your clients will start to celebrate you. I hope you get it. Then you master building relations that are based on the foundation of trust. It's a building of a relationship. Have persuasive conversations and deliver powerful presentations. As a samurai, it's your job to have a highly persuasive conversation and to deliver a powerful presentation as an experience. Tap into your desire to serve others. Samurai is somebody who has mastered a sales process and objection handling. They can handle any kind of objection. And they have the exceptional ability to project, deliver, and fulfill the power of their personal intention. I now want to share with you some of my best insights and game-changing insights in the world of sales. Is it okay if I do that? Is it okay if I introduce you to a few game-changing concepts? They really revolutionized an understanding of my sales to a whole new level. Some of them are practically learned. Okay. And then I would want you to introduce into something really powerful, which I think is the essence or the core of selling. Right? Oh, so let's move forward. And consider this. Sales and selling are two different things. Sales is the effect. Selling is the process. Sales is the effect. Selling is the process which will ultimately become the cause. सेल हुआ या नहीं हुआ, it's an effect. It's an effect of something you doing right in the process of selling. Are you getting it? These are two very, very different things. And once you start doing some things right in the process of selling, it will become the cause. And as a result of it, sales will be the effect.
So Harmeet, you're saying the effect can be if you're doing something right, then the process will go the way you want. If you're not doing something right, the process will go the opposite
Yes,
way, right?
process mein there are certain steps, and you must get those steps right. Get those elements right. And once you get those elements right, ultimately, sales is a consequence of you taking the right things or making the right things right. This is something when I started to discover, and I became process oriented after that. I have no intention, or my focus is not on the goal. My focus is in the next step of the process. Become process driven. You know, what is one of the issues in this world right now is a lot of people are too focused and too obsessed about goals. They want to do anything and whatever, like anything to get to the goal. Like all means are justified if the end is achieved. I don't second that. Become process driven. Focus on the next step. What's the next step for me to really do right in a manner which delivers? Which really, really delivers. So once you start focusing on the process will give you the result at the end of the day, no matter what. Let me give you an example of a plant. Okay. Let us say we want the plant to grow, bear a flower or a fruit at the end of the day. Yes. So the goal is fruit or the flower. Now, what's the process to it? If we put the seed, we water it, we fertilize it, we protect it, we set up a barricade, and we nurture it. Do you think the plant will bloom and eventually the flower will come or the fruit will come? Or if we just try to force something कि आज प्लांट लगाए कल को बस कैसे भी करके फ्रूट आ जाए, most likely what will happen is you will destroy the plant. I would actually invite all of you to start focusing on what's the process that will give me that result. Focus on getting the process right.
So here plant is process and flower is
Plant is
growth.
not the process. Plant is not the process. Taking care of the plant and every step, like sowing the plant, nurturing the plant, watering the plant, maybe giving some pesticide at times, or gardening the plant, or adding fertilizer to it, and protecting it from other animals sometimes is the job of a gardener. So you take care of the steps of the gardener. And if you do all those steps, and if you have sown with love, faith, and I'm telling you, nature will reward you. The flowers will bloom, spring will come. सवाल ये है कि आज की दुनिया में not many people will have the patience. They will not take the steps to be the gardener. They'll not focus on the process. They just want the result at the end of the day by some means or the other, hook or crook, get the fruit. I want to invite you in your sales funnel, in your business, in your conversations with your clients when it comes to sales. I want you to focus on one thing at a time, one thing at a time, and one thing at a time, and one thing at a time. And let us say there are 8 steps, 10 steps. Master every single step. Every single step. And once you cover all the 8 or 10, I'm telling you, you will leave the competition to dust. What you will produce will be far more exceptional than anything else. Becoming process oriented was one of the greatest shifts that I had in my career as a coach, as a sales professional, as somebody selling this consulting services. And I know by far what I have built, I would not have it any other way around.
Process oriented means mastering skill.
Mastering one skill at a time, one skill at a time, one thing at a time. And mastery मतलब उस गेम में फिर there is really masterful, like you really high level of skill in that thing. Okay, how many of you know what are the steps to make tea? There are certain steps to make tea. Yes? All you have to do is you get one step right, and then one step right, and then one step right, then one step right. And then ultimately you will have good tea. If you skip the step, how many of you have ever skipped a step of adding sugar to it? And then suddenly you will say, oh, I was chini dalna bhul gayi. Oh, I've forgotten. And suddenly the tea is not very tasty. Become process oriented. I'm telling you, this will be one of the biggest shifts that you can have in your sales as a way of operating on with the marketplace. Yes, Jipinder.
Just a small share.
Yeah,
Maybe
Khushbu.
that will help Khushbu. So I encountered one of the client, she attended one of the masterclass with me. And later on she came to me and said, Jipinder, आपका वो सब मुझे समझ आया बट मुझे लगता है मेरे में बस कॉन्फिडेंस का है आप अपना 21 डेज का ना कॉन्फिडेंस बूस्टर चैलेंज अलग से दे दो मुझे पूरा नहीं चाहिए तो मैंने उससे बोला कि सी इफ यू विल कम दिस इज हाउ आई वर्क आई डोंट डू कि आप चेरी पिक करो और आप सिलेक्ट करो एंड देन शी केम लेकिन मार्केट में तो ऐसा दे देते ना आप उतना निकाल के मेरे को इतने का दे दो ना राइट Now that was the moment for me to, I'm just sharing it because you will get such kind of client वो पूरा market survey कर आए होते हैं. So that day she was just testing me कि whether I will give that chunk निकाल के क्योंकि मुझे वही था ना by hook or crook. ले लो यार मेरे को तो करना है तुम 21 डे का कॉन्फिडेंस मांग रहे हो ले जाओ. But that day, just by giving that answer to that person, you see, I don't know what others are doing. I don't know, but I work like this way. This is my process. If you want to work with me, work like this. I will give you entire thing. I'll not give you one piece out of it because I don't want कि puzzle आप ले जाओ और उसके बाद में अकेले उसके साथ बैठे रहो. That day she argued me. तो आप तो कह रहे हो कि मेरे से ही खरीदो मेरे से मैंने कहा मैं आपको कुछ भी नहीं कह रही. I'm not telling you to purchase anything for me. She came in the next master class and that day मैंने प्राइस थोड़ा इंक्रीज कर उसके थे आज मैं अपने हस्बैंड का क्रेडिट कार्ड लेकर बैठी हूँ प्लीज गिव मी एट द सेम प्राइस आई वाज सिटिंग आज मुझे पता था आपका ये प्रोग्राम कितने का है सो जस्ट थिंग इज हियर अगेन एज हरमीत वाज टेलिंग कि दीज आर द थिंग्स इवन दीज काइंड ऑफ क्लाइंट्स कम टू यू जो खुद को पता है चेरी पिकिंग भी करने आ रहे हैं बट इफ यू आर हैविंग दैट प्रोसेस एंड यू से दैट नो दिस इज माई प्रोसेस अगर ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन है तो ये स्टेप बाय स्टेप ही जाना पड़ेगा देर इज नो ऑल्टरनेटिव इफ यू रियली वॉन्ट टू कम इन टू द वे वी डू So I don't know if that
Oh,
is
wow,
something.
it's awesome. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, so that was what I understood.
So my
Maybe
invitation for all of you is become process oriented. Don't fall for the fads. Build skill in all essential areas. All. And eventually what you will build is something rock solid. Something that will stand the test of time. Okay, next. So this is something which really changed my game for the better. Like I'm telling, I'm sharing with you, very few times, I'm not saying this, I would confess this, okay? ऐसा कभी नहीं हुआ कि मुझे ये लगा कि यार, there have been times when I was tempted to not do the process. There were times. But then I really asked myself, is this something that I really want to do? Is this how I want to build my brand? The answer was no, and I didn't do it. I defaulted on my process ever till the day I started this business? No, the answer is no. I've not defaulted. I've improved on the process. Was I tempted? Hell yes. But that is what it takes to stay true to a certain intention that you have. So become process oriented is my invitation for all of you. Whether you take it on or not, it's your calling, but I would love for each and every one of you to become process oriented, even in sales. There is a method to the madness. Second, and please, after every idea that I share with you, you will have I'll ask you, what are you discovering and what is opening up for you. This is time when you will be generating your insights. Okay, so whatever you are learning, please make a note of it on your copy somewhere, right? And as we move forward, what's the second game-changing idea which really revolutionized my sales in as such? You want to really understand there is a difference between buying and selling. When I understood this game of buying and selling, my understanding of sales changed. And it completely went to a next level after that. What is buying? When somebody wants to buy, whose intent is more to buy? The client or the seller?
Client. Client.
Very good. Brilliant. When it's the client who wants to buy. As a sales, if you're doing the selling, whose intent is more? Client or yours?
Ours.
Okay, which is pull, which is push?
Push is when we are selling, pull is when they are approaching.
Very good. Very good. I want to say something to you, and then I'll rest my case after that. Clients love to buy, but hate being sold to. Clients love to buy, but they hate being sold to. Let them buy. Do not interfere with their buying process. Will be my piece of advice to you.
But how do we implement this? This is what is happening in
Do not
market,
interfere,
especially in
Khushbu.
high
Do not interfere, Khushbu. You do not interfere with their buying process. Simple.
Can you give example?
Let us say you enter a showroom of Ray-Ban, right? You are out there, you want aviators. Yeah. As a salesman, my job is to find out whether you intend to buy or do I need to sell. If I find that your intent is to buy, I just want to find out what is it that you want to buy. That's it. And not pitch you any other products and deviate you from your buying experience. And once you have bought it, maybe I can give you upsell, cross-sell, referral, all that stuff that I can do later on. This is a little shift, okay? People love to buy, but they hate being sold to. Buying has an energy of when somebody wants to pull something towards themselves automatically. How many of you had ever had a client where they want to buy something from you and you killed the sale? They wanted to buy something from you. Maybe, let me give you this example. Maybe you went into a certain store. You wanted to buy something, but then you found something and you just did not buy anything and you moved out. हुआ है कभी ऐसा? क्यों? Why did you move out of the store?
Because the salesman was very salesy.
Very salesy. He pushed you. He said कि नहीं यार कहीं और से ले लेंगे. That salesman interfered with her buying process. Let us say you enter a showroom. You are just there window shopping, exploring. You are in the mode of exploration. And if you like something, you will buy. Now, first step for you is exploration. Second is buying. Let us say in your first step itself, a salesman comes and starts pushing some product on you. Would you like it? He's ruining yourself. He's ruining your shopping experience. Gone. You would probably not want to go to that store again.
It
How many of you
happened
are
with me
learning?
very.
How many of you are
It
learning
hap-
the thin difference between buying and selling? Yes, Shesha, you were saying something.
Yeah, it happened to me very strongly. I went to the health and glow show. People pounce on me to say, "You try this, you try that," and I stopped going to that shop because there are
Yeah.
so many salespeople. In fact,
Yeah.
I think that they put so many salespeople to kill their business.
Absolutely. I'm telling you, what happened is I went into a showroom, local market, went into a showroom. I really intended to buy a certain product. The moment I was about to enter, a salesman came from, and in such a condescending manner, as if he was going to pick up a fight with me. I'd not even like kind of store mein jaake, I'd not even breathed easy. Okay. And he brings in this copy pen and this digital notepad and all that. Sir, can I have your name, email, number, and phone? Oh, chill. I just want to find out, do you have this product? No, first give me your name, and I just moved out. I said, nahi dena. You'll spam me, you'll send promotional SMS. I don't want to give my number to you. And I wanted to buy certain, like a small product, which normally you get it for 4 to 5,000, but that us particular company ka wo product comes at 20,000. It's almost like 4x the price. I wanted to buy that product. I went in there with the money. What is your name? Let me buy the product, then take my number. What is your name? I said, find out on Google. Just that, he interfered with my buying process. Yeah, don't be nosy. Don't be nosy with your customers. Don't poke your nose into their business. Buying is their business. Let them buy. You just present an offer. That's it. How many of you are learning something? Yeah. Please make a note of these insights. This will come in very, very handy for you over a period of time. Next. When I discovered this, I think it was one of the biggest bulb-on moments for me in the field of marketing and sales. Want and need. When it comes to want, give them what they want. Sell them on what they want. Give them what they need. Let me give you an example. As children, when children are young, right? What do they want? Young children, what do they want to eat? Chocolates, wafers, chips, ice creams, yes or no? Yes or no? That's what they want. But what do they need? Do they need chips? Do they need ice creams? Do they need chocolates? No. What do they need? Healthy, home cooked, nutritious food. Yes or no? As parents, we understand it. Yes? Try dealing with a 5-year-old, 4-year-old. Who do you think will win? You or they? They, right? So one of the best tactic is sell people on what they want. Then sometimes give them what they want, but make sure you give them what they need. Let me give you an example on this further example. My daughter mostly would want a chips, ice cream, chocolates. Now they are not good for health. I know that. That's what she wants. But what else she need? Home cooked nutritious food. So sometimes I'll say, तुम्हें chocolate चाहिए ना? You will get it. You eat this chapati, eat this food, and whenever you go to the market, I'll give you a chocolate. I'll let you have a chocolate. Sometimes I do let her have a chocolate, and sometimes I don't. But what am I selling her on? What she wants. So understand, want and need are very, very different things. So you want to understand what your customer wants. Sell them on what they want. Sometimes give them what they needs, give them what they want, but also most important, give them what they really, really need. How many of you can understand the difference between want and need? When I understood this difference, my whole communication in my marketing and in sales completely altered.
So
I
are we camouflaging?
never countered on their wants. कभी गलत नहीं बोला उनकी wants को. कुछ भी है, sell them on what they want, give them what they need, give them, sometimes tell them, guide them, coach them a bit, not more, but first sell them and then deal with them. This is what greatest of the marketers will do. They'll sell you on what you want, and then they will give you what you need. Yes, Molly.
Would they not feel cheated when they get something different than expected?
Okay, hold on. When do you do that to your children sometimes? Sometimes you say that you will give them a chocolate and you don't. Now, is that cheating?
Yes.
Is that cheating?
Children का अलग है.
मैं तो example दे रहा हूँ ना. I'll point to the idea here. Are you cheating with them?
No.
When are you cheating? When you give them chocolate?
No, I understand the sentiment of what you're saying, but
Yeah. Sometimes what you want to understand here is the point here is you have to be true to a certain intention. Are you delivering on that intention? Sometimes the customer might not have the full understanding or the scope of your product or service only. Are you educating them enough to make an informed decision? Sometimes we cannot give the full education or the full information for them to make it. Can we just invite them into something on the basis of something? At the end of the day, it's not cheating, okay? I'm telling you, when your heart and your mind are at the right place, it's not cheating. When your heart and mind are not in the right place, it will be cheating.
no, cheating not in that sense, but are we camouflaging them?
No.
No.
No. We are just telling them what they need. Are we really on their side? We want them to win? Are we really intending to make a difference with them? हो सकता है कि कुछ गैप हो कम्युनिकेशन में, वो हमेशा रहता है. But those are the gap points which expert marketers and sometimes salespeople do take advantage of. They are the blind spots in a conversation. Sometimes, I'm very sure you might have heard this with lawyers specifically. उसने पूछा नहीं, मैंने बताया नहीं. Let the world beware. उसने पूछा नहीं, मैंने बताया नहीं. So technically, did I cheat? No. But in spirit, did I did? There is something called the wording of the law. Go by the wording on the paper. कानून क्या बोलता है? Like the word of the law. But then there is also something called the spirit of the law. So how to go, when to switch into which mode on the basis of a certain, what guides you is something that is completely up to you.
I think I am able to resonate. My need was sales funnel and all, and my want was inner child healing. So you sold me kind of inner child healing and through sales, and now you're delivering sales.
Yeah. Now let me take this example a little further. Now, let us say your client is who doesn't know inner child healing, or he or she doesn't know about what is healing, right? And you sold them something. Yes, they needed a certain tangible, and you can give them a tangible. Now, what do I also do in my one-on-one coaching is also sometimes the barriers is in selling or marketing a certain product, or doing a certain sales a certain way. There is a barrier to it, no? Now, once that barrier is there, that's where normally healing is required. When the barrier is about to break or uplifted or uprooted. That's what I do. But do I tell them that you will get healing? No. They want कि conversions improve हो जाएंगे? हाँ, हो जाएंगे. But am I giving them what they want and they need? Yes, I'm doing both. When you heal, I'm telling you, all of us, in one way or the other, we need to heal our relationship with sales to some degree or less. Some a little more, some a little less. That's all. But we all require healing. Including me. Including me. It's a process. It's a journey. Over a period of time, you will start to develop certain elements in healing so that you keep cleaning that up. Like you brush your teeth regularly, right? All of you. I hope so. Yeah. Why? It's an ongoing process. Yeah. Like that. Yes, Shesha. You want to say something?
Yeah. So how do I know there is a gap between what the, the needs and wants of the client? Okay, they are different, and and what I am offering actually should address the. Because I'm getting confused with actually between the needs and wants. Everything looks like in a layman like chocolate and home cooked food and ice cream. Everything looks food. So how do we identify?
Sometimes you have to understand what is it that they really need. And sometimes, because when it comes to your profession or your product or service, you are an expert at it, not the client. That's why the client is coming to you for solving a certain problem. So you are a doctor for them in that way. So you have to do the diagnosis. And in your diagnosis, you need to discover, okay, what do they really need? If need is something that once addressed, it will give a certain output or a certain result. Want is something that they want, unko chahiye. Want is desire based. Need is use based. Like need is need, uska basis ही need है, something that's a deficit of. Something when fulfilled or provided, it will completely alter something.
Got it. Yeah. Thanks.
So this was a game-changing insight that completely changed my marketing and sales forever for me. So in my sales, in my marketing, I'll sell them on whoever says whatever they want. You will get it. How do I deliver? I'll assess their wants and then also deliver on their needs as well. I do deliver on the wants as well. Sometimes when I see the wants are superficial, That will automatically get addressed. I don't even bother there. I want to go to the needs part immediately. Okay. Yes, Ashwini, you want to have a question or something?
I want to say something, Harmeet.
Sure.
In psychology, usually when a child is born, we talk about three different types of elements in the consciousness. We talk about id, and then super ego, and then super ego. When a child is born till 5 years or 7 years, they only have id. It is the immediate gratification of wants. मुझे ये चाहिए तो like I want this, and there is no rationalization on that.
And it जो है था, it's mostly unconscious. It's an unconscious behavior. So these are technical terms: id, ego, superego, and all that. I just wanted to keep it very, very simple. That's why I gave you the example of chocolates and food with respect to, so that you are able to understand the difference between need and a want.
But sometimes even adult, as you said,
also
in
has-
even an
that
adult
also-
transaction also, there
As
there are
adults, we have our own chocolates, na?
yes, yes. So that is when your this is coming into so much of clarification.
Yeah.
I mean,
All right. The next idea, which completely changed my understanding of me,
Just one question.
Sure.
Process means habit kya? Yeah, process means preparation.
Process means step-by-step method of doing something.
So when we need to master process, do we need to build a habit around it?
You can.
Or
You
do
can.
we need to prepare a lot?
I don't know. Depending on what is it that you are trying to achieve or get or do. Process can live as a habit also if you integrate it with a habit, sure. But it can be an independent thing itself as well. Okay. Please keep noting down your discoveries and insights, and also what's opening up for you. The next thing, owns the outcome. This was a game-changing concept. OTO was a very, very game-changing concept for me when it comes to sales. What is OTO? Owns the outcome. Whatever you are doing, whatever product or service you are selling, there is a certain outcome of that. Yes? Whatever that outcome is, make sure the client wants to own that outcome. And when the client wants to own that outcome, buying is a natural process. Okay, let us say that you have a particular way of building a sales funnel, a high converting sales funnel, and you say with this funnel, you will be comfortably able to close 30% of your traffic effortlessly. And you have evidence and claim all to prove everything. Does the client want to get 30% sales? Yes. By the way, industry standard is 10 to 15%, 20% max. So when you say 30%, is this the outcome that the client will love to own? Yes, no, maybe. अरे ये टेक्निकल जार्गन हो गया. Okay, how many of you want to increase your sales by 30%?
Me.
ये किसका आउटकम है? Would you like to own this outcome? Yes or no? When you want to own this outcome, marketing and sales become easy. Becomes difficult or easy? When I claim this in my marketing, that you will be able to close 30%, will buying become difficult or easy for you?
Easy.
Why?
I'm seeing the result, no improvement.
You're seeing an improvement, and that's the result that you will love to that's the result that you would like to own. Yes or no? 30% increase in sales. Yes or no? Now,
Yes.
This is how health products are also sold. Fitness products. Build a six-pack ab in less than 6 months. Would you like six-pack abs in less than 6 months? No, it's an outcome. Who wants to own the outcome? The client. When the client wants to own the outcome that you are producing, buying is a natural process. How many of you are understanding the difference? You're getting it. Are you getting what I'm saying? Owns the outcome. Outcome of your product. Outcome of your product or service should be owned by the client. When your client owns the outcome that you are selling, buying is a natural process. Yes, Kedar.
All 4 points, can you please show quickly? Just I wanted to see whether I have it.
Owns the outcome, want and need, buying and selling, sales and selling. Fifth one, sales is inside out, internal versus external. Now, when I learned this, by God, उसके बाद tension खत्म हो गई sales में. How many of you want to get rid of the tension in sales? Yeah, I'll tell you. Okay. Anyone, please tell me what is one item that you are looking to buy for your house? Maybe a gadget, a TV, a fridge, a music system, a home theater, whatever. Maybe a certain luxury item that you're looking to buy. Maybe a car. Give me example. Anyone?
Robotic floor mopping.
You're looking to buy a robotic floor mopping, right?
Yeah.
Any idea of what's the pricing around it?
Around 35,000.
It's a little costly item, right?
Yeah.
In comparison. Okay, got it. Now, let us say अब नॉर्मल स्वीपिंग का जो हमारा काम आता है वो 1000 से नीचे कम के दाम में आ जाता है. Now somebody wants to charge 35x of that. Yeah. So can you say it is a costly item? Yeah. I will come back to this. Okay. Again, I'll want to come back to this again. Tell me, anyone wants to buy a car in the near future? Okay. Nalangini, which car do you want to buy?
Venue.
Venue. Okay. Ramesh, which car do you want to buy?
Benz or BMW.
Okay. And Shesha, your favorite car?
I've not decided, but budget is 20-25 lakhs. I think
20.
Creta new model is the starting.
Creta High Cross? 35. 35.
Okay. Let us
35.
keep it. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, let us say you want to buy this. Let's take an example of Innova. Innova, the High Cross, the latest in the market hai. Hybrid. It's 35-36 lakhs. Yeah. Let us say I want to own it. I want to own a Innova High Cross ZX top variant. Yeah. I want to buy it externally. Like external buying will happen on the day I will buy it. But before that, have I bought it internally? Have I bought it internally? Multiple times. I've owned it. I want it. The moment I figure my way around, maybe around money or certain time period or certain thing that lapses, I'll just go and buy. I'll just complete the transaction. Internal buying precedes external buying. So whenever you are out there doing a webinar, even if your person doesn't buy, make sure the internal buying happens for them. The external buying will follow. Make sure your customer buys your product internally. External buying will follow. What are you learning? What is opening up for you?
How we will make sure that we buy internet.
Very, very good. When did I buy Innova? Let us say I bought it. I want to buy Innova. Let us say I buy the car in 2027. My question to you: when did I really buy the Innova?
Today, when you made the decision to
When
have
you
home.
The
decided to
internal
own.
buying happened. And 2 years, there was an aspirational gestation period for me to mature that. Can you build your product or service like that, where it is an aspiration for people to buy your product or service? And for that to happen, internal buying must happen. Externally, there might be a certain reason or a certain barrier at a little point of time. I've seen people who want to buy my diamond membership. They are figuring out their way around money or something in their lives. And the moment they say, the moment we do this or the moment we complete this thing, we'll come back to you. How? Whenever they have conversation with me, I just make sure that they have bought my product or service internally. I'll tell them an outcome. This can be the outcome that you can experience. Wow, that's what I want to own. Internal buying happened. The transaction will follow.
So this internal buying is more of marketing from our side, no?
Marketing, or even this is actually like, when did I buy Innova, Molly? In my mind, when did I buy Innova for?
Because they had marketed the product in such a way that it resonated with
आप
you.
किसी भी product को ले लो.
They are not selling yet.
हाँ, आप किसी भी product को ले लो. Whatever product that you want to buy for your own home, maybe a home appliance, maybe a microwave, or a certain, let us say, grill, or a certain barbecue. You have been always wanting to buy. The buying happens internally. Okay, how many of you want to buy something for your home or something for your kitchen? And maybe you are figuring out, okay, इस month का अगर ये चीज आता है तो ये करेंगे and ये करेंगे. Why do people make plans? Okay, tell me a dream vacation where you want to travel to, a place in the world that you want to travel to. How many of you want to travel to Dubai, Maldives, or Las Vegas? Where do you want to travel to?
Greece.
Oh, very, very good. How many of you have things on your Amazon cart? How many of you want to travel to Walt Disney? Wish list. You have somewhere bought them internally, guys. I'm telling you this. Neurologically, nervous system पे आप internal buying कर चुके हो. What is remaining in the external world is the transaction. So please make sure that you deliver your webinars and boot camps in such a way that whenever you deliver, internal buying has happened in that very moment. And you will see, if you start selling it this way, you will see that your sales ratio will start to compound over a period of time. And you don't even know what I'm talking right now. I want you to experience the power of this. Anita, don't worry. We are having 3.0, 4.0 Ignite in Maldives. Are you getting what I'm saying now? For how many of you, this was quite a revelation? This was like, oh, wow. This was a bulb on. 5.0 in Las Vegas. Wow, I love it. internal buying precedes external buying. Tell me a dress that you, or a shirt or a coat or a suit that you have always wanted to buy for yourself, and you waited and waited, and then you bought it. Tell me, हुआ है आपके साथ ऐसा? Why do people in Mercedes, they don't have to worry about whether the customer will buy or not? Internal buying कितने साल पहले हो जाती है? The transaction happens after many years.
Can I say something?
Sure.
When we walk into a Mercedes showroom or Audi, they don't ask which model you are buying or it is. They will only ask आप कब खरीदने वाले हैं. And
Yeah.
when you say that I am planning for next year or maybe 2 years down the road, they don't get upset. They say, sir, no problem. Please come whenever you have time. We will explore different models. And आप मालूम है हमको 1 से 2 साल लगने वाला है, but you are sold on this range. Audi में जो
Today.
आने वाला है, हाँ.
Today.
Yes.
And whenever you walk into a Mercedes showroom, you are a buyer, not a seller. You're going there to buy that product at one level. You're going into a Mercedes showroom as a buyer, even if you don't have the money. बेशक आप गाड़ी देख के वापस आ जाओ, टेस्ट ड्राइव लेके वापस आ जाओ. You're going in there with that aspiration of buying. Internal buying is happening.
तो उसके लिए मर्सिडीज जैसा ब्रांडिंग और ब्रांड बनना पड़ेगा ना.
मैं वही कहता हूं, over a period of time, just make sure a lot of people buy your internal program, like internal buying आपके प्रोग्राम की हो जाए. आप उसको छोड़ो, उसको भी छोड़ो. एक बच्चे के दिमाग में देखो, मेरे को ये चॉकलेट खरीदना है कल को कैंटीन में जाके. चॉकलेट उसने कब खरीदा? मम्मी से पैसे कल लेगा और कल जाके वो कैंटीन में खरीदेगा. लेकिन उसने खरीदा कब? आज. जब उसने देखा उसका फ्रेंड खा रहा था, उसके पास नहीं था, उसने कहा कि मैं भी कल को लूंगा, ये खरीदूंगा. How many of you are like, wow, you have never thought of this like this? Internal buying के बारे में आपने कभी सोचा नहीं था.
I remember मेरे client
So
जो मेरा
Nilangini, my question to you, क्या सिर्फ 2 conversions हुए? Are you getting what I'm asking? 2 transactions हुए, ये समझ लूंगा. Conversions 100%. But how many of you this is a bulb on? Yeah. Molly, how's it for you?
Getting some bulbons.
So speak to the aspiration side of your customer.
What I'm understanding is everything needs to happen simultaneously. We can't focus only on sales, only on branding. It can't be only
No.
इधर और नहीं है.
No.
तो थोड़ा लंबा प्रोसेस है.
Yes.
Overwhelming
And you
है,
want to
but
include everything in it. And this is where I will come to the part where I start decoding the elements of the process. Kedar, is it opening up something for you? Yeah.
Continuously पीछे से आवाज आ रही, प्रोसेस क्या है, प्रोसेस क्या है.
Don't worry, we're tilling the soil. We're tilling the soil. Okay.
Can I share one thing about this internal buying? What opened up for me?
Sure.
So I think she was my third customer, and when when I had a sales call with her for the first time, she told like मैं जब आपके वीडियोस देखती थी मैंने डिसाइड कर लिया था कि ये लड़की तो चाहिए मेरे को अपने लाइफ में.
Yeah.
उसके पास पैसे वैसे तो थे नहीं, अपने भाई से कैसे तैसे लेके उसने बाद में दिया. बट बिफोर इवन माई सेल्स कॉल she told I already did.
Right. Minnie, what is it for you? You also wanted to share something? Or was it a bulb on for you as well?
It was a bulb burn. Never realized that, internal buying happens much
Okay,
before the
how many of you want to do TTT or MTS with Blair? Ah,
I don't have the money
internal,
at all, but I want to
internal
do
buying
it
has happened.
long back.
I'm telling you, in Siddharth's diamond membership, a lot of people want to buy his diamond membership. They're just figuring their ways around. Internal buying has happened.
Quantum to diamond.
Quantum also. How many diamond? I can't even tell you how many diamond members want to get into his quantum. Internal buying has happened. The transaction will fall. Yes, Chipinder.
This
And
what
this is
showed.
the reason I don't attend webinars now.
I love it.
So
कहीं क्रेडिट कार्ड ना स्वाइप हो जाए.
yeah. So just what showed up was कि चीजें हो रही हैं आपके साथ, but when you are in this workshop, when you are telling this, you are actually going back and reflecting कि yes, this is happening, but we are not looking at this from this perspective. Like someone, like वही होता है ना कि आपके वेबिनार में वो लोग आए, maybe they are not purchasing today, but they are not leaving the webinar till the last moment. They're sitting. आपका Q&A भी खत्म हो गया, आपने जब तक buy नहीं बोला, they are not going because they are buying today from you, but they are not paying you right now. They will pay maybe 3 महीने, 4
Transaction will come
महीने.
later.
Yeah, but they
There's
are
a
not
difference
leaving.
between transaction and a conversion.
एंड लास्ट और हमारे फ्रॉम द प्रेजेंटर आप क्या सोचते हो कि यार लास्ट तक बैठे हो ना, तो यू गो इनटू दैट, बट नाउ दिस विल समथिंग इज लेट हो गया, सीडिंग इज डन. नाउ वी डोंट नो व्हाट दैट डे व्हेन द टाइम विल कम, द राइट टाइम दे विल कम, डिवाइन डिले दे विल कम व्हेनेवर दे विल मेंट टू. सो मतलब फॉर थिंग्स लाइक आपके बोलने के बाद इट वाज ऑल गोइंग बैक एंड लुकिंग कहाँ पे लोगों ने आपसे क्या क्या पूछ रखा है. जो जिसने पूछ रखा है वो आ जाएगा, कब आएगा दैट इज द ओनली द थिंग. सो दैट्स शोर. Thank you.
Why? Very good.
So my one of the key takeaways that we are too harsh on ourselves. We are selling, but thinking that we are not selling.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And over a period of time, you have to build a connection and a nurturing sequence for the audience. One of my mentors told me, fortune is in the follow-up. And he's one of the very aggressive marketers. He has a very aggressive selling style. And if other people will say, let us say 40 follow-up emails, he will simply send 400 emails. And I'm telling you, he says some people do get annoyed. But the kind of money that I get to make is unparalleled. It's 117% more. 117% more data. But then how you want to play, how you want to sell, we will talk about it.
Harmeet ji, for me, best example is yours. I bought your diamond membership previously. Transaction happened later on.
I'm telling you, he
When
bought my
right.
diamond membership very, very, very early on. Transaction इसने लेट किया. But diamond membership ये कई महीने पहले खरीद चुका था.
Ignite से पहले खरीद चुका था मैं आपका.
Internal buying has happened. So this is what needs to happen for your clients also. Yeah. Next. Please keep noting your insights. Okay. It is actually a game of emotional energy. On day 3, you will understand this even better. But I'm telling you, sales is a game of energy transfer and emotional energy transfer. Facts tell, stories sell. If you're telling fact, you're appealing to the logical side of the brain. वहां पे sales है ही नहीं. That's why आप convincing करते हो, convincing is to the logical side of the brain, the left side of the brain. वहां पे sales है ही नहीं. Sales is to the right side of the brain, the emotional side, the creative side. That's why facts tell, stories sell. You want to be really, really good in telling the stories and in transferring the emotional energy from your end to the other end. How many of you have maybe listened to a song by someone that has been sung maybe months or years before, or aaj bhi you can feel the emotional energy? Give me a certain song that makes you feel emotional. How many of you have yeah,
उससे नाराज नहीं जिंदगी.
उससे नाराज नहीं, and maybe uh the recent one, the song that really touches me was a song by B Parak in the movie Kesari, Teri Mitti Mein Mil Jawa, and where it just brings out an emotion in me, right? And that kind of makes you emotional. That song sung by Lata Mangeshkar long time back, Mere Watan Ke Logo Zara Aankhon Mein Bhar Lo Paani. It touches your soul somewhere. Now, what is that? वो है तो शब्द, but the emotional energy in that element is built in such a way that it never fails to touch you in a very powerful way. And that is where the sale is also. On day 3, you will understand sales is a game of the transfer of the emotional energy. So, what are you transferring emotionally? How many of you attended the marketing workshop with me? How many of you remember the trip to Switzerland? Yeah. What did I do? I transferred you and transported you a certain way. And how many of you felt a certain emotion? How are you able to feel that emotion? You don't know one secret, okay? I was the one who was driving the plane. I was the one who was driving the Mercedes. That's the secret. Are you getting what I'm saying? So you have to go there first. And from there, you build on that emotional energy, you transfer that emotional energy, and that's where you get a sale. When I met Jupinder for the first time, Jupinder, you recall the conversation when you told that you had a child when there was a certain medical condition, and there was a certain emotion that came up for you. And the moment you were able to transfer that emotion, that connection happened for me. That's where, like I said, this is it. And then we met in Ignite, and that it just took on after that. You build connection when other people or you feel a genuine emotion and you are able to transfer that emotion on the other side. That's why the story of your life or your brand story is the most important element in building connection with the other person and transferring that emotional energy. Nilangini, just asking you out of curiosity as well. I know the science, but I'm still like asking you because you're a doctor. When a mother is happy, does the child feel happy? When the mother is sad or crying or stressful, does the child also feel the stress?
Yes, yes. Because the stress chemicals get transferred inside the uterus. And there is a study, actually, there are many studies suggest that if mother is stressed out, baby can deliver early or baby small, like size could be smaller.
Growth can
And
also
that's
be
how
delayed.
actually I wanted to start this
Yeah.
Garbhasingh.
What is that? What is that? Energy is being transferred through the emotions that the mother is experiencing. It's an act of emotional transfer of the energy. Guess what? If the cord never breaks, Okay. So I want you to these are very, very powerful points of leveraging your sales into. Okay. 7. Two magical equations in sales. Once you understand these two equations, I'm telling you, your relationship with sales can go to the whole new level. Output, the definition of output, what's the results that you're producing or the outcomes? Input is in terms of the effort. Okay. So before I reveal the two equations, you want to really get this element. The first one, sales effort is equal to sales in divided by marketing. So how many of you understand if the marketing is bigger, the sales effort will be less? Bigger the denominator, lower the equation. Sales effort will reduce if your marketing is big. Sales divided by marketing. That's the effort that you have to put in sales. Now, if your marketing is 0, I'm telling you sales effort can be infinite less. Infinite less. And sales into marketing is equal to results. Okay. When do we get results? When sales and marketing start to work together. Yes or no? For that to work, let us say how you want half of the effort in sales, you want to double your effort in the field of marketing, and that's you will get the same results. So these are two equations which you really want to get when it comes to effort in sales is equal to sales divided by marketing, and sales into marketing is what is going to give you the results of growth in business. Okay, next. Sales is not a performance. It's simply a conversation, rather one powerful conversation. When I understood that sales is not a transaction, sale happens inside of a conversation. After that, all I became obsessed was in having how to have quality conversations with my prospects. Like, how do I have a powerful conversation with my client? And what are the elements of it? What are the nuances of it? What are the moves of it? What are the elements of persuasion that I can bring? How do I ask a question? How do I tell a story? And after that, I became obsessed about it. And it certainly started to give me a work and a way around of how do I want to market my product or service. Yeah. And not only that, you really want to understand that sales is not a performance that you have to do in a webinar or on a stage. It's not a performance. It's a conversation that you want to have a connection. It's not a show that you put up. If there is one thing that I want you to take back from this workshop, it's this: sales is a conversation, and I am skilled in having the conversation, provided I understand the DNS, the elements of the sales, then the process and the system around sales. Sales is not a performance. It's simply a conversation. What are you having with a client at the end of the day? You're just having a conversation. That's it. So when you say that I can't sell, you're telling me you can't have a conversation. Is that what you're telling me? I don't buy that. You might not be skilled in having certain kinds of conversation. That's okay. But when you tell you can't have a conversation, you are plain out lying. And I don't buy that. There is something else that I also want to share that with you. Okay. And I think this is one of the most important and the game-changing insights that I learned. And that's where entire day 3 will be focused towards this one statement that I'm about to make. This we have covered. People love to buy but hate being sold to. Let people buy. We somewhere stop them from buying and doing the behaviors by doing the behaviors, and that kills our sales. So don't do that. Let people buy. Last but not the least, sales is a decision. Now, as a sales is an emotional decision. It is never a logical decision. If it's an emotional decision, how do we do it? Sales is an emotional decision and we justify it with logic. Okay. Second, how many of you implement this ongoingly in a manner that supports your clients and do not interfere with the decision-making process is a question that I want to ask you. Sales is an emotional decision or a logical decision?
Emotional.
Emotional.
Period.
Emotional.
Period. That's it. But the only thing is, lot of people do not understand the simplicity and the beauty and the power of this statement. Sales is a emotional decision. Period. Sales is never a logical decision. If you are convincing, if you're telling facts, if you're throwing in data, if you're telling all the numbers and the fun, you are never going to get a sale. You're going to struggle. In fact, even if you get some sales, you will still leave a lot of money on the table. डे 3 तक आपको पूरा साइंस इसका समझ में आएगा कि सेल होता कहां पे है. सेल क्लाइंट्स के वर्ल्ड में कहां पे होता है, लाइक विच पार्ट ऑफ द brain is responsible for that sales action to happen, and how do you stimulate that part in a way that gives you a desired response. ये एक बहुत ही बड़ा फैक्ट है जो कि बहुत बड़े बड़े मार्केटर्स या सेल्स पीपल नहीं इंप्लीमेंट कर रहे हैं अपने अपने सेल्स प्रोसेस में. दे नो इट theoretically, they know it in understanding that sales is an emotional decision. In spite of that, they will start treating their customer logically. How many of you know that sales is an emotional decision? You also knew it kind of before, but how many of you still use the logical route to get to a decision? I'm telling you, very few people are taken to take advantage of this one statement that I've told you. Sales is an emotional decision. Period. Are you getting? It is hard to digest. I'm telling you, if you just borrow this and stick to this, the process will work like a charm. Okay. Now, this is where we completed the elements and the whole question here that I want to discuss is, what are you discovering and what are you learning? What is it that you are what is it opening up for you when you learn that sales is an emotional decision? What has been your approach to learning so far?
Can I say something?
Yes.
When I'm giving all the reasons, benefits, somebody don't buy, many times I beat myself up. Actually, it looks like some people have a emotional blockages. They cannot make a decision even if what is good for them. And I see that not only that when I am selling, but then when they need something they want to buy. I know some friends who wanted to buy a house, they did not buy for 10 years. They saw everything, but they get stuck somewhere.
Yeah.
I mean, so now I understand how it is so, in spite of all the logic, facts, convincing happen, some people come till the last minute. They say that I want to sign up with you. I want to sign up with you. They come and speak 3 times. Then they suddenly disappear. They ghost or they just don't reply or they seem to be lost.
Yeah.
Many times I thought, okay, I did not give them the convincing answer. They saw me as not a competent coach. They did not see me as the right person for them to sign up for.
No. You didn't did the right thing. They saw you as a competent coach and a right coach. That's why they came and had a conversation with you. But at the same time, you did not did the right thing to get the last bit in. You did not close them effectively. Once I show you कि ये हो रहा है, ये हो रहा है, ये हो रहा है, this is where you will learn the entire bit tomorrow as well. Because by the time tomorrow happens, you will almost go through the entire model of it and the entire process of it. And I think right now we have come to a point of a break, well-deserved break. And after this, I will reveal to you something very, very crucial, very, very important and powerful. How many of you really want to discover and have the explore your real power in a sales process? Yes. Not only that, you will also find out your real power in a sales situation lies in the way you communicate, connect, and persuade your prospects with your uniqueness, right? How many of you would like to have a powerful selling process for yourself? Yes, that's what is coming up after the break. Okay. Yes, Ashwini. Minute, and we start at 5. Okay. So if anyone wants to have a quick break, you can start. Yes, Ashwini.
Harmeet, I already feel that there's a lot of things opening up for me regarding sales, and I'm beginning to like sales.
Yeah. Abhi tuk to by the day 3, you will fall in love with sales. I promise you this.
Seriously, I felt it's not my cup of tea, but going through this entire process makes me very, very comfortable to talk about sales, and this
It's
very thing is,
conversation.
yeah, it's very nice, Harmeet. It's
Yeah.
making me feel very warm. It's
Yeah.
not making me threatened. It's
Yeah.
bringing the good side out of me.
Very, very good. What you are about to discover is a very, very powerful process. I'll start revealing 1 or 2 elements around it as we move. But you are going to discover where your real power in a sales process will come from. Before I reveal you the process, I want you to tell you the point where the power in a sales process will come from.
Thank you, Harmeet.
All right. All right. See you in 12 minutes. Yes, Dave. Unmute yourself.
In the morning session, you said about the negative thought. We are do you want to feel the pain, or you want to be live in this pain? And then they will come to, they will say no. So in practically, if I am going to a trip advisor or a tourism company and ask them a package, right? So if they are saying the same, like कि आपको ऐसा सस्ता जाना है जहाँ पे इतने 2 स्टार 3 स्टार होटल हो, या फिर आपको अच्छा है, तो मैं तो यही कहूंगा ना कि भाई आपके पास जो पैकेज है वो बताओ आप. तो अल्टीमेटली वो तो नेगेटिव, वो उसके ऊपर नहीं आएंगे बल्कि हमारे ऊपर आएगा अल्टीमेटली. या फिर कहीं पे भी आप देखोगे, मैं यही एग्जांपल 5-6 डिफरेंट एग्जांपल के साथ एक्सपेरिमेंट किया था यही चीज. सो इट ऑलरेडी कम्स ऑन अस कि भाई व्हाट यू आर ब्रिंगिंग ऑन टू मी, व्हाई आर यू सेइंग नेगेटिव टू मी.
Chinta mat kijiye. Let me complete. I'll answer all your questions. Don't worry. Okay.
Okay.
Quick break. A quick break. Welcome everyone to session number 4, last for the day, and you're going to learn a element when it comes to selling and having power in a sales process. Okay. So allow me to share my screen and let's get going. Please, all of you, come back to your seats quickly to begin so that we don't lose time and we move it with velocity. Real power in a sales situation lies in the way you communicate and connect and persuade your prospects with your uniqueness. That's a real power in a sales process. Okay. Now, how many of you really want to be experiencing your full power in a sales process? You want to understand your uniqueness for that matter, right? The way one person does the thing is not the way the other person will do the thing. Having said that, how many of you really would want to have a powerful and a unique selling process for yourself, which is based on your strengths and weaknesses? which can give you results based on what kind of a person that or a DNA that you share as a person. Look, how many of you want to be personal brand in the world of marketing and in the world of sales? Yeah. You want to then build a certain selling process around you in a way where you are comfortable and there is you in that process. There is an element of you in that process. If that element of you is not there in that process, then who are you at the end of the day?
ये यू तो इग्नाइट से आज तक समझ में नहीं आया, यू में है क्या, यू में क्या क्या एलिमेंट?
इट्स एन ओशन। खुशबू, ये आपको आप इस बार आ रहे हो 2.0 में? कट्टी
इसलिए नहीं आ रहे कि उसको
आपने
समझ में नहीं आ रहा है।
अनअफोर्डेबल बना दिया है।
I'm telling you, we are not charging anything again for the training. We want to build success stories and we want to build real power from there. And we are looking to, in a couple of years' time, we want to, go international there. So we're working towards that. Okay. But having said that, this time it's 3.5 days and it's very, very unique and very, very powerful. So we'll take the classroom to the outside. Okay. So we'll get the classroom in the nature. Anyways, I'm not talking here to talk about Ignite or promote Ignite. I want to share with you something very, very powerful. All of you really want to have a unique selling process for yourself. And how do you discover what is your unique selling style is something what you are going to learn here in this bit. All right. Okay. For your selling style to be unique and effective, how many of you want to have an effective selling style? Like you must discover your natural and unique style of selling for that matter. Okay. Now, this is something which I've learned from Blair. It is not my creation. I'm going to share some of the elements from there. But at the same time, this is very, very powerful. When I learned this element, it completely moved my experience for the better to a whole new level. And all of you, please, if you're not here, I'd love for you to switch on your cameras and be here in this process fully. And so that you start to discover what really is your strength. Okay. Yeah. There are 7 different selling styles. This work is based on the work of Blair Singer Sales Dogs, and this is what he says. Either we have a selling style of a pit bull, a golden retriever, a poodle, a chihuahua, a basset hound, a super mutt, a big deal, or a no deal. And out of which one of these 7 styles is yours. And you want to identify which one is yours. First one is pit bull. Pit bulls are highly, highly aggressive. They are very loud. They are very pushy in sales usually. And they can do hard selling. They are very, very comfortable doing hard selling. They are very different. Like एक बार उन्होंने आपको पकड़ लिया, then they will not leave you till the time you buy. How many of you have seen some people like that? Or you have seen, like, they have a very aggressive selling style. They are okay to sell you hard, but all they want is that sale at the end of the day. They are okay to sell you the hard way also. Like, I would like to say Vivek Bindra has that kind of a style. He gets to be like very, very aggressive in sales. How many of you have seen his selling style like here, or maybe you have seen something of him on online also? Or how many of you have at times maybe seen a couple of his videos and you find his energy a little aggressive? Yes. So that's the selling style of a pit bull, usually. Some elements I can say, they even they've got to be to a certain extent. But at the same time, it has its own advantages and disadvantages as well. Right? Now, this is where they are okay and they are very, very aggressive. Second, Are you there? Are you there? Where's she's doing? Yeah. Anika, are you there? Okay. Second, now some of you might have a selling style of a pit bull. Anyone here with that style? Please raise your hand. Anyone with that selling style? No? Okay, all right. Poodles. Okay, they are very, very flashy and loud also. They are highly successful in glamour. They will want to showcase you all the suits, watches, cars. They will impress you with their materialistic possessions. They are big on style and very, very urbane in nature. They will love to flaunt big swanky offices, big swanky possessions. These kind of people are usually found in the glamour world or in the filmy world. They are the people, like poodles are mostly there where they can impress you with the luxury part of things. How many of you have seen some ads, maybe on internet, of some poodles? They will be driving, hey man, I did this and I saw this and I got this Range Rover and this Mercedes in just 3 months. Yeah, you have seen some
But we
internet
have seen
jokers?
that.
Huh. And they'll do like, and that's also a valid selling style to some degree, but the traits that they have in that selling style, what they rely on is flashiness. Highly successful in the glamour world. They're very, very successful. They make a lot of money also. There is a certain set of an audience who love to be sold by the poodles. They impress people with their materialistic possessions. They are very, very big on style. This is the traits of a poodle. Next. Third is a golden retriever. They are people who are very highly service oriented. They are very warm and loving. They're very gentle and caring. They value first and then sell. And usually they do soft selling. They don't like hard selling. In fact, they have a difficulty in hard selling. They have a difficulty in hard selling. Anyone a golden retriever here? They will always talk value first, value first, value first. Yeah? This is the style of a golden retriever. Then, Chihuahua. They are highly analytical. They are data driven. They are amazing with numbers. They are big on facts and finding, and they love detail. They love the detail of things. This is Chihuahua. Five, Basset Hound. They are highly tenacious, highly tenacious. They love persistence. They are very, very big, in fact, high on persistence. They're very, very humble and grounded. They will normally have like this nice, warm looking eyes. They will make the other person give up. And they focus on building a long-term relationship. That's what they focus on building. This is a Basset Hound. They want to play for the long term. This is one of their big traits. And they're very, very persistent.
Siddharth is like this.
Huh?
Sid is like this.
I would say he's a mix of golden retriever and Basset Hound. Yeah. Super mutt. Super mutt is the hybrid of all, best of all, very rare to find, very, very difficult to find. In fact, my invitation for all of you, most of the crowd here, I believe, is golden retrievers. Okay, any golden retrievers? All golden retrievers? Guess what? Why? Why are you all a golden retriever? I am a golden retriever. Are you getting? I'm not a poodle. I don't wear flashy watches. I don't show off. I don't believe. I don't attract poodles. And I'm not very hard selling. I don't hard sell. I sell, but I don't hard sell. So I'm definitely not a pit bull. Okay. And yeah. So I'm not very big on data because I know sales is an emotional decision. So I think as far as I am, I definitely have developed the tenaciousness of Basset Hound as well. But I'm core Golden Retriever at heart. Yeah, Golden Retriever. Both me and Sagar are Golden Retrievers. Yeah. Yes, Subrat, rightly identified. The goal is to be a super mutt. The goal is to be a super mutt, hybrid of all, best traits. Because at the end of the day, we are not dogs, we are humans. We can borrow certain qualities or certain elements. And then seventh is big deal or no deal. It's my way or the highway. Most of this kind of people you will find in the real estate or in the property business. एक या दो deal करेंगे साल में and everything will be taken care of. Right? High on achievements or low on achievements. They're never in the middle. They're either or mode. The whole idea or invitation, my invitation for all of you is whatever is your main dominant style, let it be there. Develop it. At the same time, borrow certain elements from other breeds as well so that you can be who you need to be at any given point of time. You should not have a barrier to be a pit bull or a judgment around it. You should neither have a judgment to being a poodle. But हाँ, main style आपका golden retriever हो सकता है for this crowd, like it's golden retriever. Stick on it, build on it, but also borrow the good traits of the other breeds as well. And when I learned this, I'm speaking for myself. When I learned that I do not have to be a pit bull, it was such a relief for me that I can be a golden retriever and still be successful. So please have comfort in knowing you can be any which breed and still develop your sales process to a rock solid success. You don't have to be a pit bull or a basset hound or even a golden retriever as well. You can be a poodle, chihuahua, anything at all, and still develop a successful business and a number system around it. Are you getting what I'm saying? Are you getting what I'm saying? But golden retrievers are the most loved of all breeds. Are you getting what I'm saying? So what are you discovering? What is your style, selling style? Khushbu? Japenda?
I think I like fleshy. Fleshy है हूँ क्या मैं?
No, I don't think so.
नहीं.
I don't think so. I think you are more of a basset hound. Because I think तुम छोड़ती नहीं हो, तुम लगी रहती हो. You don't give up. You take
हाँ.
finish line. And I think it's a trait of a basset hound. And you can be also a poodle at times if you want to be. So the whole idea is you can also be a hybrid or a combination of two as well. But I'll say choose one main dominating style and perfect it to the core. That's what my advice will be. Okay. Subrat, who are you? What's your selling style? Golden. Everyone is golden. Anyone has any Molly, what do you think is yours?
Definitely golden retriever.
Golden retriever, yeah. Ashwini, what is yours? Unmute yourself.
Sorry.
Yeah.
The minute you are talking about it, I identified myself with a golden retriever.
Yeah. Mhm. So this is very, very good for you to understand. But once you understand your selling style, then you can carve a selling process for yourself and have the metals and the blocks be arranged for you in a certain process, in a certain way, which will work for you. So you don't have to be a pit bull. Please have the comfort in knowing this and you can still be successful in sales. Anita, what is your style?
I think it's mutt. Last one.
Super mutt. Like my way or the highway? My way or the highway types?
No, not.
the idea, what I request all of you is like all of supermarts are very, very difficult to find. They're very hard to find. You have to develop that. Supermart को directly, immediately नहीं होता. It is always developed over a period of time. आपका एक main trait होगा, dominant selling style होगा.
Then it's coming to Besset Hound.
Okay. Okay. Suvrat, yours is golden. Yeah. So stick to that. Stick to that because that is your core. Don't give up on your core. You don't have to be anything under the sun, but your main stick to the main dominant style. And from there on, adapt to building a powerful sales conversations for yourself. Right? And not only that, what is your dominating style? Iske baad, I want to teach you something what we call as a golden triangle. Okay. And I'll also tell you something around as I speak, I'll go about it. Okay. Now, you want to pick up what is your dominating style, and we want to build it from there. वहां से build करेंगे. And what I want to introduce you to is a concept of a golden triangle. Golden triangle is this is where marketing and sales is. Right? Marketing will bring in the leads. Yes. Sales will close it. And this is where the UX or the product experiences or the user experiences, which will again feed into marketing. Marketing will feed into sales. Sales will again feed into user experience. If I know one thing for sure, like all the billionaires right now are focused on user experience, building a world-class user experience. How many of you remember Windows 98? Yeah. That was the first graphical user interface that we interacted. Usse pehle, it was all DOS, disk operating system. You know this? Yeah. How many of you have seen those days of floppy and see and all that stuff? Yeah. Yeah. At that point of time, what I'm really highlighting here, my point here is my whole point here is कि there was a certain user experience.
छोटे लोगों से बड़ा है, बड़े लोगों से.
There was a certain experience at that point of time. We all create experiences for each other. How many of you have a certain experience of life with your life partner itself? There's a certain experience. You have a certain experience with your kids. You have a certain experience with your loved ones. You have a certain experience at any place that you go to, you travel to. There's a traveling experience. There's a riding experience. There's a driving pleasure, right? How many of you own, when you own a car, one of the parameters is that the driving pleasure should be good. You like that कि driving pleasure तो होना अच्छा driving pleasure तो होना, riding pleasure or seating, and different people have different preferences. How many of you also understand that at the end of the day, whether we like it or not, sometimes we may be absent to it, but we are actually creating a experience for someone. You can meet somebody for 5 minutes and you can still create an experience for someone. Yes or no? Now, all the major brands of the world, they are obsessed word bolunga main, in giving their customers a very premium experience, a very good experience. I'm not very sure if you would have heard, how many of you would have or known, Steve Jobs was obsessed to a degree कि जब आईफोन खोला जाए तो कस्टमर की फीलिंग क्या होनी चाहिए. What should be the feelings when they are holding the iPhone for the first time in their hands? Like the cover, the packing, everything. It was a part of an experience. It was designed as a part of an experience. Now, when you go to a 5-star for a dinner or for anything, what is it that you are really looking there? Are you looking to eat dal, or you're going there for an experience?
Experience.
experience, the way they will host you, the way they will treat you, the way they will welcome you, the ambience of it, the ergonomics of it, all of it. It adds to it. Ask me, who's your best friend? Who's your best friend? Maybe in school, in college, a neighbor. Who's your best friend? Whoever is your best friend, you have a certain experience of life with them, yes or no? And you look forward to having that experience. So we create experiences for people. For how many of you, when you are moving in your life, sometimes the experience is good, very good, and sometimes the experience is not so good? Yes or no? We'll explore this specifically in the context of sales as well. Because whenever a client interacts with our brand at a level of a lead magnet, the moment they download an ebook or something or anything for that matter, what they're really, really looking is to get into, or they consider buying something from you or the other. Yeah. And at that point of time, that lead magnet has also given a certain experience. How many of you have at least downloaded a lead magnet and वहां से you had an अंदाजा हो गया था कि ये एक लल्लू ब्रांड है या एक प्रीमियम ब्रांड है? Let us say आपने डाउनलोड किया लीड मैग्नेट, 2 लीड मैग्नेट्स डाउनलोड करे, दोनों थे फैट लॉस टिप्स. ठीक है, 12 ways to lose belly fat. एक में आपने देखा द इमेजेस आर पुअर क्वालिटी, द फॉन्ट इज ऑफ पुअर क्वालिटी, कलर कॉम्बिनेशन इज अ लिटिल डिसओरिएंटेड, लास्ट में कहीं स्पेलिंग मिस्टेक्स भी हैं, और कुछ क्लियर कॉन्टैक्ट नंबर या ईमेल आईडी नहीं दिया हुआ, बट एंड इवन द इंफॉर्मेशन दैट वाज देयर इज अ सर्टेन वे, is of certain level. And then you download another lead magnet. Everything is clean. Your experience of that lead magnet is clean. Nice bold block letters with premium looking 4K images, high printing quality, and the colors are really nice. And then you tell me, what is the image that you have of first brand and the second brand? Which is a premium for you? First one or the second one? Why? Why? The feel of the premium, the printing quality, the paper. How many of you, at times when you buy a notebook, you feel the paper? And just by looking at the paper, the feel of the paper, you're saying, oh, this is a premium notebook. Or this is the classmate notebook. Yeah? I don't mind paying 100 rupees for it. But then when somebody stationery or dukaan wala aapko simple dikhata hai, you say the paper quality is not good. I won't even pay 50 for it. Are you getting what I'm saying? Today's customer is not looking for a product itself. They're not just looking for a service. What a high-end customer in today's world is really, really looking for is a premium experience. And if you can give them a premium experience, I'm telling you, there is no end of money that you can ever charge. There is no end to it. Are you getting what I'm saying? There is literally no end to it. Let me also demonstrate what I'm actually saying. Let us say the product or service is good to great, and marketing and sales is low to high. In terms of customer experience, I'll showcase you this. If the product or service is low and marketing is low, the product is non-existent. If the product is good, but low is marketing, that's where the product is struggling to sell. If marketing is very, very high, but the product is poor, It's Uchi Dukan Fike Pakwan. And when the product is also good, the marketing is also good, this is where people charge premium. This is where people charge premium. And when it comes to customer experience, this is the angle of it. These are the levels of it. There are 6 levels of customer experience or user experience. First is criminal. How many of you had this experience of as a customer? You have had this experience as a customer. Like it was almost criminal. Yes, Shasha, what was it?
I wanted to reschedule a flight with the travel agency did not they did not bother. I mean, ultimately I had to buy a new ticket and cancel. In fact, I thought of suing them, but I gave up because I don't even want to.
Yeah. Would you ever want to do business with them ever again?
Clear trip. Yeah. I mean, I completely avoided them at every given
Completely
opportunity.
avoided. Look at his language. And how many of you could also feel the charge in his voice? I want to sue them. That was criminal. That's a criminal experience, user experience. How many of you had at least one criminal user experience in your life where you wanted to like bloody kill that other person? Like how dare you could do this? Yeah. Second, basic. क्या यार बहुत ही basic है. How many of you had this experience? Very, very basic. Come on, at least अगर criminal हुआ तो basic भी हो ही होगा. Very, very basic. You look forward to a master class on something, and then you find you know more than the trainer. And you're like, but it's basic. Come to me, I'll teach you something better. Yes or no? Then
Their ad was better than their content.
good one. Good one.
Sometimes it feels like we are auditing their webinar, the quality of the webinar.
Yeah. Third, expected. This was expected, so this was like still basic, but you just met my expectations. Right? This is the third layer. Let's say you go to a dhaba and you ask for water. You're looking for a nice, clean water, which is cool. And then they don't give you cool water, they give you regular water at a regular temperature. And you're like, the tone is disappointment. I expected this only. Or you're looking for a water bottle and you're looking for a cool water bottle in a summer, and they give you non-refrigerated, not cool, but rather boiling water in Kinley or Bisleri or whatever. And you're like, okay, let me have something. How many of you have done that in travel, maybe? You have had this experience. Yes? Expected. You only expected. But the tone is still disappointment. 4, desired. You desired and they delivered. It's still okay, but this is where I actually believe this is where it actually starts. Desired. They meet your desires. Surprisingly pleasant. How many of you had an experience where it was surprisingly pleasant for you? You went, you didn't expect it, but it came as a very sweet surprise or a pleasant surprise for you. Yes? Yes. Mini, what was it?
Harmeet, you spoke about expected and desired.
Yeah.
So how do you differentiate both? Because expected is what I expected to see. It could also be something that I desire to see, wouldn't it?
It's just a word which shows a little difference in it.
Okay.
But at the same time, expected is I expected this only.
Yeah. Okay.
I expected this only. It necessarily didn't meet my expect or desires, but I'm okay with it. Like just tolerate it. But what I would have desired is still on the preference side. What would you have it on the side of the preference, right? And how many of you had a surprisingly pleasant experience at a restaurant or a coffee shop or somewhere nice in your life? And you were like, oh, wow. Maybe you ordered a cup of coffee and maybe they give you a cookie. Oh, is this chargeable? No, it's complimentary. And it suddenly brings a smile to your face. How many of you had this experience also in life? And you like going there and you kind of enjoy. And the final level, the topmost level is this. Unbelievably good. I couldn't believe it. It's still like, warms my heart to see, or I'm still amazed by it. Oh, what was it like? Maybe you had usually, maybe and it's usually on the premium side. It could be anything. How many of you had an unbelievably good experience, maybe at a restaurant or at driving a certain car or being at a certain place or hosting or being hosted by a certain person at a certain guest in your relatives, which I occasionally doubt, but still you might find someone who is unbelievably good as well. How many of you have at least met one person who is an unbelievably good host? Yeah. So these are the various levels of customer experience that we generate for other people. My
That
question to
slide
you.
could you please show, Harmeet? Just
Sure.
try
I'll
to-
show the slide. My question is, what kind of a customer experience are you committed to give to your clients? Take your pick. Do you want to give a criminal experience, a basic, an expected, a desired, a pleasant, a surprisingly pleasant experience, or an unbelievably good experience? What will customers see, hear, feel in your silver level membership, in your gold level membership, or in your diamond level membership? Like, what will be their overall experience? And how will you know that they're having that experience? And what is your commitment? What are you going to deliver, and how are you going to deliver it? How do you really want to sell to your customers? Where your selling gives a certain experience to your customers, either criminal or unbelievably good. Choose your pick. My question is, what kind of a brand would you like to build for them or for yourself? What's the kind of experience that you are committed to giving? How many of you understand that we actually generate an experience for everyone in life that we meet? We generate an experience for our maids, our peons, to the VIP guests at that home that we host. Yes?
I am feeling though I am generating experience for my son also, for my husband also.
Yeah. We all do that. And they are also doing the same for you. How many of you understand that your mother-in-law is also shaping an experience of your life for yourself? An unbelievably good experience for yourself. How many of you, I can't tell you, for Indian women, mother-in-law is the best connection to ever have.
One thing I want to share, apart from this training, about
Yeah.
mother-in-law. I am not married, but still I know mother-in-law is the only person जो गाली देती है फिर भी मीठी लगती है.
I wish you that you soon find out your mother-in-law.
Thank you so much.
My question apart now here rests on Ladies, I'll make sure ladies end this on a high note. Okay. My question to you: what kind of an experience are you committed to giving to your customers, and what kind of a committed experience are you committed to deliver as a brand? Which means, what will the customer see, hear, feel at every point of their journey with your brand? Okay. So here, I think before I tell you the process or the methodology or anything around it, what I would actually invite for you is to do the most important element for today. This is one big thing that we really want to accomplish for today. Okay. And which is the question here is, what will the customer see, hear, and feel at every point in the journey? Which means, how do you want to sell to them? And what is their selling experience of a sales funnel in your business for them as or as a brand? This is what is I want you to design your own sales charter. What is a sales charter? What's a sales charter? Sales charter is, I want you to go and create your personal sales charter. Sales charter is, my sales philosophy is, I believe sales is, as a salesperson I am, or my clients are. You can add the fourth statement, right? Which means, who are my clients for me? And please create this sales charter. And I'm telling you, this will be the biggest gift that you can give to yourself from this training. And I want to show you something. Okay. I've done that for myself. And get it framed, get it in front of you. It will help you build something way more powerful than you can even imagine. This will be the basic source document from where you will be building your business. I don't want to share mine with you immediately. I don't mind sharing that, but I don't want that you become limited to this only. I want you to bring in your flavor, your creativity, because you are going to be the creator of that experience for your clients today. Which means the question here is, what will they see, hear, and feel with all elements of your brand when they enter into your lead magnet phase, when they enter into your L0, when they enter into your L1, when they enter into your L2, when they enter into your L3? What is their experience? And what is it that you are committed to giving them as an experience? What kind of a brand would you like to build? Please define your sales charter, and that will become the soul of all your sales conversations with the client. I will talk about mine. We will discuss about that also. But at the most important element, this is where you are building the soul of your business when it comes to selling. It is 5:40 by my watch right now. Okay. Take time till 6, minimum 20 minutes. Create version 1.0. I'll have a small thinking music play by yourself. Please don't go anywhere. I want you to work on your sales charter. If you have the sales charter, I'm telling you, this will really, really guide your business to another level. This is the best gift that I can give to you in this sales training. Don't go anywhere. Work on that. How do you want to sell to your customers? Like for me, what is important is I want to sell to my customers based on trust. I'm not going to compromise on this bit. I'm okay in selling less. I'm okay to have less customers, but I want to build quality here. I don't want to compromise on those elements. So how do you want to sell? What's the kind of experience that you want to give? I'll have my slide there. Please see the slide. I'll also have the thinking music be playing. I'm very much here. If anyone needs any help, please type in the chat box. I'll be available. But I want you to do not disturb any other person, because this is the most sacred space that I want you to have in your business, where you want to create how you want to be dealing with your customers in sales. What's the space that you want to be having in your sales conversations with your clients? Because that is what will transfer, and that's what matters the most in any environment. All right. Please take time. Maybe write down how do you want to sell to them? And also look at how do you like being sold to? Maybe choose that way. Okay. If you have any questions, please type in the chat. I'll respond in the chat box. Okay. I'm playing some thinking music. Please do that. Create your sales charter. Share my screen. My sales philosophy is I believe sales is as a salesperson I am, my clients are, and the question, please write down the question, which is what will they see, hear, and feel? What will be their experience? Okay.
Means
Take-
last you're saying as a salesperson I am what
Who
they
who am I for them? Like I'm sharing. Is it okay if I share mine? Who I am is I'm pure oxygen for them. I'm a catalyst. I'm a space of transformation for them. Yeah. So like that. So give yourself what is your intention for your client? Write that down. What do you intend for your client? Who are you for the client and who client is for you? And how do you want to sell to them? Are they just a number or a person who you're going to get a transaction of? Or are you really going to serve? And if yes, how are you going to serve? At what level are you willing to go to serve? Okay. And just write down your basic guiding principles, which will guide you about how do you want to do sales. Okay. I'm very much here. Just put me in the chat if there is anything at all.
Hello, Harmeet ji. Can you repeat the question which is not on the slide?
Who are your clients for you?
One second. Who are
Who my client is?
okay? उसके
My
अलावा
sales philosophy is, I believe sales is, as a salesperson, I am who my clients are or who my client is.
और
Okay.
इसके अलावा
You can have guiding principles.
okay.
Okay. The guiding principles. Just this. And write on anything. How you love being sold to. Like that's the angle. What's the experience that you are provided, that you are committed to providing them? And from that place, design this.
Okay.
Okay. This is an act of creation. The question that we really want to look at is this. What will they see, hear, and feel at every point in the journey? How many of you want a little more time? Are you done with first version? Okay, take your time, take a minute. Uh, take two, 3 more minutes and start winding up. Get the first version in place, basic elements in place, and we can discuss it for a few minutes. And then you do this as an assignment. Okay, refine your work sales charter. All right. Who are the people that you really, really admire in sales? What about them do you really admire? And maybe what element do you want to borrow from them? Like, I really love the selling style of Rajiv Talreja in some cases. In some cases, I love what, sometimes how Ankur Warikoo does. Sometimes I love certain elements of Siddharth, certain elements of certain people. I want to borrow those particular and want to embrace this in my selling style. So what would be your selling style like that? So you can always borrow certain elements from certain people. But at the same time, I would say make it value driven, make it rich, make it value driven. That is what will set your sales standards apart from anyone else in your field. Okay, take a couple of more minutes and start winding up. Yeah, sure. You can use ChatGPT to refine it. I will say don't use. Let that come from your own space of your own heart and soul into it. Put a piece of you into that element. Put a piece of you into that element, and that's very, very specific. That's the most, because what do people buy? People buy you at the end of the day. And if there is no you, if there is only ChatGPT, then what you are selling is just ChatGPT stuff, no? So build in a sense of you into that. And Khushbu, you ke upar will have a special session only for you. Okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
So, can someone share there so that we will get idea also?
Yeah. We'll ask all of them to share a couple of elements. And even I will also share with mine as well. All right. All right. So what was your experience like? What did you?
I feel I knew all of this, just that it was never consolidated in this way.
Very, very good. I'm
It
telling you
was
what you're doing in
scattered.
this program, right? In this 30 minutes. People don't do it in an entire lifetime, I'm telling you. And after that, the game is just be true to this selling style. This will become your source document for building your business. There is we were training with Blair at one point of time. Towards the end, he just said, just go and create a code of honor for yourself, and I want to see everyone with a code of honor. What's that? And he just made us practice and deliver. And by the end of the day, we had our code of honor. And the entire year that we trained with him, he just ensured that we are living from that space of code of honor. That's it. That's how we instilled it. And I'm telling you, what you are getting here is almost like a sales ke liye code of honor kya hai. It's nothing but like sales charter is like your code of honor in sales. How do you want to sell? And this will become the sword of the samurai. This will become the sword of the samurai. Now you're going to forge the sword of the samurai for yourself. Refine on it, build on it. Are you getting it? वो tactics, strategies, वो सब मिल जाएगा. This is the most important soul of it. This is the root of it. Okay? Yep. All right. Who are a few one who would want to share? Then if you have any questions around mine, I'll also share mine. Okay? Go
Yeah, I
for it.
want
Yes.
to share. Will I share?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, so my sales, who are clients for me? So clients for me are my family, my new family,
Yeah.
my loved ones, and for whom I deeply care. I want to serve and empower them.
Right.
So, yes, and what I in my sales, my feeling is philosophy is sales is helping and not selling is a disservice. Sales is a service and not selling is a disservice.
Mhm.
And I'm selling from a facilitator. Like I am not going to be their coach or mentor. I'm going to be their facilitator who can create a good experience for them where they can find a leader in themselves. So I will inspire them to take action.
Right.
And yes, and who I am as a salesperson. So basically, I'm selling them belief that I can lose weight. So this is a belief what I am selling.
Yeah. And not only that, who are you is way more than that. Way more than that. Uh, I'll talk about mine. I'll talk about mine. Okay. So this is where you can get really, really big. I'm telling you, people can copy your external elements. People can copy your external funnel. Everything can be copied, but nobody can copy your code of honor. In terms of embodiment, they can click a picture and they can copy your code of honor also in writing, but they cannot copy your code of honor. Which means they cannot copy your heart, your love for your clients, or your love for your work, your ability, or your, like, I should say, Harmeetness or Khushbuness, the Nilangininess that you bring to the table based on your unique selling style. And that's what people buy. That's how premium products are also positioned around. Are you getting what I'm saying? This is the soul of selling, actually. Nobody, I'm telling you, Molly, there will be 100 competitors that you might have, but nobody will have your code of honor and they will not operate from your code of honor. And that is your winning edge in the marketplace. That is your go-to weapon. That is the sword of the samurai. And how you use this is your mindset and of that samurai. This is going to be your sword with which you're going to fight the war of business, fight the war of sales. How do you want to sell to people? And what's the experience that you are committed to provide? I'm telling you, Siddharth, I know him at a very close quarters now. Okay. He has built a successful business. He's built a successful business. Now he is looking to improve every element of his customer acquisition process. He's entirely obsessed with customer experience. And this is what all great brands do. So, what is your obsession? Is it okay if I share with a little hack? I don't know if I would record it or not, but the small notebook that I have, right? For every level, I have a different notebook. And I will write it specifically, what do I intend to accomplish at every level? And how it is different from the other one in detail.
Level as in the gold, silver.
It's a crazy thing to do, but yes, I'm willing to go that extra mile. First, having that clarity for myself, and then giving that same kind of clarity to my clients as well. I've got separate notebooks on which I want to be explicitly clear to the T. What makes this level different from the other? What is so special about it?
Level means your gold, diamond, kya?
Gold, diamond, platinum, or whatever that is. Silver, gold, diamond, platinum. My webinar, like how is my masterclass going to be different from other masterclasses? Like what is the experience that you will have when you walk into my funnel at a different level? And every single time, I'm looking to improve on experience. Every single time. Yes, Nilangani. You want to share yours?
I don't want to share this, like I don't mind, but it is like very, very, very big. What I want to say is the language is changed
Very.
because how that sales for that recording thing was taken that time, literally what was coming, and now everything is coming positive. It is coming in the service mode or purpose or some like something driven.
Yeah.
It is everything positive. There is nothing like those negative words are gone. Where they and how they like
Yeah.
we did not do anything and how it happened. I'm just surprised.
Yeah. And Abhi, I've not even started to touch upon where sales is service. It's just because that you played full out during that exercise, that muck out of your system has gone. And now there's a space for where you can create this sword in a clean space. And this is what will help you build a deep foundation. And once you build a foundation, strategies, tactics, all of it, I'll give you tomorrow. No worries. The frameworks, all of it can be given. But this is the soul of the sales.
Thank you.
The soul of sales come from, like, what is it that you are committed to giving as an experience? I'm telling you, if you train with Blair, right, you will fall in love with him over a period of time. You will like, there is no other way that you will not fall in love with him, because he absolutely knows the user experience that he is committed to giving as a brand. How many of you have, should I say this? How many of you have bought certain products from some other trainers in comparison, similar products as that of Siddharth, and then you didn't resonate, then you came back with Siddharth? I can't even tell you how many people do that. Thaddeus. They'll go back to other people, but they'll again come back to Thaddeus. Why? There is something that he is doing and is making available that's not available with other people. I'm telling you, a lot of people for my one-to-ones have done that. They've gone and they've come again and they've renewed it 3-4 times also. Why? How many of you have maybe a premium coffee experience or a dining experience, and then you go back to that restaurant again and again and again, or that coffee shop again and again and again? You do that? Why? You want that user experience. How many of you, when you go into a coffee shop, for you, the smell of coffee is important? Like you will smell coffee. If you go to barista, there is a certain smell you will have. If you go to Starbucks, there is a certain smell, certain aroma. I don't know whether you know it or not. FBR, how many of you go to FBR at times? When you go to FBR, every element of experience is planned. Like he will specifically import specific smells and scents and agarbattis only from Dubai for a certain brand, which will be there in the hall for a certain, and so that you have a certain sensory experience. How many? Okay. What's the difference between when you use a washroom at a dhaba and a washroom at a 5-star? What's the difference? Smell is just very different, right?
I can say the difference between Bangladesh and America.
Yeah. And these are all small elements which add to the overall experience. And if you can position yourself as the go-to person, resource in your niche for the experience that you can deliver, I'm telling you, you have laid the foundation for being a brand. Then people will want to come for that. Sometimes if you do that well, I'm telling you, people will leave a 5-star and will come to your shop, provided you have picked and handled their taste. How many of you know what I'm talking? Sometimes you will not want to go to a 5-star. You will want to eat at a roadside eatery because of the certain taste or the experience that person will be able to provide. How many of you know what I'm talking? Like, how many of you would not like to have a pani puri in a 5-star? You would like to have a pani puri at a roadside? Yes or no? This is exactly what I'm telling you. Do this and you will be surprising yourself of what you can achieve in your sales processes. Officially, agar dekha jaye, officially, I do not even have a front-end selling system for myself as of now. I will be having it, but as of now, I don't even have a financial, like a proper selling system installed in front of my funnel. And still, I do very fairly every month, consistently. Most of the business comes to me through referrals. That's it. And the beautiful thing is, most of the times I don't even ask for it. What is it that you are committed to giving to your clients? Please work on this document, refine this, spend some time on it, put your soul and heart into it, and you will see, once you create a clean space of transformation in this document, sales will be effortless. This is a real hack which nobody will tell you. People will teach you strategies, people will tell you tactics. But this is the real deal, real game changer. How many of you can get it? How many of you can feel it? Like, this is the space where sales will be really. How do you want to do sales? How do you want to sell to your customers?
It should be softly, like we should not be telling them you buy. They should be buying just by looking at it, that they need it, and we are we having that particular product.
Is it okay if I make a confession? It is not a sales workshop, actually. Tomorrow you will know why. It's not a sales workshop that you are in. I should actually rename it and a workshop on buying, how to make people buy. Is it okay that if you don't have to sell, but still you buy, but people buy from you? Yeah.
It's a
You're going
perfect
to leave
example of giving a wants and needs.
Yeah. Very, very good. In fact, tomorrow you will start to see when I start decoding the buyer side of the game. This is not a workshop on actually sales, actually. This is a workshop on how to make people buy. That would be correct for me to say.
But we initially, before coming to workshop, we want to sell, no?
So that's why I said the sales samurai, na? Sales भी मैंने दे दिया, samurai भी आज deliver कर दिया. Sales samurai I have delivered. You also have the war. But now, how do you do it? You know, how does a sales samurai fight? Where he doesn't have to fight a war. That's how he wins. I'm telling you, let the enemy is outside. Let the enemy, when a sales samurai is about to fight, सामने बोलता बोलता तलवार निकालो. Sales samurai takes out the war. And the moment he takes out the sword, game over. Game over. Ask me how. Ask me how. In the taking out of the sword, by the time he was taking it out like here, he has cut the throat, gone. Competition gone. He slit the throat of resistance. He has slit the throat of the beast, the belly of the beast. Gone. सैमुराई वो होता है जिसके साथ कोई लड़ने की जरूरत ना करे. अगर लड़ना पड़ गया फिर सैमुराई किस बात का. इन पंजाबी जपिंदर भी से नाम चल रहा है. Are you getting it?
Harmeet, because everything which you're saying actually is happening. You gave us the name what we want to hear, sales.
Yeah.
Right? And now you're giving us what we need
Yeah.
to make people buy.
Yeah.
Right? And now when I was doing it, like it's like a layer by layer. We do
Layer
like
by
it's a transformation which happens layer by layer, layer by layer, layer by layer. And what is peeling as a layer here is we are getting more clarity कि बेच तो कुछ रहे ही नहीं है ना यहाँ पे, just बात कर रहे हैं.
Yeah.
उसकी उनकी प्रॉब्लम है, हमारे पास उसका एक प्रोसेस है. उनको बता रहे हैं कि यार ये प्रोसेस है, आ जाओ तुम्हें पॉइंट ए से बी तक लेके जाते हैं. वी आर योर सारथी, कम. I will
Yeah.
show you. You want to go there? Come and let's go.
That's it.
Let's walk.
That's it. In fact, I'll tell you, sales is nothing but an invitation. Sales is nothing but an invitation. Now, how many of you have attended some functions and people have invited you for some functions? Yeah. Now, sometimes there are certain functions that you just go, attend, shagun dete ho, and you just come back. Yes or no? And then there are certain functions where you go, you not only take gifts, you participate, you get involved. For you, it's like, hamara function, it's you also get to be the host. And then, what's the difference? In the way somebody has invited you. In the way somebody has invited you. Like, let us say these are two invitations to you. Tell me which one would you accept more? Somebody comes, tomorrow we have a party, please do come. And even if you're busy, we'll love for you to be there. Yes? And they give you a WhatsApp message or they send you a card and the other one, they come, they sit, they have a word with you. How are you? All right. So what tomorrow we are having is a special function and I will love for you to be there, help us celebrate our joys. And not only that, there will be good music, there will be good snacks, something that you will really love. And you come better before time, okay? We have to do this, this, and this, and we'll have a rocking time. I make sure that how you want to come is with the entire family. Okay? Miss करने का तो सवाल ही पैदा नहीं. How do we talk to our friends? How we talk to our friends? तुम आ रहे हो.
Exactly.
तुम आ रहे हो.
ना का तो सवाल ही नहीं है.
तुम आ रहे हो. Cancel whatever you have to cancel. Just be here.
Like just now you said Katti.
And then there is something more. The most powerful invite? The most powerful invite? Yes or no? I'm giving you the fourth one now. आजा देख लेंगे. आजा. Come. We'll see. Isn't this how you want to talk to you or you talk to your friends? चल देख लेंगे ना. आजा. Hop on. Back. I'll see. Now, what will give you that kind of an authority where you can talk to your client like that? आजा आजा देख लेंगे. चल. Done. Okay, bat. What kind of rapport should you really have to be able to talk to your clients like that? Can you talk to your clients like that in that tone? Done. Okay, done. You come, we'll see. Aja bat. Let's go for a journey. I'm not telling you, okay? I'm not even asking you. I'm telling you, you are in my diamond membership. Let's go for a journey. We'll see what we can do. Can you have that kind of a tonality be present in your conversations? Like that kind of space with your clients? And when you are talking to your clients from that space, from that level of ownership, from that level of love and care, from that level of apnapan, can they refuse it? Can they dare refuse it? And you're like, देख लो तेरे को इधर आ, तू बात कर, तेरी जिंदगी में फर्क क्यों नहीं पड़ा? तो ऐसे कर रहा है, ऐसे कर रहा है, ऐसे कर रहा है, चल कर. How do you talk? How do you talk? Tell me, how do you talk to your friends? And how do you invite your best friend? Let us say, okay, let us look at, I believe all of you are married, except a couple of them, one or two of them. Yeah, let us say, they mante ki you are also married, okay? In that case, you're also in a case. How would you invite your best friend, or how did you invite your best friend to your wedding? How would you invite? Or how had you invited? How did you party with your best friend? What would you say? And by the way, which best friend I'm talking to you, by the way?
No formalities.
Huh, no format. But who's the best friend I'm referring to here, by the way?
Clients.
Very good. I hope you know that, all of you. Can you talk to your clients like that? I surely can. Definitely to all my Diamond members, I can talk in that tone. Pretty much sure about it.
But
And
for
if I
that, we
can't,
need to have
if
few
I can't talk to
interactions.
them in that tone, I better not even have them.
But you need to have some interactions before,
Sure,
no?
you need to have that interact, but you need to develop that relationship to that level where you can talk to them like that.
Exactly.
All I need is one program with me, and that's it. And after that, I know I can talk to them in whichever tone.
Even Harmeet, I think when you have that kind of relationship, not only you talk, they suddenly drop you message certain times. I do remember like my first client जो मुझे Novartis के जो जिसकी मैं बात करती थी, sometimes she just drop me message, जपिंदर 800 लोगों को एड्रेस करने जा रही हूँ आज, वहां पे खड़े होना, एक बार अपनी आवाज सुना दे बस, पोडियम एंटर करने जा रही हूँ, and she will just say आप बस फोन उठा लो मेरा.
Yeah, and because
फोन
they
उठाओ
have
उसपे,
that.
आपकी आवाज सुन के जाना है बस, एंटर कर रही हो, डोर पर खड़ी हो, फोन उठाओ, आवाज सुनाओ बस, और मैं जा रही हूँ अंदर. Like, okay.
And that is what is critical.
Like, okay, ले लो.
Understand.
And you
If
understand
you
that.
can have that kind of clients in your diamond and platinums, I'm telling you, business and sales and other things will be a breeze. That's the last thing that you have to worry. When your sales is an invitation, my question is, how do you want to invite your clients to point B? कैसे बुलाना चाहते हो उनको? And if they come, how do you want to welcome them at point B? For them, who is the host? My little one is here. He's just making some noise. Yeah, you will be really get this. What will be the tone of that conversation like? That's the kind of power I want you to have from this program. Command that. It's all about connection. It's all about connection. What kind of a connection do you want to be sharing with the other person? Sometimes with the people who are the people who we love the most in our lives, we don't have a connection with them. How many of you know what I'm talking? We love the most, but sometimes we just don't have that kind of a connection with them. I dare you and I invite you. Please give yourself the permission and the trials and the errors of building your sales process in a way where you can talk to your clients from a space of ownership and belonging. Like, I'm there for you. ये सवाल ही पैदा नहीं होता कि your life में फर्क ना पड़े. You are with me. I am your best friend, your guide. I will support you. Yes, it is inside of a professional commitment as well. But that doesn't stop us from being respectful, or that doesn't bring a care down by an iota. What are the kind of standards that you want to set for yourself? professionalism with utmost personalization. Can I invite you into doing that? Yes. We'll have Minnie and then Sesha and then Dev. And then we'll close for today. It's already time. And how many of you would be okay to come at least 15 minutes tomorrow morning early? I want to start a little bit early. Would you be okay? 9:15? Can we do that? 9:15? So that we finish by 9:30, 9:40, 6:30 or 6:45 by tomorrow. And there's an amount of work that we need to accomplish tomorrow. Is it okay? 9:15 we'll start. Okay? Yeah. All right, Minnie, go for it. Take a couple of minutes and what opened up for you in day one and what's there for
So
you?
for me, while I was writing the sales starter in the question, where it says, as a salesperson, I am, what came up for me is a mother who nurtures her customers as clients. And this is something that I've never given a thought. This just came up. So yeah, that's what I wanted to share with you.
Very, very good. Very, very good. Brilliant. Shesha?
So for me, when I was thinking about Harmeet, about uniqueness, and when I actually see energy, we spoke about attitude, skill, practice, and those things. Those are so individual, my thing, which nobody can copy. When you said that nobody can copy, all the software aspects nobody can copy. And when I see it as an offering, not as a pushing somebody, I feel that actually I don't even have to, because when I raised hand was when you said, this is your knife, you can fight. And but actually then I was thinking I don't even have to fight, because this is such a unique thing. I don't have a competition, and even I'm not pushing anybody to buy. So where is the fighting? Then actually you answered, but still I wanted to share my aha moment of that.
Yeah, thank you for doing that. I think I'm just honored in each one of your presence. What you're sharing is so heartwarming that I am flattered and humbled beyond uh, I can express. So thank you, each and every one of you, for what you're sharing. I think it's just mind blowing for me at another level altogether. Yes, Dave. Unmute yourself, please.
I want to share the things I have already written for me, if it's resonant with me right now.
Yeah.
Okay. My sales philosophy and the second line was the common. Sales should be transparent and with pure intent. Sales is a journey.
Yeah.
Sales must solve problem and give high values.
Right.
And it's transformation from negativity to positivity. Like if someone is having experience in the other shop or other service provider, and then after comes to me, he must be happy and have more value, and he must be positive with the all the services whatever I you get. So it's a journey from negativity to positivity.
Very good.
And it should not sales is a service and should not be pushy, creepy, or cheating or something and target oriented and all. As a salesperson, I am committed to give at least 10x value in my training programs. By
Very
attending my program, all the participants gets high valuable transformation and results in their life.
Yes.
I have a code of honor and my own set of rules. And that is what I am following.
Very, very good.
And that is आपने जब बताया था उससे पहले ही मैंने नेचुरली मैंने लिख लिया था ये कोड ऑफ ऑनर वाला तो. And who my clients are for me, my clients are paying me and by trusting me and by having my product or service. So they give value and paying me and that money helps me in my life. So I must give value.
So who are your clients? So in this area, I think work a little more.
Okay.
Because you are talking about what is in it for yourself. You
Okay.
should be talking in it in terms of what is there for them. Because sales is about them. It's not about you.
Okay.
What do
So
they
my
need? What do they want?
so those who are want to make their passive income as much as possible, those all are my clients. And
Yeah.
I have a passive income master. Those who are want to learn the financial things and stock market and all, those all are my clients. And my guiding principles are I have set always have an integrity, set your code of honor and must follow. And few things I have written in guiding principle. Uh, how I would love to being sold कि मैं ऐसा क्या होगा तो ही मैं खरीदूंगा. The first thing, it should be respectful,
Right.
right? So respect must be there, otherwise I will walk out from the door. And
Yeah.
politeness must be there. Product or service must be value for money.
Yeah.
Deal should be based according to the price.
Yeah.
And my more focus will be on after sale services.
Yeah.
If the physical product is there, what are the warranty, what are the guarantee, how much years? So, and the product service, how much they take care in case of services, after sale service, क्योंकि पैसा लिया ये लो और बात खत्म ऐसा है क्या. So quality of the products and services, these are the things I would love being. ये अगर होगी तो ही मैं परचेस करना चाहूंगा.
At the same time, I think there are a few elements that I would want to brush with you and polish with you. In our one-to-one, we'll definitely do that. At the same time, if you can make your code of honor in sales or sales charter, where you can see what will be their experience. So you are watching what will they see, what will they hear. Your focus is on them. Where is the sale happening? In the world of you or in the world of client? So
And world
be
of client.
true to the world of the client, what is going on there. And some of the elements which I heard in your statement, there was something focused on you as well. I'm not saying you is not important, you is there, but can you exist as a space, not like as something to do? Okay.
Okay. And that was it.
That's okay. That's okay. We will continue it and refine it, refine it, refine it. Okay. Build on it. But I'm telling you, this is going to be your sales samurai, which your competition will never have unless you send them to me. Okay. Yes, Ramesh.
When I worked earlier in my organization, there is a customer in Qatar where the order was delayed already. So the next order, even the logistics and procurement team informed me that will be delayed. Instead of ocean, I send it in the air shipment, which cost me around $1,500, 1,500 euros. I never thought about it's a lose situation for me because creating the trust, it's not for me the one order. It's almost for a long-term relationship, which the business continues for several years. Even after delivered it, my boss questioned me why you have sent me. Even you have not get an approval from me. I explained the reason, what has happened, how we can able to get the trust and relationship with the customer. If you're losing one, then how can we able to do it? He accepted that and he told next time you can contact me because creating that trust and relationship with the customer is most important than anything else. Once you build that, automatically the customer will come back to you.
All right. I'll take a couple of minutes more and then we wind up for day one. And just wanted to share this with you that when it comes to sales charter, this is what we have done. So I congratulate you on building this charter for yourself. There are very types of selling scenario: one-to-one, telesales, video sales, webinars, referral, upselling, cross-selling, inbound. We'll talk all about it. All of that we'll talk about. There are only three types of sales. How many types? How many types?
Three.
That's it. You want to look at new sales, which means getting them in the first time. Okay. Repeat buying, maybe different product or a same product. Okay. Which is like subscription. That's why subscription is the most powerful form of selling. Or the third is high ticket products, different products offering high value products or service. Getting them in the first time, then repeat buying or offering them high ticket items. That is the only three ways to be making a sale, none other. Okay. There is no fourth one. There is no fourth element in this. Okay. And the DNS of every sale is what we are going to study from tomorrow onwards, and we'll go into deep depths into the models and the frameworks of it. So D here refers to there's a phase of discovery in a sales process. There's a phase of nurturing in a sales process, and that is when we move towards sealing the deal in a sales process. Okay. And I will teach you 7 essential skills that you need to be developing one at a time to be able to crack the code on sales in any which way. And these 7 will be a part of this D and S in a sales process. Okay. So this is what we'll be discovering tomorrow. Please start early, and we will talk about sales funnel, sales pipeline, sales flywheel, consultative, high ticket selling. All of it we will want to talk about. I just want to talk about one small story, and then we complete. Okay. So once upon a time, there was a people used to live in a certain jungle and in nearby a river. Very old times. And what happens for their daily needs? They had to carry the water from the river with buckets and then come into the huts and use and all that stuff. So that's how people used to live. Until one man finally said, the river is flowing, our huts are here. Can't we get the water from the river to our house? He said, ये कैसे हो सकता है? Everything, people were boggled by that man's idea. He said, ऐसा नहीं होता. They challenged him. He started building something or the other, and he started digging a line, and then he cut a bamboo stick. And bamboos को बीच में से काट दिया उसने, bamboo sticks को. Now, if you know, bamboo is hollow from the inside, right? Now that kind of became a semi-broken pipe for it. And he would tie it and build it. And he was, till the time he was building that stuff, he used to go and get his water from the stream for his daily consumption. He comes back. And one fine day, he joined pipe after pipe after pipe after pipe. And then he got the pipe embedded in a river in a certain way. The water started flowing in, and he had the water in his house. And all he did was attach the tap to it. And from that tap, all he would do is open the tap, get the water. What am I talking about here? Is something what we call as a sales pipeline, right? I will be revealing to you a model of sales tomorrow where you can always have people in your pipeline who are willing to buy for your products and services, so that whenever you open the tap, there is some water available for you every single time. Would you like it? Please be ready to begin in your seats right at 9:15. We will be live at 9:10. Come ready tomorrow to rock and fight the war with your samurai sword. I will get you into playing something. Okay? Craft your sword with a lot of love, with a lot of compassion. All right? That will be all for day 1. Thank you. Thank you for going a little overboard with my time. And let's get tomorrow started at 9:15 sharp. Okay? Thank you.